Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Tego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only 1 team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS1 and PGS2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Goes for the spray, gets some damage up, spots in another one, and the other one uses to go down.
Here we go into it. Your 2021 PGS Champion.
Looks at a similar scope and how in the world did you that?
Your PGS1 Champion.
Nice swipe and good circle position for him. So few options to work with, but he hits Capitan. That's going to open back.
So a little bit of a spray here.
Gonna try to make some close. There it goes down and out.
From friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose Volcano. Very good push. 但是这个是一颗雷。
他其实现在唯一机会就是打那种女海币像现在的一个扣点，打上来了，扣点。
张德顺的出枪，
但还是被抽奖。
但是。
Personal getting the sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. And Doozy a bit too far on the second one.
Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys. The red killer with the P90 outside of all of these fights going on. Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not done against the barrel. Come out big time.
이하는 계속 결정적인 전략에서 뛰고 있습니다. 잘했다. 데미지 들어갑니다. 야!
my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me.
All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go down. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious. Yeah.
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high-damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Pertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the zip lines. Utilize the zip lines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new team deathmatch map, the boardwalk, and more. Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Yesterday we put in the foundations for the group stage. Today we put in the walls, and tomorrow we smash it all down as we move through to that winners and lower bracket here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Gamers 8 for PGS2. My name's Kyle Larson. Joining me to start things off, it's Toby, it's Godspeed, it's Toffees. We've got everybody on the desk to start things off and get everything going. Yesterday, though, a team that absolutely got things going. Na'Vi looking absolutely fantastic across their placements. However, we want to talk about a lot of things here to get things going, Toby. Of course, China also looked absolutely excellent at the start of the day.
Indeed, it did. Phenomenal to see Tai Lu to get off to as good a start as they did. Many people have kind of coined Tai Lu as the Shen train, and even though they did well through qualifiers in China, I've always thought Xiaoyang can do more. Like, it doesn't have to be just that one-person performance. And Xiaoyang, through those qualifiers, was actually the lowest performer on the team. We've seen him in Globals before. We've seen him rise to the occasion when no one else could. And yesterday, he did exactly that.
That was interesting framing. But beyond all of that Godspeed, we've got ourselves as well. Yes, China looked great, but APAC afterwards looked phenomenal in the last three.
I mean, Cerberus obviously absolutely popped off, but really the Expendables surprised me the most, right? The fact that they were winning not only one team fight, but all of their team fights coming off the edge as well. I would really be impressed if they're able to replicate that again today. Obviously, they had an amazing game yesterday, pretty much consistently throughout the day. But I would just love to see that continue. As far as consistency, though, I really would also love to see kind of LG show some life, Steve.
I mean, yes, I think we all would. LG definitely shows some life. Yes, they had a disconnect in the last game. They've had some trouble, but it does seem to, at this point, be a narrative, and at some point it stops being, man, I'm having bad luck, and just something's not working. So LG, we're going to be watching them today. Sonics, I want to keep an eye on them if we're talking about this Americas region, because for me, they're turning into a tempo storm. Yes, they got first at PGIS, but since then, their globals have been 28th, 24th. They changed coaches, and since then, PGIS, we got an 8th out of them. So hopefully the trajectory up continues. We're going to know here, though.
Did we all yesterday have an LG player on our team?
Yes, we did.
Free.
Oh, okay, well, you were fine. You were doing all right. You're still below me. But at the same time, though, I think, you know, we put a lot of stock in guys like Kickstarter, of course. And I guess my question to you then, Toffees, is I've now also gone with another NA player in Shrimzy. Is this position unfounded, or what do you think?
No, I think it's a strong point. In fact, especially when you look at the Sonics, I think Shrimzy is becoming one of the strongest, if not the strongest players for me on that team. He's consistent, he's dependable, he'll play support if he needs to, he'll frag when he has to. I mean, when you talk about American players, Shrimzy is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, on top, he just also had a very good PGS1 as well.
Yeah. Who's your guy to watch, Toby, coming into today? If you had to pick a player, never mind a team, who's your guy to watch?
Na'Vi.
Yesterday, they were sweeping the fields. You sent me a player to watch, or a team to watch? Na'Vi, example's gonna pop off. They were sweeping the floor, clearing out all the mines and snakes yesterday for other teams to wrap wins up. Today they get it.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to almost get ready here for PGS2 for day number 2. So let's head to all and get those games going.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Tego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only 1 team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS1 and PGS2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Goes for the spray, gets some damage up, spots in another one, and the other one uses to go down.
Here we go into it. Your 2021 PGS Champion.
Looks at a similar scope and how in the world?
Your PGS1 Champion.
Nice swipe and good circle position.
So few options to work with, but he hits Capitan. That's gonna open back.
So a little bit of a spray here.
Gonna try to make some close there. It goes down and out
From friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose volcano. Very good push.但是中的是一颗雷。
他其实现在唯一机会就是打那种牛海币像现在的一个火点打上来了，扣点。
张德胜的出枪，
但还是被抽奖。
但是
Personal getting sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. And Doozy a bit too far on the second one.
Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys. The red killer with the P9. South side of all of these fights going on. Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not done against the barrel.
Come out big time. 계속 전형적인 전형에서 뛰고 있습니다. 자, 들어갑니다.
A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desert as we are live here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to kick things off for day number 2 of the group stage. My name's Kyle Loris. I am joined by Toffee's way over there. How are you doing, friend? You excited for this one?
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
No, I'm excited, man. Yesterday was a great day of play. We got a lot of surprises. I think Tyloo coming out of the gate so strong. Shocked a lot of people. Maybe not them, but, you know, Shen, I think unproven, in my opinion, at the international level, surrounded by some veterans, just came out and absolutely dominated. And then Na'Vi off to such a strong start. I can't wait to see what they do today.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, obviously, when you think about, you know, Shen, like kind of like a little bit of a prodigy to a degree for some people, but Zhao Yang was able to kind of step up even further, and that's what made Tyloo the kind of complete package.
And I think that's when you look at that lineup, it is very clear, because you've got Shen, this young gun, this big potential. Everyone's kind of had this buzz about him, but you're right. Having that veteran with the experience to back him and take over when he needed it, so powerful.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule then. We start things off with the group stage. We're in the midst of it already. Then we'll be moving on to that winners bracket, losers bracket, and then we have one day off and the grand final. Nice, neat, concise here. We love this format when it comes to it as a whole. We love the idea of having the double elim to give these teams opportunity to learn throughout an international, which is exciting.
There's a chance for redemption. This isn't one of those one and done sort of events. You can mess up and you can still make that comeback. I think that's the story of PUBG, because sometimes you just got to adapt.
That is true. That is true. And if you're able to adapt, you're able to get yourself a cool $600,000 for first place. Of course, a total of $2 million will be coming at you. And as you guys kind of talked about yesterday, it's cool that there is an opportunity to strive for every single placement, Toffees.
Every placement brings money and value, especially when you get to that top 5. The drop-off is massive. So we're going to see teams who are sort of not willing to settle for third. They're going to want to make a big push as we get to the end of this tournament. But it's a long journey to get there.
No, definitely. Of course, we've already kind of alluded to that double elimination style that we're working with here throughout this tournament. Groups into what is effectively double elim. And the cool thing about this, Toffees, is we've already kind of found ourselves some teams that are in the midst of that. If you think about Forest, if you think about Game PT, these teams really need to have step-ups in their next days of gameplay.
Either have a step up or make some adjustments so that you know when you're in the losers bracket, you're going to be in a better position. At this point, I'm not sure Forest has the ability to make it to the winners bracket with only 13 points on the board. So start thinking about what you can change and taking some risks and testing some things in this lobby now.
No, for sure. It is going to be difficult as we take a look at all of the teams that are available for today. Today, we are now moving on in terms of those teams that are actually going to be playing today. Specifically, we have B and C coming up today here. So for Group C, it's an opportunity to get themselves on the board here, Toffees.
It is. It's a huge opportunity to get themselves on the board. They got to watch whatever we did yesterday. They come in with a 0 set. So you're going to see them slowly climbing the leaderboard. Don't let that get to you. But it also means they already know what everyone else has done. By the same token, if you're B, you're a little stressed out because you need to perform today. You're not going to get a chance tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. The road to PGC as well, of course. Everybody's looking at that at the end of the year to be their ultimate goal. Now, the top 4 from PGC points will be able to make it on through. And then we kind of boil it down to regional points from kind of how they score for those as well. So far, so good for 17. They came in at PGS1 looking great. And yesterday wasn't as big as I thought it could have been for 17.
It wasn't, but they don't need to make it that big right now. They're putting on a lot of points. I think they can start to play their game a little bit slowly. Also, I want to touch on an asterisk that was on the bottom of that. A lot of people don't know. If there is a tie in your region for PGC points, it's your performance at this event that will determine who gets to go.
Good point.
So there is something to that. If you're competing against folks who are in your region, getting that one extra placement is going to be a very big deal.
Definitely. And for a team like 4AM, for example, they are looking at making a splash here. Now, they didn't end up yesterday in the top 5 or anything like that, but they're going to have an opportunity tomorrow to try and rack up a few more points here, because there's a lot of expectations around this roster.
There is a ton of expectations around this roster. You saw that in the power rankings. We see that with Zepion showing up here in the Big 5. They're not going to be happy. I mean, yes, they walked away with 34 points. Is that good? Absolutely. But they are up against a very interesting situation tomorrow where Donowa and them share an awful lot of drops. And whoever has the most points going into tomorrow is going to be able to play the bully role. And to be honest, that is going to be very important.
And yesterday, these two names were able to put up a lot.
Yes, they were.
I think one thing that really stands out for me is for a long time, on Cerberus especially at PGC, Tycon was the wonder kid, the Wunderwunsch. But for him to be able to deal with this, as this is brought to you by LG Ultra Gear, you've got yourself a situation where Himas, now for me, he's the star in that team at the moment.
And that's the thing I like about this team right now. It seems like they're totally okay with that sort of swap and take. When Himas is feeling feeling like he can be the star, they're giving him that. When Taikon needs to step up, he is doing so. And I think that's what is making the three-headed dog really a true three-headed dog. They seem like they are just always in a good spot to have the right person in the right place. And I love this team's development.
Yeah, holding down the gates of the underworld here is Cerberus so far. They find themselves in number 1. Yes. However, they will be trying to see if they can, do a little bit more coming in to today as a whole and seeing what's actually going to go down there. But, I mean, they're obviously waiting until tomorrow. Let's talk about actually what's going on here for the games throughout the day. It's 2 Mirror Masters to start things off, 1 Tego, 3 Erangels. That Tego, kind of a little bit of a joker, the wild card thrown in there, Toffees.
And yesterday we saw our first ever, technically global international Tego match. I'll be honest with you, that last circle is not the one I would have chosen in terms of showcasing it to the world, but it was a good game. I'm hoping today we get something up in the north, checking out that hilly area, because Tego is an incredibly diverse map in terms of landscape and potential. And these teams, yesterday I was talking to Luminosity this morning at breakfast, and you remember they were in that little dip, they got grenaded, and they were like, we didn't know where else to go. We don't know that area of the map. This map hasn't been out that long in terms of pro play. We just said, I guess we'll send it, and they found a hole and they crawled into it.
I understand why you find yourself in a situation like that. I mean, of course, for us watching, as you said on the desk, me and mine are like, okay, they're about to get naded. And bang, it's very, very difficult to find yourself a good spot given that scenario here. But before we actually get to everything here, we can actually head to the first interview of the day to figure out exactly what's going to be going on for day number 2.
Win, and they will have themselves a championship. The spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
谁都不会料到 PGS 一开始的时候，我们贯彻坚定的信念来证明我们的实力，然后我们站在最顶峰，超越所有人的期望。
We literally dominated 17 Gaming on a bigger stage, the PGC. It will not be any different this time in Riyadh.
พวกเราต้องการพิสูจน์ให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าพวกเราสุดยอดกว่าที่คิดครับพวกเราทุกคนพร้อมแล้วพร้อมที่จะทำให้ทุกคนทึ่งกับการเล่นของพวกเรา
There should be no need for words. We'll show you through our gameplay.
Our play is exceptional, not like anyone else. Championship is ours anyway, so enjoy your trip and get home safely.
我们来是为了赢，来点有趣的比赛。
Our main goal this tournament, especially mine, is to redeem ourselves for our poor performance in PGS1. We've all had sacrifices, whether it be time or health, and we're ready to win.
거진 한 3주가량 머릿속에 맴도는 거예요. 아쉬운 PGS1이었고 성장통이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 해요. 과거가 중요하지 않은 걸 알지만서도 계속 얽매일 수밖에 없는 과정이었습니다. 이번만큼은 절대 빈손으로 돌아가지 않을 겁니다.
所有人都低估了我们的实力，但我们是以卫冕冠军的身份来到利雅得。
I wasn't joking when I said it was getting hot here in the desert. Woo, I'm getting steamy, excited for day number 2, Toffees, to see how this all breaks down. Who have you got your eyes on for Group C? Because there's obviously some big names in there we got to talk about.
I mean, for me, it's Danawa. You saw in that moment, Soul saying it was tough for them to handle it. This obviously, HIHonor.com. You can go ahead and get yourself signed up.
Absolutely.
And unleash the power of Magic. Just like I'm hoping that they will unleash that power. This Soul-led lineup, I should say, from Danawa is incredibly strong. They said at PGS qualifiers, he was taking over the IGL role, but he was a little uncomfortable. So they played kind of passive. They made easy rotations. They're feeling better right now, and I think they're going to do well.
And of course, you guys at home can listen to the official GA Anthem on Spotify over at Spotify.com as well. It is my lifeblood, is Spotify. I'm listening to music all day, every day. But beyond that, you're talking about Danawa. I also have high expectations for them. You already mentioned Sonics in the pre-show as well. For me, I do, in terms of like what we normally see in our region, I'm excited to see how Question Mark is going to perform here. They've got a great roster. They've got Bestalosh, who's able to always find the big guns and go fragging out. And they've got guys like Phil First, who honestly is a bit of a prodigy of the game in our region. So if they can get over what is sometimes land jitters, Toffees, there's an opportunity for a team like Question Mark to come out swinging.
I mean, speaking of your region and my region, I'm excited to see what Friendly Fire is going to do. They went ahead and they scouted some guys over in your region. They brought over Pixel and they brought over Paige, who obviously second place at a PGC means this guy's got pedigree. Roth, some of us forget, he got second place at PGIS. So this is a team that knows how to handle the big stage, but I don't think they found the right click of 4. And I think this might be finally the roster that does it. Because I'll be honest, Paige, Pixel, Sharpshot, they're quiet guys. And I think that Roth hasn't been able to play with that in the past. So this might be that moment that his leadership finally gets a chance to have a roster that works well for him.
What is this? A team with both of our regions in it?
I don't know how to handle it. We can't argue and scream bias. We're both here.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But yeah, we just saw, of course, Danawa on screen as well. But here is Sonics. A lot of people's kind of hopes for your region especially lie on the shoulders of this team. They've been able to prove themselves in the past. You already talked about how it was a little bit rocky sometimes for them. But I mean, maybe coming in here as one of the teams that may not be at the forefront of attention, that might be good for them.
And I think it has been. I will say, after PGIS, their PGC performances have been lackluster in the Grand Finals, 24 and 28th. They expect better from themselves. They have been improving. PGS1, 8th place. The new coach seems to be working, and I know that their discipline approach has been significantly increased, and they feel more confident. Shrimsy alone looks like he's ready to go.
All right, well, it is time to get into game number 1 of Group Day 2. So let's do it here for PGS2 with the casters, Toby and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, James Tubbs. Great breakdown here to kick things off as we head into day number 2. We're off to Miramar, going to take 2 games on there before Tego is upon us, and then finally 3 games over on Erangel. And so far, Godspeed, pretty simple playing path here to kick things off.
Yeah, for the most part.
Northeast skewed, sure.
A little northeast skewed, yeah, but a lot of these teams, especially even if they want to stretch towards Monte, they should be able to get there. But this is actually our first time ever casting together.
Damn. That's true.
That's true. It's starting off on my favorite map, of course, Miramar. Personal favorite, of course. But yeah, I'm very excited to see, especially B and C now playing. Obviously, Sonics are going to be in this lobby, as well as Danawa, a team that, I mean, it needs no introduction. That roster is absolutely disgusting. Soul being discussed as one of the best players in the world right now, and now heading into the lobby, heading into their first game of the tournament.
The Des touched upon it too, and I'm curious to see how or if that's going to impact things. But as I'm about to go into a long talk on Danawa, let's take our eyes down to San Martin, where Daytrade and DD Team seem to want to fight for that.
And you could always count on Daytrade to hot drop or just be in any form of early fight. This team is very aggressive. We've seen in the past. I will say, I think Daytrade is actually a team that's, oh, never mind, Mamu is going to find Puchus.
Yeah, I talked about, in the pre-show, Tai Lu being kind of a Shen show. DDT is a Mamu show. Mamu is a phenomenal player, former Petrichor Roach player who is out for vengeance. He got dropped from the roster, said, I'll qualify with a new team. He found him, and here they are. So getting off to a strong start, finding the first kill against a team in Daytrade who are very good at fighting up close and in the early game. That is great start for DD Team.
Yeah, and as you said, Daytrade is a team that's very adept at fighting, and they're honestly taking their region by storm as Norin's now trying to find a knock, but he's not going to find it on the cold just yet. He makes it through, but Daytrade took APAC by storm in their qualifiers, absolutely devastating them. And I will say, we've seen Daytrade in the past international events. very scrappy, but not really able to put together really good rotations or good macro. That's starting to change. Day Trade is really starting to turn that corner.
And one thing I'm curious to see, and this is a perfect example of us getting to see it, is can Day Trade back off?
Yes.
This is one of the things that has had me work, because I like the team. Don't get me wrong, I love the roster. I don't consider them the best out of it, because as we look at the leaderboards, we do have our Cerberus set up there currently. But Day Trade, even when things go against them, they just tend to keep going. Even when they're wounded, where there were many options for them to back off, fight another day. Just see what you can get off backing off here. They didn't want to do it in the past, and well, I'm seeing them run around with shotguns and M249s right now. I don't think they're planning on backing off here either.
No, especially when it comes to a hot drop, right? Like as a former player, when you're going to commit to a hot drop at that point, it's either do or die. You're either going to win that fight or you're going to cripple the other team as much as possible to deter them from coming back. Especially with a team like Day Trade, as you said, they have no quit. Regardless of if they're 2 members, 3 members down, they will always go for that last push.
Also, one of the terrible things about hot dropping a center position is that if that's what you're used to work with, there ain't that, okay, we'll just take the neighboring city. Everything, especially on Miramar, everything in and around the middle of the map is super taken. So if you want to leave here and go somewhere else center so that you can kind of align your rotations coming out of Circle 1 more easily, you're going to be fighting for your spot regardless of where you go. So if you're Day Trade, it makes perfect sense that even if, I mean, as we say, that they should potentially want to back off being 1 down early, even if things go against you, since it's this early on in the tournament, since it's their first day here in this group, they might as well just stick around and show some presence, because who knows, they could just turn this one around and get 4 with no more casualties against DD Team.
Agree, and that's actually a very good point. I was just about to say, against DD Team, I do actually like their chances of making this hot drop happen, right? Making this deter them from coming back. And Day Trade, again, is a very scrappy team, but as you were talking about, if they wanted to go to the west, maybe they'd have to contest with Twisted. If they wanted to go north, they'd have to deal with LG. So yeah, if this is their spot, they are going to fight for it. But again, I do agree. I would love to see them potentially just kind of pull back a little bit, especially if it's not going their way, because you only need to make top 16.
And as you're saying, pull back, these guys are one step at a time creeping their way up a staircase. And we all know how miserable these buildings with very narrow corridors of trying to maneuver up can be. The good thing is they're taking their time. And I think Day Trade's aware of this. So as long as they keep them upstairs, as long as they keep them on the roofs, other teams will charm in. And we're already seeing that from D+ now. Here they come. Norris, first one to fall. Emopay finds a second. And just like that, only one player left alive, and that's Belmoth.
And what a beautiful crossfire there from DD Team. Actually, again, as you said, these buildings are very difficult to try to breach, and now Belmoth, the last member of Day Trade. And as far as I know, he'll probably die on this hill.
And you know what? He should. I always talk about how much I'm against hot drops, but I say, you know what? First stages of global tournaments, that is where hot drops belong. Or if you can, or if we go down the line and you can deny teams qualifying for stages and all that, but that's far down the line. So for now, Belmoth, be the thorn, be the mosquito in the room after you turn off the lights that you just cannot find. Turn that four players alive DD team into a 2 players alive by just sitting in a corner waiting for them to come loot your spot. And who knows, maybe you can ruin their game now and then force them to reconsider risking yet another Miramar in the next game.
Yeah, because as a team that's hot dropping, I can tell you the worst thing to do is to get cleaned out 4 versus 0, right?
Cole just saw him run into the building. Yep. He caught him, and that should be, I mean, 4v1.
And they should do this. They should absolutely get rid of, because if they get rid of Day Trade convincingly, that may make them question if they even want to come back.
And for DD Team now, this becomes a test where, yes, you're 4v1, but don't make that greedy. Don't get greedy just because of it. Belmoth is a scary as hell player. He has a shotgun in hand, so now he's getting into a vehicle as wounded or as fragile as can be. But of course, we know the Murado. Great acceleration on that one. He should be. Oh, and with the cover, no Evo! Headshot, body shot connected, and they take him out. Day Trade down in 16th, and what a start for DD Team. We saw in Scrim's Godspeed, they were hot dropping. They were being nuisances to other teams on repeat, but this time around, they come up victorious.
That was actually an incredible, for a hot drop in San Martin, let me tell you, that's an incredibly impressive stat to come out with 4 members live. They didn't even have anyone knocked.
Nope.
That was beautiful. The crossfire in that 4-story build, just very well played from DD Team. I am curious to see, though, in the next game, will Day Trade once again try to drop there?
fights. So one thing is hot dropping, another thing is when you're the team that's feeling forced to go aggressive, because the circle, I mean, we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about that at all. The circle did go northeast, where you're seeing the majority of these teams rotating up now. So if you're one of those, we just want to leave, but we also want to get the kills with us, and you're day trade and you then go aggressive, but they're just sat there waiting for you. I think day trade's got a lot of decision making coming through. Yeah. But good thing for them is, well, they got plenty of time to talk about it.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I've always hated hot drops, both when I was playing, even when I mean, watching it can be much more entertaining, as we just saw, but it's just, especially when you get to an international event like this, oh, goodbye.
Both of them, too.
The Broncos are back.
The retreat of the Broncos.
Oh, well, they have a two-seater RB at the very least, so, you know, they can do something with that maybe. But yeah, D+Key is a team that I was a little hard on yesterday. I just want to see some more proactivity from them. They do have, obviously, Americano Deva experience at this level, but they really need to start pushing the pace and really taking the fight to some of the teams, because even that last game, one of the last games we saw in Erangel, they had a lot of missed opportunities there.
One of the issues in Korean PUBG, or not issues, because on a global scene it actually comes out perfectly fine, but one of the issues is a lot of the top fragging mechanical players in Korea have opted to group up. We're seeing powerhouse teams in the likes of Danoa, and that means that other teams that in the past would rely on having really smart gameplay in terms of knowledge of where to rotate, which for the most part Korea is one of the best regions to do. Now some teams that don't have that 4-man super roster, they just don't have that one guy to at least go out and find the frags. And I think D+ is a perfect example of that. They lack that one guy that can entry for them. They lack the one guy that goes, guys, no, we shouldn't back off. Let's take a fight. Let's dare. They all go, oh, okay, we'll rotate, we'll go around. They need the oomph. They need the daringness to go out and take some of these fights. I mean, D+, if you can combine their smart rotations, which they also had yesterday, with just daring to commit to a fight, they would be much better off.
I agree. They just need someone that's willing to put their foot down on that gas pedal, which is, again, the rotations have been good. The fact that they did make it to quite a few end games, but just very low on the kills. I would love to see, just as you said, someone step up, whether that's Americano, whether that's Deva, and just take those fights. A team that doesn't really need a lot of encouragement to fight, as we were just watching rotate, is Petrichor Road. But I was also pleasantly surprised with the team here of Forest. Scappy actually had a really nice little day for himself yesterday.
And speaking of daring to take fights, I'm very, very curious as to which Gen G we're gonna see today. We know Gen G as we know Gen G as the team that likes to wrap on the edge and kind of just dodge and weave, avoid confrontations until later down the line, and then creep their way in. Like when you see a good win for Gen G these days under the current roster they have, it's an 8-9 kill win. Like that's a high kill win for Gen G in the sense that they don't fight for the kills. They still play very placement heavy PUBG. I'm just worried that with the aggressive playstyles that we're seeing from so many teams here now, they will get smothered. There's so many really, really good edge fighting teams now that I'm worried that unless if Gen G just fully commits to emergency pickups and getting off the edge in phase 3, they're gonna get torn apart. Even if they do have legendary players on their team, I'm worried that it might not be enough. And speaking of legendary teams, here's that one.
And a few of the members here, actually, yes, former Gen G members as well. Obviously, Inonix is one of those that you talk about, the duo to the peanut butter to the jelly of PO, right?
There you go.
That combination works so well, and I feel like Inonix was a big enabler for PO back when they were playing together. And so without that, it is very interesting. Obviously, Esther was on that team as well. To see how they're going to perform here, again, a new roster around PO. Which team is going to show up? I agree 100%.
Yeah, Gen G definitely not a team we can kind of throw away as in, oh, it's just a Danoa show. They definitely have the pedigree, they have the skill needed in order to be able to go out and claim top spots. It's just kind of similar story to well, they don't lack the players that can do it. They just lack the willingness to go out and take fights in situations where maybe they don't have to. But you're only gonna get so many fights that are gonna kind of be posted up in your favor, and you have to take some of them. Circle up towards Cruz as everyone starts wrapping on in.
I was just gonna say, the circle is very interesting as well. There's so many different elevations to be had around the city of Cruz itself. Playing in these is actually very fun, especially if you're a team like Tai Lu, kind of up towards that churchish area. And then even looking at the rest of the rotations in, DD team coming in late from that win, but they're actually gonna, as long as they don't go straight into the southwest, they don't have to deal with Twisted. They do have some hills that they'll be able to scout, specifically the compound to the west edge.
Now, we talked a bit about DD team before, as you saw them hot drop. It's so fun to me that you have a team in DD who always, holy master, okay, allow your team to wrap, sit up tight, protect, and that's Bestelodge taken down instantly. There should be a pretty easy res come through, but at least for Forest now, that's info collected. It's question mark we have over here, so if you start seeing their names in the kill feed, especially on the downside later down the line, you go, great, that's maybe a third-party opportunity for us.
Yeah, and that's a big skill to have as well, keeping track of the kill feed. Whether you're the one that knocked him or another team, you're like, okay, we heard those shots to the north, that's Forest and question mark fighting, but as well, looking at Forest, they actually have a lot of room to work with. Yeah. Tori, Mata is actually completely open to them. They can rotate to the east if they want. But we actually see D plus Key as well trying to take that position. They're actually going to rotate right in front of Forest.
Yeah, trying to make their way further around again. We're in an area of the map we haven't really seen, and we have 8 teams here we haven't seen play in this constellation before. Now here is an area of the map where oftentimes, I call it over-under, we see this exact picture where one team is down below, one team is up above, and they will thrive next to each other for forever, because whenever, it's usually the top team trying to push down, but either way, whenever you try to go from one of these compounds to the other, which is right next to one another, you're guaranteed that 3, 4, maybe even more teams can see. You can see Navi's position. Thank you so much, observers. This is perfectly put up. This is perfectly exampled up here with Expendables. If they want to make their way down to Sonics, there's going to be a Navi barrage on their entry, and the same way the other way around. So you could expect to see Expendables and Sonics. Just so you know what, we know we have neighbors, but let's have a truce for now.
Not only that, but you know how difficult those concrete piles are to push, even if you're coming from the top side, especially when smokes are involved. That whole very good as DD team now finding their way onto the circle. They have a nice little split happening right now.
And to finish my point of DD team from before, I'm surprised to see them go towards San Martin. They are, I won't say notorious, but mainly known to be an edge, slow creeping team. They're setting up a inside the circle emergency pickup now to try and want to time it. Of course, should we go into Cruz del Valle? Maybe they just full speed. I mean, they saw what Tyloo did first game yesterday. Exactly. They saw them do it. Maybe they jump on the church. That's usually not a spot you have 4 teams committed or 4 players committed to early on. Right now, there's actually no one up there. So new circle pops where we headed. Well, it's Cruz del Valle. I would not be surprised to see DD team just bomb it straight over towards that cathedral.
I actually really like fighting in Cruz as well. There's so many little shacks and buildings that you can go around. The issue obviously becomes as a circle does close, it becomes a little more claustrophobic. But fighting in and around Cruz is actually pretty pleasant, I would say, at least in my experience.
Seeing Petrichor on the southeast side trying to creep their way on, and they have made landfall in what is the current circle, so not in a hurry, but this is the first time they get here. This is the first chance they have to really get a proper look around and see what's going on in front of them, and they're going to play it slow as they always do here in the early mid phase of the game. In the meantime, Forest wrapping towards the center, trying to dodge around E-Arena, a team we haven't talked too much about, straight into friendly fire, another team we haven't talked too much about, but here they come.
And E-Arena, yeah, not able to get any knocks on that. Still with a very good position, but Forest has had some pretty ballsy rotations that have actually worked for them. As I say that, they're going to run right into friendly fire. Pixel's getting at one. He gets the other one very low. And Master just 1 HP is going to throw the nade in, but they are all but getting shredded. I love the bike in that doorway.
Pixel is the master of bike blockades, and he does it here as well. If it's a metal door, you can't shoot it, and if there's a bike park there, that is a 0 entry opportunity. Essentially a locked door for anyone to try and get through, and I think Forrest got caught off guard by that one. So Pixel knows prior, this is the spot they're going to be pushing from. They're going to try and wrap, they're going to try and get here because no one else from the city can shoot on their approach. He's already set up a counter plan in case anyone comes through. Up towards the hill we go again as DDT. We said it, they're going to fly in, they're going to go up high, and here they are against Na'Vi.
Yeah, beautiful rotation here from them in the air. Obviously, the emergency pickup using it very much like Tyloo in game number 1 yesterday, but they have lost 2 in that approach. 4 kills have come their way. Obviously, that was that hot drop with Day Trade, but Na'Vi with a very nice defense here, and it is difficult, especially pushing that angle from the north because of that dip that you see Mel playing.
One of the issues with DDT's timing on this one was that they flew over the city when no one was fighting. So the entire city heard a plane, and now we know it's already becoming a PTSD thing. If you hear a plane, you just insta look in the sky, because It's not a crate. It's always going to be a full team. And well, DDT, I think they lost. We didn't see it happening, but I think they lost to an approach. It's just Emo and Cold left alive up against a 4-man Na'Vi, only really dedicating 2 to holding this angle right now. I don't think Na'Vi is going to feel too threatened by this, but at the same time, they're still giving them a lot of respect in the sense that they're holding this kind of ambush angle for as long as need be.
Yeah, Na'Vi doing an amazing job just getting to that position, standing up very early. Obviously, that high ground is very advantageous, especially when you're looking over Cruz, especially when you're right above Church there just to the east. So I imagine if they are able to clean up DDT, which seeing as how they've been playing so far in this event, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. They'll be able to actually just completely take control over that side of the center of the circle, really.
Last team to join the circle is Twisted Minds coming in from that southwest over towards where Sonics and Expendables are currently set up. We'll wait and see the next circle. Towards Cruz we go again, and this one should send us straight into the city, considering unplayable terrain. This is going to be a fun one. We started with a somewhat city ending yesterday in El Sahar. We're going straight towards Cruz today. City endings, sure, but not city endings we usually get to see.
No, it's been a long time since, I don't even remember the last time I saw a proper Cruz circle.
It's been a while.
It's been a long while. I do worry, though, about teams in the north, specifically E-Arena, as far as their rotation. They can come in to the hillside, but they're going to have to contest with D plus Kia, actually.
The good thing for them is right now, because D plus Kia is kind of suppressing Na'Vi, or not allowing for Na'Vi to flank out and take full control, there's room to maneuver on that northeast side. But whenever that fight comes to a close, or if DDT opts to look around, or, as you're pointing out here as well, if either D plus or Tyloo opts to go aggressive, that's going to change very rapidly.
And as we see, D plus is finally making their approach. They're actually going to find Emo Pig on the back of that knock. So coming up the back, oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, they'll be all right. Or will they actually?
It's
They're
not
taking
all right.
fire from everybody on the map.
Reverse, reverse, reverse. Get back down the hill, get into the city. But look at where they're going. Nate's being prime. Pixel is ready and waiting for the push coming through. Find the first. Does he get the second as well? No! Not able to find him. Second time around. No, not going to happen the third time though. Is able to take down Minuta, and just like that, DDT from, D plus trying to approach the hillside falls off and takes 2 casualties because of it. Make that 3.
Second time we've seen a Bronco going backwards, but it really shouldn't have, and it did cost him. But I have to also say, Friendly Fire so far doing an amazing job of making sure none of those teams trying to rotate in are taking their position, and that nade landed very close to Zenith. He's going to take 70 damage there as D plus Kia in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, very much in trouble. I like their approach. I mean, they come up, they find the knock from the car onto DDT, and as you see there, a little bit of a flip of the car, and that is the entire team wiped. And now, because everyone else is left, because the other teams are up to go the other way, now Sonics can try and flex out.
I do like this little
back they go
here by Duck Shoes. Actually, Duck Shoes and specifically Taboo has just been amazing so far for the Expendables, and we did talk about how difficult it is to push down into this, but it's also difficult to push up. That is a very, very steep hill, especially with that angle Duck Shoes has.
You could see the smoke line was set up there. They tried to abuse the fact that once DDT got enough, they knew where they were. They thought Na'Vi is going to like prio that. That's going to allow us to wrap on up. But the issue is now Twisted Minds are here as well, and therefore they can't really fully commit to it. And Twisted is better positioned inside the circle than neither of these two teams are. So I would hope for Expendables, if they can, try and back off north. Issue is now you're seeing Petrichor come up and pin as well. So it's a 3-way pincer, and this is going to be trouble. So first one to follow, it's going to be Trimsy.
Trimsy going to go get knocked. Yes, and as you said, Twisted have just such a disgusting amount of sight onto this. Tiggleton getting eaten as well, and they're going to have to back off. They are just going to be in the edge of the circle, but Expendables going to make sure to try to take advantage of these knocks.
Yeah, Petrichor coming in now more aggressively on the other side as they see the knocks come through, kills coming through as well. Outside the circle, Sonic Circle, as we said, is going to go towards Cruzelvalle, so they're fighting for dead space. They need to get this done, and they need to get it done fast so that they can move further forward.
And the issue also becomes the fact that Na'Vi will now be able to get sightlines on this as well. So all these teams fighting in the southeast, Petrichor, the Expendables, Sonics, Twisted, they're going to have to contest with that team, just battering them from distance, and now 777 actually going to get knocked, and Sonic's trying to make this work.
The longer this takes, the better of a position the opposing teams are going to get into. For Expendables, though, the issue is they can't back off further than they already have. They have 777 knocked. They're going to try and go for the rest. Oh, thought the angle was there. Not quite the case. We're seeing fights happen elsewhere. Mime just exactly gets inside the circle, would have to commit to resing now.
Tiggleton's got to be careful. He just might have ran into that molly, so he's not going to be able to really ADS or take this fight as he wants to. Flashes coming in. That actually landed above 777, but he's going in, trying to get the pre-fire. He's going to find him, and that is it. Sonics are out of there.
What a hold. Just very, very, very calculated fallback. One building at a time, one angle at a time. Always hold the shoulder of your teammate, so make sure no one's running backs free. Very smart approach, because Expendables only had so many angles they could do that from, where they weren't going to get shot from Na'Vi or Twisted Minds.
And the way that they win that fight is not surprising, considering how they played yesterday.
Exactly.
Right? I talked about it very briefly. Expendables have lost very few team fights in this event so far. As now Petrichor trying to make the push onto Na'Vi, but they're not in circle yet.
Nope, not yet. Na'Vi know the pressure's on them. You know, normally you'd see the team set up here, just look over the city and try and get points off of that, but they are aware that the focus has to be turned east. There are so many teams that have to find a way into the city. In the end of this circle shift, there's going to be room for only one team up on this graveyard hill, and right now there are 6 teams looking to claim it.
At the very least, though, for Twisted Minds, Loot has found a little bit of a foothold, and now it's just the rest of the team trying to hold out the rest of the Expendables as they're coming in, but Ixlef is actually going to be found by Delwyn. Again, they're just so good at fighting on the edge. This team has come to play.
It's going to be chaos, no doubt. Twisted Minds have really yet to fully aggress on this, just trying to contain, trying to make sure that no one creeps on through the fence. As long as they can contain, they can play it smart, because they already have a foot inside the next circle. So as long as they can force these opposing teams towards one another, that is a clean sweep for them. And here we go. Expendables trying to wrap further east. They can backfill on Petrichor, wrapped on in faster, but Delwyn able to take down middle.
Tanfu getting that knock. It's just down to Summer now. What can he do? The rest of the Expendables, but also Na'Vi. And here comes Twisted Minds again. They're so good, as you said, is hurting the teams away from them. They have so much control here on the south.
And just like that, team after team wiped out as both Expendables and Petrichor. Full Tyloo now creeping on in from the northern side, effectively playing the same role as Twisted Minds did just before. Now Na'Vi, all of a sudden the team with control, the team with the entire compound to play, are the team that's getting pinned in. They have to fight on both fronts, but peeking Tyloo will leave you exposed to Twisted Minds in the same way the other way around.
And we saw them try to take the fight and get that done with quickly, but they couldn't. But a nice knock coming from Alia. The trade's coming back and forth. Perfectus will be able to get res, but Na'Vi doing a hell of a job to hold. But as you said, Tyloo on the other side of this is just causing so many issues for Na'Vi.
They got space, they can wrap around. The thing is, they haven't had time to scout down below. They don't know what buildings are open and available. With shotguns, Panzerfaust, you name it, available. It's just, it's gone from being a last resort to a dead last resort to go into that city proper. In the meantime, here comes Tyloo. They are on form. So was Na'Vi yesterday. But Tyloo are on one. 6 kills, 2 players down, sure. But reses should be possible. 7 kills already make that as Tyloo just continue the power strike they're on from yesterday.
Actually, I thought with you that the reses would be possible, but it looks like Twisted Minds may not let that happen. Obviously, the blue zone grenade holding Na'Vi at bay, and they're wrapping around this building. They will get Zhao Yang, Shen as well, but the nades coming. Spyro, it's going to be on the other side of the wall, but look, Perfectus.
Oh, that's Toby. 3 kills. The smokes. The smokes are going to be there at least for a little while longer. Perfectus know they're here. There's only so many places they can be. Runs out. Shen, misses him. First time round, longs, gets shots connected. Headshot connected as well. As Perfectus is forced to back off, but instantly Spiro takes the angle. Lou now peeks on over to try and defend.
And the fact that Tyloo is still holding back Spyro and the rest of Twisted Minds with this very disadvantageous position. But look, Danawa has come now on the south side, as you pointed out, Toby.
Danawa were safe inside the city on the southern side, but they're hearing all this and saying, this is our first game, we want a piece of it, and now Twisted Minds are getting caught from behind. All these teams trying to be the third party are getting backstabbed themselves, and just like that, Na'Vi out in an instant, and just like that, almost Twisted Minds out as well, but first it's going to be Tyloo fall into the hands of Lou and Lou alone.
But now he has to deal with the very angry Danawa as they come through, cleaning beautifully, as you said, coming in from the safety of the city to sweep this and get those kills. 4 in the name of the team, 3 in the way of Inonix.
We're effectively seeing 5 of some of the best teams in this very tournament just rattle it out on this graveyard. And a good thing that a lot of these tombs seem open, because they're gonna need a lot of space to fill with all these corpses we have here on the ground. I feel like half the server just got wiped in 2 circles on this hill, and now, just now, our attention goes to the city.
That was absolutely disgusting, and we did lose some teams in the city, but the majority of the fighting was happening on that south east side, just up that hill. And now LG, a team that potentially would have loved to get those kills, they didn't have the angles.
No,
there was no way for them to get up there. And now we look at Gen G, though. 3 kills, center the circle here in Cruz.
For the sake of casting, I love it. For the sake of all other teams, I worry. The fact that Danawa gave up what was a pretty good center spot to go, we can get something even better.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about it coming into today. A lot of the Korean players will settle with what's good enough as long as they don't have to risk anything. Danawa said, hell no. We want to come off to a good start. We want to get things going early. We have Soul as the IGL, want to get him comfortable. I'm sure this is a Soul call. Sure. I'm aggressive. Sure. We want to get up there. We might not be able to get down again, but we will go aggressive. We want to fire our guns. We want to fight early on to really get things going, and they sure as hell did. 4 alive up on that hillside, but as I said, now they have to get down again.
And I can tell you as a player, especially in a group stage, it is really good to, you know what, just getting some early fights. Not necessarily hot drop, because again, I hate hot drops, but it is good to make that call, get aggressive, and I'll tell you what, when you do wipe a team, when you do find yourself taking the fight to multiple teams and coming out on top, even if you aren't able to get down that hill, that confidence, which again is incredibly dangerous on this team, is going to pay off dividends later in the event.
Now the descent isn't quite as deadly as it used to be, because you can pop a parachute as you jump on out. Having said that, though, there are a lot of players down below ready to shoot you as soon as you do. So it might be worthwhile taking the damage, because you'll be flying down faster. We'll see what Danawa ends up doing. Here they go. First parachute pop. Soul instantly headshotted by Snakers as he's torn down, taken out of the sky. But him going down allows for the rest of the team to get down the hill. They all 3 get here.
This is very dangerous, though. Question mark here on the south side of this. Still need to get in as well, so it's going to be up to LG to gatekeep as much as they can, as 3 members of Danawa are going to survive that as well.
Making that descent with 1 casualty, worth.
I would have taken that with 2, honestly.
Exactly. So now it's really on to question mark. I mean, they can wrap back down to the city where they were before. They know there's comfort down there, but similar to Danawa, question mark is a momentum-heavy team. They want to get those kills. They want to feel it right from the get-go, and it makes perfect sense. They're trying to get it here. In the meantime, now Luminosity realizing that, oh my lord, there's a lot of people coming for us, and this church ain't the best place to sit and wait for them to do so.
And I can tell you that defending this church is very difficult, let alone 1 team. Imagine 2 teams pushing on you. Other side here, Kick is going to find one, but the trade immediately comes out from Loki as Inotics now going on the other side as well as question mark. They are absolutely surrounded. Molly's all over the place, and so far they're doing a decent job. Snakers will find the headshot there, and he'll knock Inotics.
What a double headshot to come through. Such a limited angle to work with, but finds a double pop anyway. In the meantime now, question mark, similar fashion to what we saw with the Twisted Minds just before. Don't go over aggressive. Don't step in. Just allow for them to make things happen for you. Let them wound each other, and then come in for cleanup duty later.
Even still, the fact that they got off that hill 6 kills, and now they're going into a potential top 4 situation here with only 5 teams alive. Loki could make something happen. He does need to hill if he can, but he's stuck and he's not moving for a while. Meanwhile, question mark, even though they don't have a lot of kills, they have been able to actually get quite a bit of control here on this fight.
Exactly. How much are they willing to risk here at their game number 1? How much do they want? They know that if they stay outside the wall and wrap all the way north around, both Gen G and Friendify, who's sat up on the northern side, they can just chill out and shoot them as they sit there, look towards the buildings. So you'd have to imagine that with this shift going north, they have to go in. They have to commit to it. They want to see 1 knockdown. Now it's been reset. Now they know reses have come through. They will, of course, have counted the kill, so they know it's a 2 alive on one side, 1 on the other. But the difference in whether being 3 or 4 alive here in the end game can also be the question of whether you win the game or not. So for question mark, the fact that they still play passive, still play contain, very wise, knowing that there's 2 other teams with 4 alive waiting for you.
I was just about to say, because they don't know what's happening in the north side of the circle, and we do have 2 full teams. They have to be aware that that's probably going to be the case. And teams that have lost some members here is Taman taking shots towards Friendly Fire, who have done themselves an amazing job of defending from the north. So we see a P90 on Roth. That is a devastating gun to be fighting with, especially in an urban ending like this.
I mean, I feel like Friendly Fire have effectively been doing everything Gen G didn't have to. All the action, all the pressure in the city has been coming in from the east, because the circles kept shifting from the western side further towards that east. So all the players were like, oh, we'll wrap out east. No one else is going to be doing that. Yeah, everyone else was. And now, as we said, it was just a matter of time before question mark would have to at least somewhat commit. But this push around from Gen G, get out of the city, get some good off angles. We know PO likes to run around his own, and now he is doing it here again. But Flood, great read on where question mark is current position.
It's the nade. Has to be careful not to be knocked. It was just cooked a little Too short, but even still creeping up this wall, I do worry about question mark now with potentially Gen G coming on the other side of this hill.
They have to commit. Gen G's setting up down below. I think with how the circle is shrunk in now, they can't get up the hillside any longer without taking too much damage. So they want to isolate their fights. They want to wrap around. This is an effective push to try and take down Friendly Fire before they have to look up the hill, and they're executing it to perfection. PO already found 2. Now let's see if DG can push up and get the rest of them.
Roth coming in on the other side. He doesn't realize EJ is there and ready. It's just down to Pixel, and I don't know if he's gotten the res up yet. He might be all alone as DG98 coming through on the other side. Pixel will rise.
This is what Gen G does and what they do so well. Such a great up-close fighting team, but a team that don't prioritize it. A team that say, we know we're good at fighting, but we don't want to fight if we don't have to fight. But here, perfectly execution on the wraparound, finding 2. Now they have DG in on the other side, kind of mingling with the opponents. A PO setup over the top, spotting them as soon as they come on now. Pixel down to low HP.
And the amount of control, actually, I love this coming up from Gen G. They are just shredding Friendly Fires. Is just down to Pixel now. There's nothing they can do. The angles, the spread was so good.
Gen G stole Friendly Fire's playbook, read it, and set up the perfect counterplay. What a clean sweep to clear out that northern side of the city, and the circle is going to end down the hillside in their favor. This could not be set up any better for Gen G.
Well, we asked which Gen G was going to show up, and surely we see that it's the one that is going to be dominating so far in this game. As we see Loki now coming around. They'll go down, and both members of LG will die to blue.
Look at the HP. They're all sharing what looks like 50 HP in total, and just like that, one molly over the top as PO claims 3. It was a quiet game for Gen G that didn't have to do much, but when they had to make a move, when they had to bring it home, they sure as hell did.
And you were speaking about it even at the beginning of that game when we first brought up Gen G. They have the ability to fight, but when do they want to fight?
Yeah.
In this game, they absolutely chose the optimal moment to strike.
This time around, they had the benefit of not having to move far. They looted in the area, they sat tight for a while, curious to see if they can repeat this sort of performance, being the ones to have to move in. But what a hell of a performance. What a great start here for a lot of the Group C teams who hadn't played yet. Gen G, Danoa, Friendly Fire, and Question Mark as well, all up there. Most survival time on the server, only Luminosity joining them.
Yeah, even Twisted Minds was able to get some points in there. That fight on the east was absolutely disgusting, but I'm sure the desk would absolutely love to break that down as we head into the highlights.
That's right here, Gen G looking fantastic to start things off here for day 2 of the group stage. My name's Kalaris, joined by Toffees to break this one down. What a start. Cruz de Valle being forefront and center here, Toffees.
You know, just midway through that game, I was like, why are there so many teams just sitting in Cruz de Valle? Apparently they knew something that I didn't, and Gen G was one of them. They had a unique start. You pointed out to me in the green room, they kind of had a funny split where they had 2 up on the hill, 2 stayed in town to loot, sort of hold, but it worked out. And then ultimately this trap that they set for Friendly Fire to clear the north of the church approach, you see here, it was just instantaneous. Friendly Fire never stood a chance. They took over, and then they got the pleasure of being the 4-man taking out the limpers.
Focal point here, of course, the church, but not to be the winning spot here. Gen G with a great victory to start things off here for them. And I think for a lot of people around the world as well, maybe there were still some question marks around Gen G, but look, maybe PO just does sometimes PO things. I think he probably did close to 1,000 damage that game.
And it's one of those things you talk about. It doesn't matter if PO is on fire or not, he's going to turn on when the time is right. Yeah. They did that. They got kind of a slow start at PGS1. They come out and they end up walking away with 9th. They're starting stronger here. That was a really impressive game. And what I loved about it was the patience. They waited for the right moments. They engaged Friendly Fire when they had to. And then they made the move up the hill. Because that church, even though it seemed slow to start, the graveyard to the church, that transition fight was brutal. I mean, even Danoa crossed half the map so they could be involved with the church chaos.
No, absolutely. So great stuff here by Gen G. I think also when you look at how they approached other teams in a city finish scenario, they actually did a very good job of constricting other teams. I'm thinking about Friendly Fire here, who actually had quite a decent position throughout this here, Toffees, but by the end, they were just absolutely pushed to the wall.
I mean, that was it. They moved in a good spot. I don't blame them for the lack of fighting early on. They went to the north. In fact, you saw how long it took Friendly Fire to find that spot. They were just driving around. They put the crews into Valle as they drove in circles circles looking for the right spot. True. They found it, and they had the play. I think they were setting up for that push up the hill, and Gen.G just read them like a book. And the second they moved into that compound, Gen.G was ready, annihilated them. And I got to be honest, that kind of awareness is just what we've known PO for so long, and the execution by this team was beautiful.
I think there's a world where they could gain significant confidence off the back of this, you know, after having some rougher times internationally. So maybe they're able to roll with it. But other teams that need to roll with it, I think LG, we look at them eventually being able to wrestle, not even wrestle actually, they just waltzed into that church compound area.
Free church? I mean, come on. We saw it. We saw, I think it was DDT we thought would maybe go there, and they chose to go to the high ground instead. So you know Luminosity was expecting a fight when they got to the church, and the fact they got to hold it and wait, that was awesome for them.
Almost 1K coming in for PO, but 7 kills to boot here, whilst Taemin, DG, and EJ not able to put up as much, but it really doesn't matter. Again, when it comes to this, it's still a team effort. We were, you know, you brought light to the fact that they had that 2-2 split just in case Cruz became such a focal point, and I think that kind of split, I was questioning it initially, but it definitely paid dividends.
I mean, I think what we're seeing is the roster shuffling working, right? They brought EJ in to replace Foxy. He brought in something that they needed in terms of that support. Taemin, who's been playing with him for a very long time, took that sort of tour of duty last year with Bagopod, now back together, and they seem to be working well. I mean, at least in this first game.
It's going to make a lot of people excited to see PO being the man of the match here, brought to you by Quidia, because he is an all-star player. I mean, of course, there was a little bit of time where he'd gone for a little while, came back, was having fun with Begopa, but 20 points will be going the way here of Gen.G, getting that on the board. And from there on, 10 for LG. We spoke about the position that they had. Danawa.
Let's go.
I was surprised at their approach, because initially they were in Cruz, but wrapped south to try and take those fights on the ridge.
If LG and Friendly Fire woke up and choose progressive passive play, Donowich woke up and chose violence. Because they went out of their way to go ahead and fourth party that fight at the graveyard, and it worked out. They just played cleanup. They walked away with 6 kills, and sure, they didn't get the win, but they did the same thing like that LG was trying to do, which is let's just guarantee that we get those placement points, put some kills on the board.
And Onyx with 3 off the back of that as well. But as we do see here, that is interesting to see the fact that Tyloo had got themselves also 10 points on the board. So it's moved up in terms of this 2 groups to first place. Technically, that will put them 2 points ahead of Cerberus, of course, here for all of that. But I do feel like, and I'm going to pose this question to you here, Tyloo, now that they really probably don't have much pressure on their back, I feel like they're going to do pretty well today, considering there's a bit of freedom for them.
I mean, I think we saw that in that last game. They decided to come in. They took a fight that I think a lot of teams might have been a little more passive about, the aggression they came in by that graveyard. And that's fine. That's what you want. That's why you want to be ahead coming into your second day of play, because you can take risks, you can rack up kill points and say that's just enough, but more importantly, build fear, right? Remember that time that Inonix knocked, I think it was a 3v1 and he wiped Luminosity? The guys tell me to this day they still have trouble peaking Inonix in a fair trade because that sticks in your head. I think Tyloo is building a legend.
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised. And speaking of legends, here is Gen.G looking poised and good to go for the start of day number 2. What a booster that has got to be coming into the second day here, as everybody's talking about Danoa. Everybody's talking about how Salute going to look and everything like that. Gen.G quietly slides on in and says, we'll take the first win.
It is. I will say this, though. First game, Circle an anomaly. I don't see that Circle very often. It's strange that we get to sort of see it goes that far north on multiple shifts. This is another team. You talked about QM and what you want to see for them today. They had a great game. I feel like they stood out.
They're patient, man. They are patient. They generally will get themselves to the late game as 4, and from there, they're able to finish off games usually. Now, of course, it didn't go their way this time around. I think they had a slightly disadvantageous position. That's a word.
Right. Disadvantageous. I take it. It is now.
But there's definitely a world where I see them continuing to do that kind of thing.
And I think they answered some, not to question marks, about coming in and making those plays. You said Best Lock finds the big guns, and they needed a confidence builder in game 1. So I think that's a really good pickup for them. By the same token, we're going to see a little more action. We need Twisted Minds to start to have themselves a good game right now. Sonics, I did not see what I wanted to see out of them in that first game.
It was slow, yeah.
I was worried about that coming into this. I think they need to build momentum. That first game was a bit of a letdown.
Definitely so. I mean, a few of us have our Sonics players on our teams and seeing how they're going to actually fare here for fantasy. But yeah, there's still some expectations on them, even though it's probably been kind of tempered somewhat compared to previous internationals, as they have themselves a bit of a rough time to start things off. But I do have a question whilst we're looking at all of these teams. I want to deviate off this a little bit. DD team. Were you a fan of their emergency drop timing or not so much a fan? What were your thoughts?
You know, I think you pointed out that they did it consciously. They chose to have the emergency pickup come in as the sort of circle closed. And I think it was too late. I think if you're going to make that drop, maybe you go outside the circle to the north and try to come in behind Gen G. But I am a fan of that they took a risk. They said, we're not just going to sit here on the edge. We're not just going to die to the blue. We're not going to be bleed out one by one. We're going to take the E-pick up, and we're going to put ourselves in a spot that could win, or we lose extravagantly. But we're going to take a risk. And we saw Tyloo do that yesterday. It worked for them and set them on a path to greatness. Didn't work for DT. Maybe next time it will.
I agree with you. All right, let's get to it. Game number 2. We're going to Miramar once again. Toby and Godspeed, bring us the desert.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you so much, Toughies. Yes, we are here once again. The last time for this day on Miramar. Last plane was very northeastern skewed. This time around, we head a bit further west, Godspeed. So everyone is being pleased today.
Yeah, the gods have pleased a little bit of everyone. But yeah, the East not necessarily too cut off. Same as the last game. Most teams were able to stretch where they wanted to. My eyes are glued to San Martin, though. I really want to see what Day Trade is going to do on this.
Yes. Are they committing? Are they going through with it? I'm not seeing them out of the plane. Yes, now there they go. So there might just be a case where, you know what, we'll risk 2 games. We'll risk a double Miramar. We still have another 10 to play in the group, so why not try and show DD team that the fact that they just beat us 4-0, that's a one-time thing.
This is luck. It was just a lucky draw.
just luck. They didn't take any casualties. They got lucky. They got lucky.
Cleanest swipes I've seen. But yeah, you know what? You said it last game, though. If there's ever a time to hot drop, it would be in the first couple games of group stages.
Exactly.
So you know what? Day Trade, they did catch that 4-0L, but maybe they can turn this one around as they are going to contest yet again on DD team.
Splits are the same this time around too, as DD team ups to cross the road, try and kind of pin them in, hurt them inside the middle building here. And
there's a gun I haven't seen used in a long time.
Yeah, it seems to me like this time around. This time around, Day Trade does claim the building for themselves. They took a few casualties in the previous one and ended up being the ones pushing it, but now here we are. Bilmuth sharing a building with Spaceman as he has found himself a Tommy gun. We saw Tommy gun kills in yesterday's games. Not something you see too often. Here we might be blessed with a Uzi one as the first circle takes us far over to the west.
Yeah, Uzi is actually just such a nasty gun to use early. It just shreds. That 9mm is very dangerous coming out of that weapon, even just naked without any attachments at all. But Spaceman is actually going to be able to cross back over towards his team, and now this is what interests me about this the most. Are they going to back off? Which team is going to press the issue, or do they just leave this?
Let's put it this way. They have a very, very good fire escape in the sense that they are sat furthest west. Their vehicle spawns on the west side of the city, and the circle is in that direction. So DD team, we know you are the team that likes to be the nuisance of others. We know you're the team that likes to loot edge, and now, for reasons, you are in the center. But what are you going to do? And Mamo, what are you going to do with the Panzerfaust?
Oh, the Panzerfaust.
Panzerfaust in buildings just screams like suicides to me. You're like, oh, wait, right, I keep forgetting the damage behind me if I use it up against the wall.
Yeah, Panzers have been, at least even just playing in pubs has been such a pain to deal with, especially if you're trying to breach a building. But yeah, it does look like DD2 is actually just holding this nice wide swath of area, right? They have Cold going all the way to the north, and they have Spaceman actually setting up in the south.
Yeah, and see LG starting to flex in this direction as well. Flood peeking on over. Didn't get as much playtime as he wanted yesterday, and maybe now this is him saying, you know what, I want to feel warm as well. I want to go out here and get a few shots in down towards the Martin. Little to no risk involved with it myself, so might as well to see what I can find. I don't know, maybe he found himself a good scope and the DMR, so he'll be able to join the fight in the city down below.
I will say, at least, you know, it wasn't a terrible game for LG. They didn't manage to make it in the top 4. They did get some kills as well. That was a very difficult push to hold from 2 separate teams on Church, so I don't blame them at all. Not a bad start for LG. I would love to see that consistency continue, especially if they can steal some of these kills from DD Team or Daytrade.
The fact is, if you make your way to that stage of the game when you're as good at closing out games as Luminosity is, you're gonna get wins. Like, it's like, sure, one of them every now and again will be that, oh, we got 4th place and 1 kill, it's only a 5-point game, but more often than not, when you're a team like that, they will convert.
Well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we may have an interview here with this gentleman right here, Zhao Yang.
Love to hear what he has to say. But we'll keep talking until it pops up on our screen. Again, a player who has joined the Shen train and now is a hell of a player. So let's see exactly what this Phantom has to say.
变化还是有的，就是每个人都愿意配合得更默契了一点。其实最大的变化还是我们打得更有侵略性了一点吧，以前打得太过。
That was in a language I do not speak.
Enlightening.
So please, Godspeed, translate.
It was
to me
very enlightening.
Said.
He was basically saying, "Look, we are the best. We are going to continue to have this success. And everyone else sucks."
Yeah, I mean, it's usually I see the majority of Chinese players as more humble than that, but if that's what he finished up, I mean, if
may have taken some liberties.
If you're telling me that's what he was saying, I believe you. And you know what? With how he's been fighting so far, no one's really been posing a big threat to him, so maybe he just thinks everyone else sucks. That's not out of the question. we'll of course hope that we can get the proper interview rolling as we make our way further here into game number 2 of day number 2.
As I said, I may have taken some liberties with that interview, but no, honestly, Zhao Yang has just been amazing again. We talked so much about Shen and how good he's been on that team, but really, Zhao Yang has just been amazing. He's been consistent as well.
And for a roster, I mean, to continue kind of down the same storyline that we talked about with D Plus and other teams who lack that one player, when you then do have one, but only have one, you're also putting so much pressure on that one guy to perform, because if he doesn't go out and does everything right, the team crumbles. Like, that is immense pressure to put on one person, whether that's the IGL or just your main fragger entry, whatever it may be. So the fact that other players are now starting to, in this case Xiao Yang, but other players are going out showing, Chen, don't worry, buddy, I'll take the load off your shoulders every now and again and kind of put the carry hat on myself. I love to see that, and I think if that's becoming a trend on Tyloo, where we're seeing not only Xiao Yang, but other teams, other members of the team start to kind of back up Shen in some of the fights they're taking, which we have already seen in this tournament, Tyloo might just be one of the next big threats out of China.
Yeah, Longs and 755 as well have been putting in work in this event for them as well. And I will say is, from experience, that the mental relief you get when your teammates are actually starting to put in work, you're like, okay, I don't actually need to do everything. I can trust my teammates to make this play or to hold our flank or to support when needed. So that's going to be huge for Shen and Zhao Yang as well.
Sure is. Now, as everyone is rabbing on over towards the western side of the map, trying to find locations to call there, and see Page just checking.
Glad they drove through that.
Yeah, making sure. Gotta get all the checkpoints down, you know. There are rewards to be claimed off of getting all of them in one game. Of
course.
Which I don't think anyone has ever done. But let's see now as the pushes continue once again. Last game it was Daytrade who put on the aggressive. This time around it is as well Flash, opting to aggress with the Orc over the Panzer. Oh, as I say that, he swaps on over. Oh no. And there's a guy upstairs. And they have no clue. Oh no. The thing is, he's gonna flick whenever he gets surprised and just spam that straight into a wall and kill himself. Are you
We will
ready?
see as he goes through the shotgun, immediately gets the bucket, he gets the double cold! He will find Belmov and Flash.
Hashtag denied on entry as they come around with shotgun versus shotgun battle. Pochus has something to say about the shotguns in the hands of Cold as he takes one down in return. They have to be fast with the rest, so no one has to come over and assist. But is he going to go close or is he going to stay at a distance, off-angle position, try and catch them on approach? I actually don't mind the fact that he's not grouping up with the teammates. Even though the rests will take longer, stay at an off-angle, catch them off guard when they get there.
Puchu should be the one, one of the members should be able to res that as they have the angle. As you said, Norris is going to find a beautiful call, Toby, and that is going to be huge for Daytrade as they will be able to recover the knock
and it's such an obvious thought, right? DD team goes, we knock 2, they're 2 alive, they're going to both be resing. But Norris sticks around for a little while longer, but here comes Spaceman, the sneaky man around the back up by the road. Norris still not at the point from where he can hear the footsteps, and if he goes as slow as he does here, I don't think he ever will until the backstab comes through. Mamu does get flushed. One of the star players of the DD team, but Norwich now looking the other way around. Don't think he saw anything or heard anything, just being very cautious, knowing that this is a big city and the wraparound potential is always there.
Here comes the interesting psychology behind this as well. If you're a team like Daytrade, who did get wiped for, okay, Olympus is gonna find Roth here.
Is it? Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but...
Back to your point.
Yeah, back to my point. Fortunate is also Roth, my friend.
We get interrupted by these guys every now and again, but we'll get back. There you go.
But yeah, the psychology behind this, right? Daytrade got wiped clean 4-0 in the first drop. Yeah. And now look at it. They have 4 live, and they now have the advantage as well on DD Team. So now the ball is actually in DD Team's court.
And they will have to play each other again tomorrow.
Yes, they will.
More Miramar games are about for these guys. Could be fun if you have a 4-0 versus a 4-0 to see what's going to happen coming into tomorrow. But if I know DD Team right, at least, they're going to commit to it all the way through. In the meantime now, here comes Flash with his Panzerfaust.
And he does not put that down.
It just looks off. And there you go, nice catch.
Goodness.
I think that's Norrens hearing the steps on the outside, calling that to the team. He said, I heard something, I don't have an angle, can you check it? Belmuth swings, spots him instantly, and now Emo hearing the footsteps of them going back the other way as well. Oh, the timing is just off. Here's the footstep of them crossing on over as well, but no angles for him to see, and just like that, Emo pick, well, he's a lonely pick.
Yeah, lonely pig indeed. And the problem with these angles as well is even if he does get the knock, he won't be able to get a flush. So he's going to need to wait as he hears them coming in to do the most damage he can, Toby.
I don't like... Okay, yeah, I was just going to say I don't like them flexing out. I don't like them spreading out. Just saying, he's probably left by now. Look at how thinly spread they are. Good thing that he fell behind a wall, Belmont, because when you're 4v1, you cannot lose players. And Emo Pig might be a solo player, but he's packing a punch. Good thing Flash gets the peek around the corner there in the end, and they will come out victorious. So Daytrade down 16th in the previous one. This time around, they say no.
So it's been a straight clean wipe for both teams.
One apiece as well.
Yep. DD Team and Daytrade have traded, so I do imagine we will see them again.
New circle pops as well as we head further towards the west. A lot of unplayable terrain in this one, and a team that we pretty much didn't mention at all in the previous game, E-Arena, has sat dead center, and we'll see what they can make of it. It's not always that the center, I mean, oftentimes center is amazing, but this time around there ain't a whole lot to play in that center, as our eyes are on Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, two of the best teams out of EMEA, trying to make their way towards the circle. But right now, Twisted Minds are trying to deny Na'Vi entry, and I like it because they're not grouped up yet. They cannot allow for Na'Vi to think for a second that they have the upper hand here, which they kind of would have. But speaking of upper, Petulance back where he belongs.
To see him up
he gets like +3 aim whenever he's up in a mountain.
They need to put like some sort of spray or something. Whoa, speaking of spray, Loki's gonna take the shots here at Americano coming in. D plus Kia just wildly sending.
Are they committing to this?
I think.
They have one up close. Minura is there, able to get the knock and pushes on in as well. Danova not ready for this one, but as I say that, Anonix swings, finds one. Damage done on towards Stava as well as Soul. The second wraparound bite the attention. Keep him off guard for a little while longer. Soul finds him in return, but Anonix falls too. So damage done on both sides as Anonix does get flushed.
And that was just a wild set just down to Zenith now as Danawa is trying to clean this up. Loki should be able to get res, but maybe that's just down to Soul right now. This is a one-on-one.
Doesn't have the angle, and now Forrest going, oh,
that should
everyone's dying over here. Yeah, that should be a Nate right on point. Nope, let's say that Zenith able to back off of it, but damage has been done on both fronts. Even if Soul gets Loki up here, I feel like there's so much attention on those teams right now, because again, as we said, there's only so much you can play in this area of the map that I think neither of these two teams are bound for placement points.
I think Friendly Fire as well has kind of caught wind of this fight happening, and you also see Forrest trying to maybe get a peek at what's happening over here. Zenith doing his best to stay alive. Pixel should be able to find it.
There you go.
And he does.
No, he found it! What? He got so right before he died, and therefore both of them are out. Wow.
What a heads-up play from Zenith, though.
Korean collateral damage at its best, as they both say, if I go down, I take you down with me.
The fact that he knew he was getting shot from a different angle, he committed to that spray, and he finds it on Soul, was very well played.
They knew they had an unfinished knock. They knew that that kill right there is worth 2 points. It was going to be a salvage game regardless. He was one alive in a position where he was bound to be crashed eventually. If he can get 2 points with 2 bullets, that's worth it. And wow, Zenith, what a way to just salvage.
Yeah, that was, I mean, obviously they don't want to go out early, but if you're going to go out early, that was a immaculate save coming out from Zenith, and nice little pickup from Friendly Fire as well.
I mean, a 0-point game converted to a 3-point game. That over the course of 12 games, that can get you very safely into winners brackets. So I should say they'll be taking that
very
all
safely.
day. Well, I mean, yeah, this is where Panzerfausts come in play, and I'm like, don't be. Just the whole. I mean, 4 in a car was never a good idea.
No.
But now that they have a weapon that can one-shot 4 in a car, that's just even worse.
I think, does the bus have enough health to survive one, though? I think it
I feel
might.
like the damage alone from the Panzerfaust kills the people inside the car.
Oh, I think you're right.
Even if even if the vehicle
Right.
survives.
The vehicle will survive, but they will not.
And it's a pretty big target to hit. You don't have to headshot them or
It's
anything.
also
You just gotta
very
hit
slow.
the bus. That's it. That's the thing. So hopefully they'll be swapping vehicles over as to get closer. Circle centers up. I don't want to say kind of as expected, because this one could really have gone anywhere, but we're centering up, and so will everyone else after. The next circle should take us over towards none other than Gen G. So we'll see if they can somehow back-to-back. So right now the position is looking very, very good.
And this is just such an awkward circle to play on the western wall. There's really not that much to play. As you see, the Expendables trying to get into a dip, but Tai Lu is so ready to receive this.
It's such a weird situation where you have plenty of space on the south, but as you can see here, there's nothing in the south to be played around. Everyone knows that what little there is down here is already taken, which is why you're seeing teams forced to take fights in areas of the map they normally would have never even been in. So everything on the edge is taken, with the exception of one of the north side compounds. Gen G had it in their split before, but thankfully now realize and call it early, saying we could stay, but then we're bound to lose players. And if there's one thing Gen G doesn't like to do in the early game, then it's lose players unnecessarily.
And they're fairly good at actually keeping those players alive. When they die gloriously with 4 up. So.
Gloriously, I don't know, but they die together, that's for sure.
But yeah, Tai Lu is still trying to take shots. The Expendables will actually make it to where they were trying to play, but that position Tai Lu holds is actually so good for anyone trying to rotate on that road, which is why they take it. And then the other side of that, you have E-Arena as well. And Dates right now running right into Na'Vi, and they will find 2 an example in Mel.
How do they get 2 off that car pull up? They go, here comes the train,
The
and
slowest
just
car of
like
all time.
that, Na'Vi loses 2. So Uber, they lost Ali earlier as well. Uber solo player left alive, trying to wrap north around, but he's going to be running straight into Forest. But then again, I mean, yesterday we saw Uber go from, I think it was actually 12 teams alive and finish 4th. Only thing is, this time around, he does have a whole city to hide in. So we'll see. Adusi must at least have heard him, but how actively will Question Mark go out and try and find him? That's going to be the question.
The other issue is him just getting in. He's scouting right now, looking for any position to play, and there really isn't much. A solo could find a dip off the southwest of that crossroads, but friendly fire is going to hear that vehicle, as will everyone else. I'd be surprised if he even makes it in, but Uba has done some pretty incredible things solo before. As you said yesterday, going from 12th place to 4th is not bad, as he saved them with a few kills and placement points.
Na'Vi and Uba in particular. I mean, Uba has been doing this when he was on Face Clan in the past as well. He is so good at punishing. He is so good at punishing other people's mistakes. He doesn't need to set up a good play, but if someone does something stupid or uncalculated or just based off of misinformation, he will punish it every single day. There's a reason why he was the mini master, even before the mini was a proper thing. He just farmed people, and we're like, wait, how does Face have 7 kills already, and Uba has 6? And like, oh wait, they haven't even been close to anyone, but he just punishes people for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And even as a solo, he could still potentially go out and get 2 or 3 kills with very little risk involved himself here.
I can say, being on the receiving end of Uba's mini, it's not great. It's definitely not a fun time, especially when he was on phase.
This is an interesting circle shift. Tai Lu sat that center there, going to be all kinds of happy with that, as we see Twisted Minds finally getting inside the circle here. But there's a lot of unplayable terrain in the center of this one. Up on that hillside, it's going to be hard to play around. A stage trade as well, try to make their way in, but we're reaching a point now where everyone is jammed so close to one another, and when the edge of circle is this open road, you're bound to see casualties.
Especially with a strong team. Oh, what a spray on the Poochus! Doozy is going to find that beautifully, and he's going to get the flush eventually. Actually, hopefully it's not stolen here, but look at this. The rest of Day Trade now coming in. Very dangerous, and he's going to find another one in the nade! What a play from a Doozy!
If he didn't have to reload, you just see over the first double headshot coming through, he's dialed in. The second car barely comes in vision before they're taken down. If he could have reloaded, that would have been a triple. Holy moly, a Doozy is on one today.
So I had the option of putting Phil first or a Doozy up.
Yeah, I had a Doozy for a short while as well.
Man, mistakes were made. A Doozy is absolutely dialed in, as you said, now taking shots at Uba coming in. Will he find this one? Oh, Phil will find that, but what an absolute devastating devastating hold on rotations here on the north side and question mark, but I'm now glued to Genji right at the edge of circle.
Next team on the board, or next team to have to play control here is, this time around is actually going to be friendly fire. They could just allow them to wrap around, but they don't want to have them go through, or at least do as much damage to them as you can before you have to make the move yourself. Olympus falls down, Master is down to low HP, and they still have Scabby kind of caught down behind this vehicle. Nate should be able to do it to him. Yeah, that Nate is going to be good. It's going to be close. Doesn't going to take him all the way down. Thank you, Monto, for trying to apply some suppressive fire, but I don't think Scabby is going to survive.
How is he alive?
I mean, he's not going to be for much longer, surely. And a Doozy finds Flash as well. Might as well just take out the entire team.
Just for posterity at this point. I mean, the fact that Doozy has pretty much picked apart Day Trade, as Pixel will find the knock on a Master, and they're going to go off that. And I love this aggression. Again, friendly fire, when they are dialed in and when they're feeling good, they will push and they will find that aggression. And a knock actually coming from Phil first.
Across at the top of the map finds one. They heard the commotion over here and they wanted a piece of the point pie. And that's a friendly fire now. They know they have to deal with forwards before they can go further forward, and they are very, very secure in having to take this fight. They know exactly where they have him. As I say that though, Sharp Shot does get naded, does get taken down. Master creeping further forward, takes a headshot from Filbers, but finds the double immediately after. The swing just to go down to the blue as Forrest falls in return. What a hero play from Master to take down two with him.
And that was beautiful. I was just talking about how good friendly fire is in these positions when they have the knock and they push that, but man, Forrest turning that around, and if you're gonna die, taking out a team with you is the way to go. They got the kill points and the placement point there. Beautiful
That was
stuff.
huge. That was the best you could make of a somewhat troublesome situation. Circle swing south, Twisted Minds going, well, I mean, we were hoping to get the circle close to us. Wasn't expecting to actually be in it. So they have the dip. They can play around on the southern side, and everything outside of that is just gonna be open, terrible fields to have to try and maneuver.
And really, again, the northeast, Toby, is just so stacked. Sonics, Genji, Luminosity now have to start moving into this, and there is something to play, but they're going to actually end up being right on top of Petrichor once they do inevitably make it into circle.
Fights will have to come to an end quickly for these teams to start focusing inward. E-Arena, aware of this, trying to push forward. Nice defensive smoke being lobbed up there with the smoke grenade launcher. I believe that was Doozy saying, you only have one angle to peek us where you're safe. If we block you off, you're forced to go back down. Doozy and Question Mark don't want to take this fight to E-Arena right now. They just want to focus inward. They want to maneuver and say, let's just right in side by side, because E-Arena is that much closer to the opponents. So let them take the majority of the fire coming their way. And well, we went from Korean action. Let's watch NA find each other.
Oh, look, it's my friends as they are now fighting in this very awkward elevation here on the northeast side of the circle. And again, they're gonna have to contest with multiple teams. Shrimsy, what a turn though. Relo will find that knock, but Huynh is right behind them.
What a spin, and that's a weird angle to have to spin to straight up in the air. He goes, finds the double headshot over the top, and that's one more down. Shrimsy only knock so far though. For Sonic should be able to get the rest on up. As Flood, fortunately for Sonic, is kind of holding off Gen G, at least to the best of his ability. It was just before, so they're going to be wrapping further around than what they would necessarily have to. The issue is these rocks are sharp and steep as hell, so they're not easy to maneuver. So Gen G, if they want to be part of this fight, it's going to take them a while to get here.
I also just may have saw an MG42. Yep, in Pio's hands. That gun, if you don't know, is disgusting. Variable fire rate, but Pio's actually going to get knocked immediately by Flood. The headshot trade from EJ, and Flood doing everything that he can, but it's actually going to be Sonics with the assist.
The ultimate cleanup duty is set up by Sonics. Flood said, guys, I did as much as I could. Now it's on you. EJ is still alive, but with the circle closing in and phase 5 being on us, it is going to be difficult, if not near impossible, for them to get that in mind. But what an EJ again! What's with the turns as he finds the second as well? What a hell of a performance as we see Question Mark fall off screen. Lyric ran over at Doozy and Phil first and got Dante as well. We're seeing this entire northern side of the circle get absolutely shredded to pieces.
And as we're talking about, this is the symptom of this circle with so little to play. These teams are forced to fight. And look, Sonics will find a little bit of a reprieve here, but Tai Lu just in the distance should have the angles. Oh, Win, careful now.
EJ did Sonic so dirty on this. Imagine them having that hill with 4 alive. Wow, they could have wrapped back down on the eastern side, come in on the other side, and now what could have been a massive game for Sonics. Don't get me wrong, 7 kills on the top 5 placement is still huge, but they fall. What a turn. Again, awkward angle straps to flick, but we see it time and time again. These guys on LAN, global setting, they don't care. They will play the best PUBG they can.
Between EJ and then Relo's flick earlier, we saw just straight up is disgusting. And oh, this is that crash.
The follow-up pull-up, that is amazing.
Larix with 3 though, yeah, he will clean that up. And now on the south side, we do look at Twisted as well as the Expendables. And the problem here is even if either one of these teams is able to get the flush and the knocks on the enemies, rotating in is going to be very difficult, especially with Tyloo's position.
Yep, Tyloo ate a couple of circles yesterday and seems like they're still hungry for more as this one swings up towards the north. That car has about 3 bullets left in it before it blows up, so we'll see what they can make happen. I like that Twisted Minds moves early. They have to move early. They have to get here before Expendables possibly can. And look at the amount of damage coming through as Longs through the smoke finds the first.
And the distance, Tyloo has just been harassing. They have 5 kills, but I'm very curious to see what their damage is actually all about, as they are just peppering the Expendables here. They're not even in circle here, and they're pulled up right above Twisted.
Another team who has 0 points so far, but we cannot take out of the equation is Petrichor. They're set in the compound. They haven't had to move much this game, so helmets, vests, ammo, utility, all should be in good shape. But as you're saying, I mean, this Expendables push in just seems to be Tyloo points in the making.
It's unfortunate is the word that I would use there for the Expendables, as they did their best. But again, playing on this west wall is so difficult because, as you see, there is just not much terrain. On top of the fact, when you have a team like Tyloo sitting center compound with sightlines onto pretty much everything. But I am very curious to see how Petrichor does approach this again, with the utility, with the lack of being harassed, and the fact that their armor is still in good shape.
It's an awkward open angle for them to run in from, though, as they have to make their way around that southern side of the hill, straight up. I mean, you can see this open field here. Thank you, observers, again. Eventually, they will have to pass through the field up towards Tyloo, but you have Twisted Minds and E-Arena on the other side, just sat there saying, oh, please do. Please do. We're wounded. We've been fighting all game. Now it's our turn to sit back. Now it's our turn to sit back and shoot at moving targets like you've been doing all game long.
At the very least for Twisted, though, they do have that ridge to work with, so they are hidden from Tyloo if they want to make some sort of push onto E-Arena.
And for Petrichor, this is a case of we do not go anywhere until we're forced to. Everyone right now essentially eating their fourth of the circle, saying, dear PUBG gods out there, if there's a time to give us a circle, now would be it. If it goes west of the road, it would have to really swing, but if it goes over here, both the Arena and Twisted Minds, despite being duos, could actually look primed to fight this one out. And if it goes south, it's all kinds of hell for Tyloo. So everyone is going to wait for those extra 5 seconds to see where this next one takes us.
Yeah, given the correct circle, Twisted and E-Arena could absolutely take control of this game, even with all the control that Tyloo had. But this is going to set her right up on their compound. And so realistically, the onus is on Twisted. It is on E-Arena. And Petrichor actually with a good angle here, they can just kind of sit back.
And that's the thing. They don't, as long as they can deal with E-Arena and Twisted Minds before being envisioned to Tyloo, it's good for them. Exactly. The thing, had this circle been just 10 meters further towards the northern compound, Petrichor would have been in all kinds of trouble. You've been in the case now where like, we got to send it now. Like, this is our chance to 4v4 until these other 2 teams on the other side engage on us. But because they have literally a meter or 2 to work with, that would be around 6 to 8 feet for you Americans out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Because they have this little bit of extra space to maneuver, you can see how they're setting up here. They want to take out the duos. They don't want to get bit in the butt by all these snakes roaming in the fields. They want to deal with them and say, great, this is not going to be a good 4v4 for us regardless, but at least now it's a 4v4. Now it's just the compounds that we have to worry about.
As you said, exactly. They can focus on the teams on the west, and they don't need to move on top of the fact they have vehicles. So if they do need a desperate send later, the fact that Mill has an ARM is going to be very devastating as well if they can get a knock later in the fight for Tyloo.
And then to go back to the talk of them not having to really fight a whole lot in the previous states of this game, these are small buildings. 1 or 2 blue zone nades, you're isolating an entire building on approach. So if you have one guy lobbing blue zone nade forwards, a car crashing in at the same time, that's you getting a not guaranteed entry obviously, but a somewhat safe at least approach towards the building. And you can see that's kind of what they're setting up now. They found some
actually
some crate vehicles. Really. I mean, they all got cars. They all got cars, but they're waiting, of course, still for the final circle. Again, as long as they're inside the circle, they're not in a hurry. I think this is the same case for everyone. Get those knocks, remove some helmets, but they're not in a hurry. They'll wait 45 seconds if they have to hope that the final circle swings out of the compound.
Yeah, and Twisted obviously want to take what little position here that E-Arena have, even though There really isn't much play. There's a dip. They could use their vehicles, but they're now starting to come in. They know that they have to get rid of this duo. As they left. Yep, Perfectus is going to go down. But realistically, what play does Twisted have? This is pretty much it. Blue might actually be able to survive where he is. He will.
Yes.
Never mind.
The attention is on them now. I like the idea that Twisted tried to make something happen there, but Arena, a bigger kind of dip for them of gutter, essentially, to work with on that side of the road. They had the cars already there. They had the rock as well. Twisted Minds were like, either we're going to prone this one out or we're going to get shot in a second. And you can see this exactly the same thing happening. That's the thing. Arena going to fall for this one. Yes, there's no reason for them to give those 3 points away. Now, this is what Petrichor wanted. This wait it out. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay, 4v4 is on our hands. How do we approach this one? The final circle has popped. It's ending outside of the houses. So say, guys, it's an open field. Look at this approach they have. Once they leave Tyloo, it's going to be so hard.
If Petrichor can somehow just put some damage and pressure onto Tyloo, they may be able to take a little bit of that center circle. You can see with the smokes, they're actually trying to do so right now, creating a wall for them to start to close this one out.
Apply pressure, yes, but one thing here. Summer cannot get knocked.
No, he cannot.
He is the off-angle player. They know he's there. They saw they can't get over. If he falls, that is an entire open angle for Tyloo to wrap into. And with the changes that have come through, I talked with Ixleft coming into yesterday's games, with the changes that have come through in the team, Summer, former IGL on 4AM, now with the changes from New Happy and 4AM, now he's the IGL on their team. If the IGL falls here, that could be terrible. But here comes Petrichor Road. They want to go full speed forward. They want to take matters into their own hands.
Yes, they do. And CU will actually make it in. And as we talked about, blue zone grenades, but actually being used on the side of Tyloo is now three members of Petrichor just on this small one-story building. Zhao Yang, the only one in front, and the nades are doing a massive amount of damage to Petrichor.
The fact that only one falls there is huge. They were all four sat on top of each other, but Mill springs out, able to take one down in return. Xiao Yang falls. We've seen the impact that Xiao Yang has had here in these late game scenarios. So having him fall early is terrible for Tyloo. Does he commit to the rest here? He might just, because they're going forward on the other side too. And it's going to end outside the city as well.
This actually is starting to favor Petrichor a little bit, though, because of the fact that, they have that still knock on a Zhao Yang, and they were able to get that member up. And so the nade, Summer will find 755, but the trade with Shen.
Couldn't commit to the rest, though. Xiao Yang is still down, so it's a 2 versus 2. The aggressive side is on the side of Petrichor. Shen peeks on over, does find one. Summer finds one on the approach, spots Shen on the other side of the car. Right in the cover that he needs, but falls. In return, and just like that, a 1v1. Chewy is going for the rest and long slows as he has to execute now. You can see he's crawling around Summer, trying to feed in for a cross, but it's not working on Tyloo. Currently at 10 kills, but the rest has come through for Chewy.
And they have to wait. Ixleft, yep, just needed a heal so they could go for that trade. They're going to end up finding it, and Petrichor will take that from the most disadvantageous position. They waited, as you said, and they were patient, and what a strike with those smokes.
They jumped over the top to get the killing blow onto Tyloo, a team who has been playing so well. And there you go, there's the jump shot. Thank you, Ixleft, for showcasing it in person as well. Many people doubted Petrichor coming into this tournament, but now, with Summer in the lead, with Ixleft, I talked to him, he said him being now allowed to just focus on what he does best.
Yes.
Fracking. We saw it here as well. Whenever he doesn't have to worry about what the rest of the players are doing, but just focus on his crosshair placement, he is terrifying.
Yeah, and it goes back to what Gustav was saying. When you're able to stop IGLing, when you're able to just be that fragger, it works out. But we're going to head to the highlights and the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, it's the highlights here, and the analysis brought to you by STC Players. We've got ourselves Petrichor Road looking awesome on the breach here against Tyloo. Joining me, Toffees, to talk about this game, and I did not think Petrichor was going to be able to make it happen here against Tyloo, but they did.
I didn't either. We saw the Tyloo catching circle after circle. They were set up defensively. Petrichor had to stop pushes. They had to eliminate everybody else, and then they make that push. And honestly, when they missed those blue zone grenades, I thought that's it. Tyloo's got this, and they didn't, because Petrichor stuck the res and then got to push a 2v1, and it was just brilliantly executed.
That double BZ, if they were able to hit the building, I think that Petrichor's in all sorts of trouble, but not to be as we take a look at these highlights. Some great fights going on. Rello with the flick against them. I loved this push by Arena as well. Hitting the car, eliminating some of that cover straight away. A stroke of genius.
And it was the only play available. That got them into the top 4 because that spot was the only option they had. They played a push that I think most teams would have hesitated to even try, and they executed. Then we go here. We got to see Shen putting in a ton of work in that game, and that's where I thought, oh man, Tyloo has got this thing. These guys seem unstoppable, but somehow Petrichor closes the gap. They go to a 1v1, and then the jump shot at the end. Beautiful way to execute the finish.
Ike's left as well with the cheeky jump shot on the stage. Yeah. He understands. He knows exactly what's going on there. And I think it boils down to, I mean, of course, Tyloo looked great, but Petrichor now there as well. Tough is, China is looking awesome.
They are currently, dominating, and there's no way around it. They came in, they got 3 wins yesterday. They're already off to an insane start right now. I don't know how you stop them.
No, it might be difficult considering what we're seeing. Of course, early days. Early days here. Miramar's looking great for them to get things rolling. Let's talk about some of the other scenarios that actually go on here, though, as well. For the North American teams coming across the hills against teams like Gen G, for example. Getting crunched down a little bit, but overall, some really good shots back and forth.
To be clear, they didn't come across the hills to Gen G. Gen G saw some American teams fighting and thought, hey, that looks tasty. Just like in the last game, they went in there and tried to clean it up. Sonics, I think, got the jump on everybody from that high ground position. And that was, again, there was a good spot. If the circle had gone in that direction, they're in a good position. Again, we thought Gen G, I thought for sure, top 5 in this game. They've got a really good position. Shifts away to where they were, and Tyloo just collected those circles, and everyone else had to struggle.
Losing an Inonix early here in this kind of game does hurt them a little bit, I suppose. But you would think, as you said, that that's a great spot for them to start their campaign on a game like this, or at least guarantee themselves a top 5. So,
but I like that they stayed proactive. Even when they missed that shift, they went and they found their fights and they found those points.
All right, well, here's the numbers coming in. The scores on the doors as Pero here, Petrichor Road, get themselves 7 kills. But again, Tyloo 10. And it's the Shen Zhangyang kind of show here between those two, looking unbelievable.
It's like it really is the young and old together. These guys, tons of experience, up-and-coming all-star, playing so well at the same time.
If I had to be critical, though, whilst we take a look at Petrichor Road, allowing Petrichor Road up to that compound the way they did, not hitting their shots, they should at least come in with 1 or 2 knocked, right?
I do believe there's a danger to catching circles, right? I think they were a little bit kind of they sat there for 3 rotations. They didn't have to go out and be active. Petrichor, on the other hand, was fighting tooth and nail for a very long time. And this is important. As we look at this screen, I have a big shout out for Petrichor. I felt there were rumors that they were unprepared, that they were not feeling that like super great coming into this event. If you looked at the drop discords, every time someone challenged them for a drop, they crossed it out and went somewhere else. They changed their drop 4 times coming into today. And so I expect that, usually that's an indicator of maybe not weakness, but a reticence to take some fights.
Well, actually, now that you mentioned that, as we take a look at our man of the match brought to you by Quidia, it's Ike's left. And considering we saw Pio into Ike's left, we're getting the all-stars here to get things going at the beginning of the day. But what you were saying about the drop spots, usually when I think about Petrichor Road coming into internationals, I think stubborn play. And actually, this is a bit of a mature shift, I would say, from them to say, okay, we're not going to take these crazy hot drop scenarios, and it looks like it's paying off so far.
And I think you're right. I think I, like many, read it as a sign of weakness, that their stubbornness had sort of waned, but I think it is. Maybe it's a sign of maturity and a willingness to make a difficult choice, and it worked right now. It's, again, game 2. We'll see what happens.
51 points on the board for Petrichor Road, now finding themselves in 5th place. Meanwhile, Tyloo is just loving life and having a nice time.
Crazy. It's crazy. All right, where the cutoff was what, 57, I think it was at PGS1, something in that, between 57 and 60. I can't remember the exact number, but the point is, Tyloo coming into today could do anything they wanted, and what they wanted to do, apparently, was just keep dominating.
They're looking good. They're looking great here. Who's going to stop China to get things going at the start of this? Now, what's interesting is we go into Tego. So, talk to me about Tego. Talk to me about what you saw yesterday, what you think you might see here today.
Tego opens up a whole lot of different experiences. First off, you don't have to pick drops that are maybe as gear heavy as you're used to, because things like you don't get 1 box, you get 7, right? There's P90s everywhere. There's always a chance. Exactly, right? So there's always a chance to sort of get that gear, get that loot, and as long as the circle from Tego isn't in the fields, I think that we have a really good game ahead of us. And I also say this, some of the teams don't know it as well as Erangel and Miramar. They've been playing for for 6 years, which means to me, some of these new up-and-coming rosters who have been spending hours grinding non-stop may actually have more time on Tego than the others.
You've got to be terrified if your team's like GP, if your team's like just not being able to rack up as many points from yesterday. Seeing some of these teams come in instantly and get 24 points across 2 games like Gen G that we just saw here. So for some of those teams that are coming into tomorrow, they've got to be scared here.
It's got to be terrifying. I mean, it'd also be terrifying if you're one of the teams from B who's had kind of a slow start today.
Maybe,
because all you can do tomorrow is sit and watch. Remember, folks at home, right now the goal is be in the Big 16. Get to the winner's bracket.
And the goal, of course, is for you to go and get some Doritos. Check those out at Instagram.com/Doritos Arabia, and you can potentially get yourself some nice, lovely Doritos. I need to go and get me some. I'd be loving some Doritos.
I love that. Cool. You know what else I love? I love Razor. Follow us over on Instagram. You can check them out at Razor, MENA. And I will say this, and I think this was going to happen on Tego. The margins will be razor thin for a lot of these teams.
For sure.
It is difficult transitions. There's only so many ways to cross the river. If we get something up in the north, which I'm really hoping for, we're going to see not only which teams have taken the time to prep this map, because I do think it's only 2 of 12. I do think there are some teams that they'll tell me, yeah, we focused on it, but they're just not going to be as crisp as the ones who put the time in. We're going to see the difference.
I mean, it's basic statistics, right? You are not playing as many Tegos, therefore it's not as important, even though it could be the deal breaker towards the very end. So depending on how much practice you have regarding it, depending on how much you're able to adapt to what is, I think, a middle ground between Miramar and Erangel when it comes to terrain, you could potentially have yourself a decent spot. But thank you very much for joining me here at Toffees to get things going. It's time for a break here at PGS2. When we return, we're moving on to Tego to see how all these teams are going to fare.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Enjoy Defense Derby to the fullest? Easy. Gather 4 close friends and engage in battle. Be wary of every glance, every word, every breath. It's all part of an intense mind game. After your victory, don't forget to celebrate and cheer your opponents. This is the fun of Defense Derby, after all. Win the bid, defend your castle. Defense Derby, available now. At the end of thrilling bets, so begins an intense battle for survival. Depending on what you bid, the battle can be a fierce one, or a little more relaxed. Win the bid, defend your castle. Defense Derby, download now.
Cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. Get that way to get that dough, but I don't break. I told y'all. All you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I don't win.
Welcome back to the main stage. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm and we are back. It is day 2. We have 2 maps down and things are really starting to heat up on our leaderboard. We are joined by Pio from Gen G. Pio, an incredible start to PGS2. Cast your mind back to PGS1. The group stage wasn't so good for you guys, but you've started incredibly well this time round. What have you been working on since PGS1 to now?
오늘 첫 번
첫 번 판자는 치킨을 먹고 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여주셨습니다. PGS1일 때 약간 아쉬운 부분이 있었는데 그거에 비해서 어떤 부분 중점으로 피드백을 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 그 새로운 선수가 들어오고 나서 그 팀워크적으로 보완을 좀 많이 했고 약간 커뮤니케이션이 부족한 것들이 많았어가지고 그거를 좀 많이 보완했습니다.
First of all, we got a new members, EJs, for our team, and then we fixed a little bit in our in-team communications and cooperations in team. So I think that's the main adjustment that we did for the new tournament.
حياكم الله جميعا. حاليا موجودين مع اللاعب جنجي بيو وحبينا ناخذ رايه بخصوص الاداء الاسطوري بعد ما شفنا اول مباراتين طلعوا باداء قوي جدا وحبينا ناخذ رايه ايش كانت التغييرات اللي عملوها بعد ما خلصوا PGS1 وهم داخلين على PGS2 خصوصا من ناحيه الجروب ستيج. رده كان انهم عملوا تغيير بسيط جدا، غيروا واحد من اللاعبين وحاولوا يشتغلوا على الكوميونيكيشن تاع الفريق خصوصا خلال اخر فتره وناويين يطلعوا باقوى اداء خلال PGS2 ويوصلوا للنهائيات. شكرا يا جماعه على تواجدكم وباذن الله حنرجع للاستوديو خلال ثواني بسيطه.
Well, PO, that is all we've got time for, unfortunately, but you're going to have to get yourself ready because Tego is coming up next. Best of luck. Like I've already said, you played incredibly well so far in the competition, and best of luck throughout the remainder. But for now, we're going to go back over to the desk so that we can continue day 2 of PGS2.
Always lovely to hear the words of the GOAT himself, Genji Pio, sharing a little bit of insights with the team here. Godspeed as we get ready for Tego to unfold. Now, as you said as well, they have had some roster swaps. Foxy out, EJ in, and we're already seeing now, I mean, the way they approach that fight in the first match of today against Friendly Fire, EJ was up there as a massive part of the team in the up-close fights. I feel that's maybe what they were lagging with Foxy in the past, just not as big a threat up close as EJ has turned out to be.
I agree. I think EJ has been a wonderful pickup for them, but mainly it comes from the communication aspect, right? He said our communication is getting much tighter, it's getting much stronger, and I can attest, I mean, when communication on the team is feeling very fluent and everyone is on the same page, that is when your team is going to be the most dangerous. And again, picking up a player like EJ, who I agree does have more fragging ability than Foxy, has been wonderful for them.
Sure has. We know that they, again, I mean, it's always so interesting. You'd like to think that when you have a team who has such, I don't want to say Genji has immense fracking power. They're definitely a great team up close, as we've seen on numerous occasions. But when you have a team with the amount of fracking power that Genji has, to then see them play as passive as they do is always, it always feels, I won't say off, it's surprising. You're like, they're destined for such bigger games. But then again, why risk a potential good game if you can, like, why risk a potential, let's say, a 15-kill win? But there's also the off chance that it's going to be a 2-point game if you can just consistently, whether it be via placement points or kills, rack up those 7, 8, 10 points per game pretty much every single game.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be kind of like a new mentality for the team, because when we look at Genji in the past, obviously we were used to those really big frag games. Again, when we look at the roster with Anonix, Esther, right, it becomes this thing where we expected them to have these really good games. Obviously, PO doing PO things, as we always used to say, going out, getting angles with the ability to do that with Anonix. Now this is a different team. That being said, I still think they have the ability to potentially do that, but you're right, they are a little more passive than we've seen in the past.
And you touch on something very interesting, because PO doing PO things. For those of you viewers out there who don't understand exactly what that means, that is oftentimes you'll see PO flexing off from the remaining of his teammates, whether they then are in a 3-1 or a 1-2-2 or a 1-2-1 split. PO tends to be on an island of his own. Yes. Sometimes that results in him getting great info and getting a lot of kills. Sometimes it does not. But here we've seen him be much more set up with his teammates. And now, well, we'll see if they do that as we move over to Tego.
And I'm actually most excited to see how teams like Genji, how teams like Sonics are going to do now in the group stage, because this is their first Tego game. We obviously saw yesterday Tego with that ending very few areas of cover. We saw teams like LG send it to a dip. Oh, and we actually have the burning plane. All right, so this is actually going to alter the plane considerably.
For cinematic purpose, this is absolutely phenomenal. We've already talked to players saying, oh my lord, is it going to be competitive? Because the thing is, for those of you guys who don't understand, we don't just go casually, horizontally across the line. Nope, this plane is coming in at a diagonal. It's coming in a slant, which means that if you jump out late, you're going to be closer to the ground when you jump out, meaning you won't be able to stretch as far. So we have Ouyang, we have Kanyong, and all these other places out towards the east that you would normally jump out of the plane late to reach, but because the plane is now closer to the ground when it comes down on that southern side, teams can't really stretch that far.
And we'll see teams sometimes actually get much more close than they actually want to, which we're watching right here is D plus Kia dropping in their spot as well. But so far, it doesn't actually look like many contentions early. Maybe TE and Sonics,
you don't send. I mean, Tanwu is a great player. Don't get me wrong, but you don't send Tanwu against Sonics. On the flip side of that, I believe Taman has just been shot out of the air because I didn't see him get knocked.
Well, then that is very unfortunate for
so we had it. This takes us back a while, but we had it in previous tournaments where if you do an interview, the game after, you get absolutely torn apart. So Genji lose PO after an interview, but they get a blessing of a hell of a circle.
So this circle,
that is brutal.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know that, a lot of that red area is unplayable, right? On top
of literally, you can't go there.
Yeah, on top of the fact that the southern area of this map is actually one of the few areas on Tego where you actually have sudden changes in elevation. Most of it, especially the north, is going to be gradual. You'll see a lot of forests and things of that nature be a gradual incline, but not on the south side on top of that red unplayable area.
And for those of you guys don't already, of course, I highly advocate that you have the map stream open while watching this tournament as well. Hop over to PUBG Esports map and have that. I want to do exclamation mark map in the chat. I'm sure we have some friendly mods that will do that for us right now. Because when you look at the map, as we see some of these teams get their loot game going, start their early rotations, look at how many areas of approach we're cutting off. You talked about kind of the southern tip, that big red line that is unplayable terrain, but coming in from the east, you can't do a wide swing around the circle because that is completely cut off too. So we're forcing teams into this small corner, and you have water on the southwest side as well, effectively allowing people to only use what is half the circle to entry from. So the whole idea of doing that wide wrap around to get in from the quiet side, literally impossible in a southern shift like this.
So we will, and Mamu goes.
Come on, Mamu.
Come on. No, he's too far now at this point, I think. But he still could get the spray. The pans are not an option, but
I just, whenever people pull up Panzer Faust, I'm like, oh, something crazy is about to happen, and we haven't really seen it yet.
We saw it in the fight in San Martin. The Panzerfaust being actually quite, it was Petrichor holding that onto that thing with dear life, trying to get any kills with it, but it looks like 777 will get out,
Lives with the scare. But to go back to your point.
Yeah, I want to talk about some of the rotation that we will actually see. As you said, rotating on the east side, going very wide, which we see on maps, is not really going to be an option here, especially when you do have a team like DD Team holding a nice little angle to gatekeep those positions. Meanwhile, on the west side of things around school, that can be a very precarious area to rotate it just because it's so open.
Exactly, not easy at all. And there we see the kill coming through from Phil first, as Gen G lost one right as they touched the ground. Not what you want to have happen, but that's why you convert your good games into phenomenal games, because they will not always line up the way you want them to. And speaking of lining up, here is Soul. It was his birthday yesterday, and now, well, I guess a birthday gift was a flight with a glider, and here he is, scouting forward. And in all fairness, I don't mind this at all.
I don't either.
Have 3 players drive down below, especially in a circle like this that's hard to maneuver in, and they're so far north anyway. He flew across. You know what I think he did? He flew across the bridge to make sure no one was bridge camping. He came in, he swung south around Hart, flew in up on that northern side of Terminal to just check and make sure that no one was camping the bridge. If you're going to use a glider, that's why you do it.
Yes, and you use it to scout, because as we know, or if you don't know, gliders are actually pretty much made out of paper mache, as we see that nice little
Petrichor fans.
Very nice, but yeah, it is very low on HP, and you can get shot out fairly easily depending on how low you go. But as you said, we've seen Soul actually stay up in the top, and he's using it to scout almost like a UAV, and at that distance, he should be fairly safe from any gunfire. So really interesting and very good use of the glider.
Should be. D+ trying to make their way into the circle, and again, we're already seeing teams bunch up to much more of an extent that you would on all other maps, and in particular in all other areas of the map too of Tego. But again, because of the lay of the land, as we explained just before, and how this circle presents itself, there's only so much you can really utilize. LG will group up, I would imagine, on Rello, as they'll try to again, I mean, just sit tight and accept the fact that they're going to have neighbors all over.
They've actually found a decent compound to play in this one, though. Very nice rotation early from LG, and that team is notoriously known for having those really great windows of opportunity when they rotate. So they did find that. And looking at this circle, though, Toby, everyone is already so compacted in the middle.
The north and the northwest side completely barren, but of course we still have plenty of teams that has to make their way on in. And speaking of making their way on in, here comes DDT trying to make their way further forward. They didn't get to fight early this game, but they still managed to pull it off. Oh my god! Just short as Delwyn does manage to take out Emo Pick. The DD team are in trouble. Now, they do get 777 down, so one casualty has come through, but plenty of knocked players on the side of DDT.
That was a disgusting Panzer. It looked like it actually hit the back of the vehicle, but the AK spray was able to finish that off. It's just down to Mamu now in a second game in a row where even though they started strong in the first, wiping Petrichor, they're now down to just one.
It's again one of these things where, I mean, Mamu has lane experience, but the rest of the team doesn't, at least up to the same extent.
Sure.
So it's a team that in their region plays heavy edge. It's a team that lingers around for long, that tries to creep around. It's kind of similar to Gen G style. They'll keep bouncing around until they find a safe entry, try and keep their players alive until late game, and kind of play it that way around. Here, they've just come to this LAN event and gone, we're going to change up everything. We're hot dropping center. We're like sending it full speed towards the middle in the early game and see what we can make happen. And I'm like, why fix it if it ain't broke? I hope that coming off, maybe they just want to get off to a confident start, I suppose, with not being shy from taking fights. But I really hope that DD team goes back to looking at how did we qualify, and then try and implement more of that in their playstyle.
I think it also goes back to what you and I were talking about earlier before the tournament started, is how many strong edge teams do we already have in this event? Maybe they thought, okay, hold on a second, Mabu here.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's probably dead here. He's got the native hand shotgun. Probably not going to be enough. Yeah, he's going to go down. So DD team, again, a second game going last. But I think that may be a factor with so many strong edge teams and doing, I'm sure they've done some research. They said, you know what? There's not that many teams going for center, especially in some of the groups that we'll be playing in. Why don't we try it? But I agree with you. Do what got you to the dance.
And in their defense, in this particular game, very difficult circle. They knew they would have to probably fight a lot of teams in that middle if they wanted anything. They thought, but there's no way everybody crashed into this circle. We can see on the map that yes, indeed they did, with the exception of one or two teams. But now let's hear from Daku from Game PT.
其实最大的变化还是我们打得更有侵略性了一点吧，以前打。
A quick interview, a quick insights to Game PT as we swing straight back to Tai Lu, our current first place team. A little unfair as they have, of course, played more games than some of the other teams on the server. But still, Tai Lu has come off to a start I could not even begin to imagine they would have. I knew that Shen on a good day could get things going, but the Shen train has become a Xiaoyang train, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, the ability of Xiaoyang, and even, again, the rest of that team, we talked about it earlier, Longs as well as 755 have just been so instrumental in providing the support to their two players who are popping up, which is absolutely wonderful as well. So, E-Arena, we saw a little bit from them in the first game of Miramar, but for the most part, they've actually been struggling just mainly with their rotations.
It's, again, a case of a team with limited to no LAN experience as a whole, and none when it comes to global experience. And they're still, I mean, just running through an open field. Oh my god, that breeding Dante, that was filthy.
That was disgusting, but Larix actually, I will say, for this team has been wonderful so far, getting a quad kill for himself in the last game. Bestalok now trying to finish this off so he can res his teammate in Dante, but the Arena is not done yet.
They lose two, but their approach timing is good because they've caught question mark split. They do get one because of it as well. Let's see now how they manage to maneuver as friendly fire. They hear the commotion down here. They want to see what's happening.
Oh, they might just run right into friendly fire.
Look at where this is. It's on the very southern edge of the map, so there's no space to maneuver.
Oh, the tire popped.
Keep on going. Don't turn left or right. Just go straight. Do not start turning.
Just keep swimming.
Yep, just smile away, boys.
They will back off here, but yeah, that's all you can do, smile and wave.
I like it from Friendly Fire, though. The small jabs here and there. Let's not just stay stale in a compound and just sit around, do nothing for 20 minutes, even if the circles come to us. No, let's be proactive. Let's go out and see if we can wound the teams that are nearby us, wound the teams that could potentially come threats further down the line. And they do so, even though they don't get kills here, they do so by trying to come out and get kills in this situation. Circle, centers up, Navi, Genji, very happy.
But again, look how much unplayable area is still in this circle, Toby, and A lot of teams now, I would imagine, maybe even TE looking down, opting to play a little bit of that studio here as we watch Forest Gaming starting to rotate in here as well. And everyone's starting to feel the pressure of the circle already.
Sure are. D+ trying to maneuver their way through, but somehow, so far, succeeding. We saw yesterday that they were very much just full-on gauntlet, send it straight down the middle on this map, and now they're trying to do it again this time around, though, with a little more success, as they are, as I say, all. Americano has to get here too, but it seems like all of them have gotten here. And Strimsy, Panzerfaust, Orc in hand. What's he gonna make happen?
This is a very nice plateau that D+ Kia finds himself in, but yeah, it is very susceptible to being pushed as well from multiple angles. So,
are they pushing this, Sonics?
I'm not sure.
They have a compound down the street.
It looked like they were trying to maybe get a little bit of damage or catch them off guard, but it does look like Tig backing off a little bit as well as Strimsy. And I like this. There's no real reason to push them off that plateau just yet.
That is a mortar. I was just actually going to comment on it. That's one of the things, like one of the takeaways. We haven't seen a lot of mortar play. We have seen Panzerfaust here and there. Mortars have been a few, but here comes the ruler out. He's lining it up, he's setting it up, and he's parked the car, so he's defending himself from behind. But there's always a risk involved when you start lobbing the mortar shells over the top.
So Tig did tell me today, the other day at breakfast, he said, I will get mortar kills. I promise you. So he is actively looking for it. But yeah, he'll pack it up for now. But yes, look for Tig specifically. He wants to get some kills with that bad boy.
And that's what I was going to say. We haven't seen a whole lot of use of it. Coming into the tournament, when it was announced that both mortars and Panzerfaust was going to be a thing, it seemed to me like, as crazy as the Panzerfaust can be, everyone were really concerned about the mortars. Everyone was so worried, like, oh my god, everyone is going to be bringing rulers and sit there on screen doing the math of exactly the trajectories of these mortar shells. Maybe it's just because it's still early stages of the tournaments, but I don't recall having heard a single mortar hit the ground in this tournament
I don't think so yet, but I do understand, after talking to some of the players as well, that the concern is if you are a team that is gifted, right, and you have the ability to use a mortar, it can be very devastating as it is set up. And
yes, they have one more.
Yeah.
And a flare gun.
And a flare gun. You know, Sonics is just...
They're playing normal mode here. They get everything. Just give them a PRDM while we're at it.
You know what, just throw in a little airdrop on top of them. Why not? A couple P90s, maybe an ARM in there. Who knows?
You never know what's going to come down that crate. We'll see what they're given. Also just coming out and claiming the stuff they're about to acquire. I mean, there's a lot of teams around Sonic still, so we'll see if either Dano or Gen G Expendables or maybe Forest are going to try and get shots at him.
The thing that I'm curious about is actually this next shift. This is, if this does hard shift south.
That's the thing, it can still include unplayables.
That is going to make areas where Gen G is, Danawa specifically, even Day Trade, they're going to have some really rough rotations in as there's multiple teams in front of them.
I can't even imagine, like if this next circle center in 15 seconds swings with just a quarter of the circle in on the southern side, there's gonna be
a bloodbath.
We're gonna have like phase 6 space available, so this peninsula goes so far north. Let's see where does this one take us? How brutal are you going to be to us, PUBG?
It does go somewhat south.
Wow.
Oh my,
Half the server is outside the circle.
Petrichor, though, I will say, have a very strong position in this now.
Definitely. They're set very, very tight on the southwest side. Issue is there's going to be a lot of people coming their way. I think everyone now that aren't currently already in are going to try and wrap south. There's nothing to plan on the northern side. Here comes the emergency pickup from Day Trade. Where, oh where, my dear friends, are you planning on going? They're gonna fly through the middle into compounds where teams aren't currently fighting each other. Expect to see a lot of Day Trade casualties coming up this next moment.
Oh, and that shoot so early. You just don't fall fast enough, and Puchus is gonna get shot out of the sky, plucked. And now it's gonna be Belmoth as well. At least he'll find the floor. But Flash will also survive, so only losing one.
I mean, I think we say that a little bit too early, because now Belmoth falls. Belmoth is going to get flashed as well, flushed, as well as Flash falls now too.
I thought at least they touched the ground.
I mean, they hit the ground. Kudos to them. They made landfall, but wiped on entry. Unfortunately, there's no participation medal in this one. You have to outlast this as well. And well, we'll see. Nurance is prone somewhat center in the circle. We know this one is going to swing north. I mean, 15 teams live, 52. We'll put a little Lawrence cam in the corner and see how long he survives for.
I love that for him. At least he's alive for now. But now we see Gen G now starting to encroach on the position that we saw earlier. Sonic starting to push here of D+ Kia. So, and again, this is a very good plateau to play as long as you can hold it. But Gen G is coming full swing here. Salute now going to take a spray into the side of D+Kia.
Dynamo wrapped into this angle. This is something we will see exclusively for a while, at least on this map too. Seeing Zenith got the knock, so much pressure is being applied by Sonic's team. Still don't know exactly what angles they're weak to on some of these approaches. They don't know, just, I mean, yes, you have an idea, but don't know exactly how to approach them. Dynamo is making very good use of the southern side of this hill, though, as they try and wrap around. Zenith does go down, but there's still 2 players up on the side of D+. And Onyx trying to get the angle. That's like 3, as a matter of fact. But it's only Zenith down so far. Nice hold from D+Kia.
Yes, very nice hold. And again, this plateau does allow for that. It has nice little mounds there, nice little ridges for them to use. Onyx, though, he is going to flush out Zenith. And really the issue for Danawa was Sonics taking shots of them just to the east. So
I think had they known there was a full team set in that compound and known how exposed they would have been from behind in trying to make that push, they might have wanted to make the push, but no way they would have approached it from the angle that they did. So again, this is where even the best teams on the server will be making mistakes on Tego. It's always phenomenal to see, because this is a mistake that Danawa will only make once, and a mistake that other teams will see Danawa having made and therefore never make themselves. So you need those teams to make the mistakes in order for other teams to learn off of it.
Yeah, VOD review definitely helps that. But again, this is the symptom of, okay, so we knew this was going to be a shift off the unplayable area, but again, that just causes so many issues for the team, specifically on the west. So that position that Petrichor had so good, now they have to rotate into Question Mark, who have actually filled them.
Let's see here. As Tyloo trying to cut out the engine and sneak their way further forward. They know for a fact that they're going to be running into trouble, and as soon as they come up with that rock, Genji's like, yeah, nah, you're not sitting there. That's not going to happen. You want to get your foot inside the circle, you better fully commit to it.
Which they will have to at this point.
There's no other entry. Unless if they heartstring around, but then they have 4, maybe 5 teams set out west to try and take him out. Their best approach is north, and it's terrible. So, I mean, they've been dealt 2 bad cards and they have to play 1.
Yeah, if anything, they should at least try to crash and die as a team, as we now see them starting to send in. This is what we were talking about. The options were very limited. There's not even very good dips, as Zhao Yang is going to get plucked out of that vehicle. And shots coming through, they at least make it to this wall, but it's not good. Meldo, the trade, all of a sudden, Toby.
1 knock comes in that might just be the door opening and allowing for them to push further forward. Longs and Shin trying to run forward as well, but they're exposed to so many angles, and there is the solo. Claim some points, try and convert something off of what is a salvage game here. Day Trade already have a 0-point game off of the hot drop situation in San Martin earlier. They don't want to go out without anything in this one either, so at least Norrens has found 1. We'll see if he can get more.
The problem is Na'Vi will recover that knock onto Mel, and Uba now with the angle onto 755, just at least gets the kill. He gets the 1 point for now, but he's in a very rough position as we now see LG starting to make their approach onto Forest.
Yep, the edges have started burning. Petrichor friendly fire on one side as we hop over to the fight here. We saw them try and wrap down behind Petrichor earlier, but as we said, Petrichor in prime position. All they have to do is sit here and wait it out. Chewy is going to fall to the nade of Pixel, and, well, with phase 4 coming through, there's nothing they can do to rest him. And on the other side, it's Forest against Luminosity. Master, single player left alive, but don't count him out. We saw what he did in the previous one.
Yeah, Master, an absolute clutch player here for Forest. As, again, as you said, the last one alive, Munto, potentially resable.
See Expendable starting to flex in this direction now as well. Was that over the top of his head? I'm sure if there's a viewer sat out there with a big TV, he just duck. I mean, that is one of those where he just full-on duck. That was a full-on Panzerfaust into the head, but not a whole lot comes off of it, luckily. On the side of Luminosity now, full reset, fast reset has to become instant because Expendables are here, ready to punish. The Snakers sees no other option, back them off.
I was going to say, speaking of duck shoes and the rest of the Expendables with a beautiful, their timing and their ability to pick those third parties has been so good this event so far, which has caused them so much success.
Yep, sure has been. They've been a APAC team that I didn't consider the biggest threat on the server, but they sure as hell have been out here delivering right from the get-go. Hopefully, they can keep up the momentum, because as we know, with every single stage we progress to, whether it be winners, losers, eliminations, or grand finals, the points will reset. So as great as as it is to get plenty of points here in the group stage and get yourself to grand finals, you have to be able to repeat that success.
Yes. At the very least, it does give them confidence, right? Especially if they're playing this well early. But look at this now. Petrichor on the bottom of this. And this is one of those steep elevations we were talking about that isn't really available on the other sides of the map.
Ixleft set off on the side as the info gatherer. Summer trying to wrap down below. They have absolutely no idea what's about to hit them.
And a nice little approach. Again, this is so intelligent here coming from the side of Petrichor.
He's in this shack. I thought he had an angle on them, but he doesn't.
He did spot them out, though, which is why their approach is so careful. And now here comes Summer, excuse me, he's going to find it. That's the first knock, and they have struck. TE is going to back up.
It's a 5-second bait. That's all Ixleft needed to be. Park a bike outside a shack, go, okay, we'll shoot at it for a while. Force him to stand still and shoot for a second. Summer is going to take full advantage of that opportunity. One down, Expendables forced to move.
That was a beautiful trap, as you said, laid by Petrichor. Now the Expendables down to just 2, but if it's any 2, it's going to be Tanvu and Duck Juice. They have put in absolute work as they find Slowkey at distance.
What? He seemed totally camouflaged in there too, but able to spot him through the leaves. And Duck Juice finds one more. Expendables up to 8.
Looking at the rest of the circle now, most of these teams are centered up. It's actually going to be question marks spreading out as much as they can on the west side. I do like that for them, but this fight has still not concluded. Both members of the Expendables stuck behind this rock, but Petrichor closing in different angles, but Summer is going to go down.
Yep, Summer falls from up above. I was a little worried with the flash that it flew. I think he thought that they were looking his way, but the flash that it lopped on over alerted them to his approach. And now, IGL down, but Ixleft and Milk can still easily pack a punch as they go up against Duck Juice.
This has been a hell of a rotation as well coming from Petrichor. We saw them on that west side, skirting all the way in the south in the unplayable area. And 6 kills to their name. They're just looking for this last member of the Expendables. If they're able to get rid of him, they can still have a hell of a game ahead of them, especially with some third-party opportunities.
Mill heard the nade popped on the pin pulled. That's why Raptor on the other side. Flash now up on over top. He needs Ixleft in now. He's spotted on the side. Duck Juice able to take one down. So dangerous up close, and there's no return coming through. The kill does come in, but that's H-Win. And Ixleft, well, that's an unlucky loss of a teammate, but he's going to have to solo this one out.
And the team of D plus Kia, who has sat in that ridge for so long, still has so much to play for, but we moved to Twisted Minds here now in the west, and they are sandwiched between question mark as well as Na'Vi, and they have to make the move as this will shift momentarily.
It's an EMEA west side of this one as Na'Vi, question mark, and Twisted Minds are going to try and see if they can wrap their way on in. Twisted Minds are a little spread with Bestelog sat towards the east, and the circle swings towards the east. So huge that Bestelog is sat down here, allowing for the team, even if they do want to stay around for a little while longer, allowing for the team safe entrance around that southern side.
That was a beautiful play for them to anchor them there, but I'm also looking on the east. Sonics now with pretty much all control over the circle. They have so many ridges and everything to play for, and they've been doing a decent amount of damage as well, but this is the fight that's going to matter. Who is going to come out on the west? Is it going to be Na'Vi, question mark, or will it be Twisted Minds?
This bowl is so horrible for Twisted Minds to be in. Good thing for them is they know that Na'Vi is set north, so question mark can't fully commit to peek into the bowl because they would be shut down on approach. So Twisted Minds are like, if we can chill just a little while longer. Question mark has no reason to push us here, so all we have to do is wait for long enough for question mark to back off, and then we make our play. But the issue is these nades, they're hidden, and now, well, that's Lou down for the second time.
Yeah, Na'Vi also has to move, which is causing all of this headache here for Twisted, and question mark does want to at least try to get an angle onto this. Maybe they can get some points. Maybe they can get a knock and cripple the teams on the west, because that would make their rotation in earlier even better.
Where does Na'Vi go on this, though? Do they opt to go on the southwest side? I feel like that's a wasted opportunity. The issue is they know that they didn't get all of Tai Lu, and I was just going to say they have to come out and poke. They have to try and force the fight to happen between other teams, and I think that's what they're actively trying to do here. They know that they have Tai Lu players in their midst, and they know that Genji sat just on the other side. So all these players kind of keeping each other or preventing each other from making a move.
Oh, but he stepped over too much. Perfectus wanted to get the nade onto Na'Vi, and that is exactly the problem, Toby. They can't commit to one side because they'll get shot from the back, and that nade does so much damage.
The jump start to the vehicle just yeeted forward, and actually, even though they take damage, it might just have helped them because it booted them straight up into cover. Now Batulin's down to low HP. Nade barrage will come through, but they fall far. As I say that, oh my lord, because the first nade is popped, he's able to stay alive. That one, though, takes him down even lower, and Na'Vi should have an easy time cleaning up the remaining two Twisted Minds players. Uber around the side finds one, shoots through. Example finds the other. Twisted out in the 8th.
Still have to find some something to play ahead of them as we now look at the fight between D plus Kia and Question Mark. Question Mark is actually pushed out, and Alia finds Longs with the Panzer somewhere in the distance as Uba and the rest of Na'Vi are making this work.
Headshot revealed, headshot taken, and hit connected as Alia. Really a step-up performance from Alia over this tournament. We always talk Uba, we always talk example, but Alia has really proven to be up there along them as a heavy fragger on that edge. Gen G, out of nowhere, thought they could third party on the western side, but now we heard the vehicles on approach, and down they go.
And this is actually something we see from Alia, as you're saying. He generally does take that off-angle position. He'll do what he can to support the rest of the team, but he has absolutely stepped up so far in this event.
I'm surprised Gen G opted to swing west on this one. I thought they had plenty of space towards the east, but you see Takelson, the solo play out there, he must have just been applying enough pressure, harassing enough for them to second-guess that option.
So Question Mark will also go down, and now it's really going to be between Na'Vi and it's going to be between Sonics here on the north side as they're starting to take control, but Na'Vi has just been fighting, embroiled in a fight for so long.
Question Mark taking casualties as they try to roam around, and again, I mean, D plus Kia can say what they want, but they have been holding the fort here for a while, even getting crates while sat in this position. Only 2 kills, but they've got knocks, they've gotten damage, they've been able to fend off against opponents, and somehow, well, they're still alive.
Now just the last member of Question Mark, 6 kills to their name, about to approach a top 4 situation as he will not get Menuda, and they still survive. D plus Kia have just made this an absolute Alamo for themselves.
What a play. What a play from Menuda. Again, D plus, a team where we're saying, they don't have the firepower. They can play safe. They know how to rotate. They're defending the hell out of this ball, and that's top 4 guaranteed.
Just give them a ball, and I guess that's really all they needed. As we now look at this approach here from Na'Vi. 3 members up still, but Sonic's so strong, they really haven't had to fight all game.
Yeah, while action's been going on elsewhere, we have to keep in mind as well that Eichslift is still lingering on the southern side all on his own.
Somehow.
There's no reason for D plus to expect there to still be a snake riding around on that southern side. So we'll see when he opts to reveal himself. In the meantime then, as you're saying, Na'Vi, Sonics has got to be where eyes are bound. But with Question Mark falling, I was just going to say, I think it made more sense for Na'Vi to try and wrap around the other way.
I also, to be fair, to agree with you, I thought they would have wrapped that way, especially after getting rid of Twisted Minds as well. They had the opportunity to go, but they've actually started to position themselves more towards the Sonics, which again, they have really good position here.
Again, it's a corner. I mean, I know there are no corners in a circle, but it's up in the very, very edge anyway, towards the northwest. If somehow, by a miracle, this one hard swings northwest, everyone is coming into their ball. Everyone is coming down towards their containers. They might as well wait it out. They know there's going to be no movement in this entire server until they move. Well, they are the first ones to go, so might as well stick around.
Yeah, and they also couldn't move as well just because of D plus Kia, right? They had showed, and Question Mark was harassing them, but they saw the fight, and so they're like, maybe we should just hold back, as you said, just wait for the next shift, because they still do have that option.
Again, the more time they're doing nothing, the more that allows for other people to make mistakes. We talked about Uba, great at abusing other people's mistakes earlier. If D plus peeks over, if a Sonics player gets greedy and they're just sat around doing nothing, oh wait, they knocked 2 of them for free. Great, now we can make a play. So no reason to move. In Na'Vi's case, before you have to issue us, well, in 55 seconds, you have to.
The thing I worry about now for Sonics, though, is the snake of Eichslift as well as D plus Kia, because as you said, whoever starts the fight off, I guarantee you it's either going to be Na'Vi that's going to go for that third party, or Sonics will jump on the opportunity as well.
It's a weird situation where I want them to maintain this split, but they have to. I also really want to see them just swing. The thing is, and this goes to both Na'Vi and Sonics, they both know if we group up and push one direction and kills start coming in the feed, we're going to get insta backstab. Like if you're Na'Vi, you see Sonics right behind you. If you're Sonics, you see Na'Vi right behind you. And they don't dare do that. So they try and play contain, they try and play control. And for Sonics right now, they know, great, it's on Na'Vi to make a play. And if they can force them, if they can force Na'Vi to make a western swing, that's just Sonics taking every single foot of space off of Na'Vi's push the other direction.
That being said, though, Na'Vi has just looked so unstoppable at this point. 10 kills their way, still 3 members up, especially with how many teams were crashing them in the center, because they had been center, but they weren't just sitting there resting on their laurels. They were fighting tooth and nail between Twisted Minds, between the day trade emergency pickup, so they have just been constantly dealing with it. But look,
is ready.
This weapon, again, the MG3 is so devastating. The variable fire rate, especially up close, it will melt players.
Na'Vi, peek over that bridge. I dare you. Peek over that bridge. But there goes Ike's left, a threat removed for D+, and for Sonics as well, to be honest. We know how dangerous he is. But once again, Menuda able to stand strong in the ball. As we saw him swing around and start trying to clear out the land. I mean, that's also smart use of time for them to not just prone down, but go, they're not doing anything. Agreed. Let's just triple check that there's no one behind us. And good thing for them, they cleared out a very big threat in the late game.
Well, again, we wanted them to be more proactive, and we're actually seeing that from them now. So this is wonderful stuff. But Na'Vi now starting to make their approach a little bit. Now they are in circle, and they're very aware of where Sonics must be.
How does D+ get impact in this fight? You'd have to imagine.
I think they wait.
Yes, but how? Like, they have to step at some point. They have to peek out at some point. They have to show pressures. They have to try and force Na'Vi to go the other way. If they can do just enough damage to then back off and kind of bait Sonics to make the third-party play early, that's all they have to do. Americano shoots on over. I mean, the H-Win and Shrimsy peeks forward. They don't need to do much. If they just sit back and wait, it might just be them without a chance to aggress. But here they come, swinging around the western side. This is huge. This is such... Oh, if they see them, they do. This is so smart.
Oh, but the nade from Alia, but still the damage has been done. It's just on Americano, and you know the Sonics have seen this in the kill feed.
Na'Vi had 3 second places yesterday, but they were all taken away by the Snakes on approach. And now, what was a 3v4, not in Na'Vi's favor, but definitely doable, is Alia all alone, trying to take down the entirety of Sonics, and it just ain't gonna happen. He finds one, but H-Win with the MG3 is there immediately after. Welcome back, Sonics, on the server. Here we are with a great Tego win for the boys.
And they got into such a good position early, and they harassed teams moving up to the hill to try to take out D+ Kia in Genji as well as others. And that being said, I still have to very much say the play coming out from Na'Vi was disgusting. The amount of fights they got and they were able to win. But also, D+ Kia, man, they were in that for so long.
We want to see them aggress. Well, sometimes they don't have to because teams will come to them. And when they did, they were there defending that spot as best as they could. But in the end, Sonic's smart play. They tried to breach out of the compound early on, set up mortars as well. Didn't work for them. They backed off. They disengaged. It worked out for them in the end. They got themselves the win. Now let's head over to highlights and then over to the desk.
That's right, slow and steady wins the race for Sonics here on Tego. A great victory for them here, able to clean up the rest of the competition towards the end. We're in the highlights here, Toffees, and Sonics looking fantastic.
They were desperate to go into the top of the leaderboard, and they managed to do that. This is a big game for them, and they played it really well. When you get to that game, you're going to see how they just really took control of that circle. Honestly, I thought D+ was going to be in a position to win this one, especially off the back of that massive drop that they got. But the shifts was too much, and I think due to the fact that that plane was crashing on the start, I'll talk more about that later.
Yes.
Sonics played it right. They went to a spot they knew was going to be open, and they were able to sort of slowly work their way in.
Here's some shots coming in as well from not only Panzerfaust, but also mortars here in this game. We're seeing a little bit of it. Didn't get to see too many casualties from that, but here, for the most part, the cleanup crew is able to step in and remove Na'Vi. But Na'Vi overall as well, having a big game here as we witness Sonics being able to take the victory. It's obviously an important one for Sonics. It's been a bit of a rocky road so far for North America, so Sonics on the board, lovely stuff.
It's been a country road, for lack of a better word. It's tough. It's been really tough, but it's good to see them make that move. They're a team that we know, despite the lackluster performance in international play, I don't know anybody who looks at these 4 individual players and says they're a weak team. They are incredible players. They just haven't been able to get it going. And so to see this game happen, especially on Tego, maybe that's the jump start for going forward with these points.
Maybe. Let's talk about some of the other teams that were able to do well. Na'Vi is one that I just brought up, of course. Fragging out here. And even being able to, okay, initially some of the circles were kind to them, but this later circle where they're having to make those transitions to the west, they're able to do with full force.
I mean, here's what I like about Na'Vi right now. They're playing aggressive, they're doing the Na'Vi thing, but they're also being smarter, right? Like, yet in the last game, we saw Uba sort of had to send off when they lost a fight. He played the solo man for a long time, made the outside rotations, got extra points. Na'Vi's playing super smart. That engagement that we saw as the circle was closing, put a couple extra kills on the board. They're a scary team. I think they have no problem advancing to the top 16, or the winners bracket, as I should say. And I think that what they're doing is taking this moment, fine-tuning, and they look like world champs from the jump.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you look at the results that they had yesterday, they start off the first 4 games alone with 4th, second. So all it takes is just for them to convert even another second on the board here. Gee, all it does is take them to convert for one or two of those victories, and then they're rivaling the position like Tai Lu has set up, for example.
And yesterday, some of those victories were taken by just
occurrences.
That backstab by Forrest yesterday was, couldn't have gone any other way. That was unfortunate. The example one-on-one could have totally gone in the opposite direction. Na'Vi just seems, honestly, pretty unstoppable.
Doing well for themselves here as Sonics takes the #1 spot. Meanwhile, 3rd and 4th, Petrichor Road showing up once again.
True.
I think it's not only the fact that we maybe hit the nail on the head whilst we take a look at the points coming in here from Sonics overall. I feel like we kind of almost had a revelation here on the desk as we were talking about it between ourselves. The fact that Petrichor just looks a little bit different here, and it seems like a more mature Petrichor, which actually is just an extremely scary prospect.
It is. I do want to touch for a second on the man of the match brought to you by Kadia, because Shrimzy takes it. And Shrimzy has not been the most heralded player on Sonics, but I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I do 100% believe, pound for pound, Shrimzy is one of the best fighters in North America. He is a player that ticks every box. He can support when he needs to. He can frag when he needs to. He can back up leader when he needs to. He is the whole package, and he's a great teammate on comms. This guy knows how to sort of keep it easy and get along with everyone.
My favorite conversation with him this morning was, because he's on my fantasy team, he's like, I'm too expensive.
Right? He's humble too, and that is 100% true. Actually, all the guys have been very humble at this event. It's been cool to see.
Well, again, man of the matches so far. We start with PO, we go to Ike's left, we go to Shrimzy. So far today, all-star lineup. I hope we kind of continue down that way, because in terms of the names that are popping up here for man of the match, looking fantastic. Meanwhile, though, still Na'Vi's able to rock that top spot when it comes to damage and survival time. They are doing so well. But look at that, interestingly, question mark. 2nd when it comes to survival time. This is what I was kind of talking about at the top of the show here, Toffees. They know how to survive. They might not know entirely on the international stage how to wrap it up, but that should, in theory, come with time, right?
Absolutely. And I will also, for those of you at home who are kind of, maybe it's weird that it's all teams that have been played 2 groups so far. Remember, you're going to take time for total to get up there. But yes, Na'Vi completely unstoppable. Question mark. I think you are right. You've nailed it. You said at the start of the show today, they're a little slower paced, but they understand the map. They're going to make good choices. I've been really impressed with them today.
I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like it.
I have really high hopes for them. Because again, I feel like there's been so many times where they thought to themselves, okay, we're the overlooked team when it came to EMEA. And now it's difficult to overlook them when it comes to some of this start that they've got on the board here. Beyond that, though, do you have any other teams that kind of really stood out to you for Tego?
As far as Tego, first off, I'm going to give a shout out to Sol for jumping in the glider and going scouting in it.
I did like that.
I don't get to see gliders very often, so it was fun to see Sol up there. I do think D+ had a good position. They got some good guns. They weren't able to sort of convert it into the top 3 they were hoping for, but they played that spot well. And I will give another shout out to Tai Lu. I know we've talked about him a lot, but 755 moved so fast when that circle popped. They found a position that set them up to get into the end game. At the end of the day, they never really made it out of there, but the preparedness of them making that call so quickly was really, really mature.
I have to agree. He moved at, what, 2 minutes or so, something like that. Admittedly, their drop location, a little bit favorable for them to be able to make that rotation fast, but usually in a circle like that, you're kind of expecting it to be a little bit more north than it ended up being. Not to be the case here, but if it was, who knows, you could end up in a similar situation to what we had in the previous Miramar, where they have the right compound to play off of.
And it was deeply unique as well. The circle was south, but remember, it was a crashing plane. And for those of you who maybe at home don't know what that means, 10% chance it procs. It means that the end of the flight path is a lot lower than the start. So that's why you saw that sort of funnel by all those players on the map, and I think they capitalized on it.
All right, 18 points goes the way of Sonics. Again, though, it was kind of a slower game for them. So you still have Na'Vi being able to rack themselves up 18 points as well. D+, very much needed points here, because I do feel like this is a team, Toffees, that could potentially sit on the cusp. And if they're getting double digits in games, that's going to be quids in.
Absolutely. They're doing great things. I'm not quite confident that they're giving me what I want out of that team yet.
Okay.
I'd like to see a little bit more. I think for me the biggest walk away today is Petrichor just looks amazing.
Yeah, it's a slightly different style. Not wildly different, but slightly different. Enough to be able to kind of make that slight alteration.
You know, and Godspeed said Petrichor's not afraid to take a fight, and they traditionally aren't. Today they're not afraid either, but it seems like they're approaching them a little more planned, a little more scouting, making some really strong choices in how they're starting starting those engagements.
I like how it looks so far. All right, let's take a look. It is, of course, Sonics here with a win on the board. That's going to fuel them. Now, what's really cool about this is that relative to PGS1, we had Sonic starting out in the groups. Then 17 came along into the same group on day 2. This time around, you've got 17 have already set their pace. Sonics gets to set their pace, and then we get to day 3, where a potential conflict may brew, but we'll see if that occurs.
It will. I mean, because to be honest, 17 got 43 points yesterday, and that's a pretty good start to the weekend. So Sonics, this win's going to put them on the same track, and then they have to make a tough decision tomorrow if they decide to conflict, because I think they're probably going to both walk away in that 40 to 50 range.
All right, well, I'm getting word that we are almost ready here for the game, of course. Any expectations for Erangel?
I expect it to be fun. I'm hoping we finally see the mortars go off. We saw the setup from Sonics, but it didn't come to be. Maybe this time.
Let's do it. It's time to head over to the grassy pastures with Toby and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are now going to more of a vanilla flavor, if you will. The map that started it all back to Erangel, and maybe a reprieve for some of these teams, but so far, these 3 games have been absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to as well a team like Sonics, obviously from my region, to see how they're going to perform here as we look at a pretty eastern plane here, Toby.
Very eastern. The planes have been, I don't say brutal today, because it's not like there are areas that are unreachable with this, but definitely when you have a lobby where some of these teams have literally never played against each other in a non-scrim game, it sure doesn't make things any easier when they're already out drop, like hot drop speculations and things going on, that half the areas of the map are somewhat unreachable, at least with parachutes.
I will say, actually, most planes this entire event have actually been somewhat fair. They haven't been too crazy. Most of the area, as far as where these teams want to drop, has been somewhat accessible, but looking at this...
Except piloting the plane. Oh, there you go. He sat there.
Maybe he was just scratching his nose or something, but we do see a few of these drops. Now, these aren't necessarily hot drops. These are teams that are actually contesting for vehicles here, as Zhao Yang and from Tai Lu is actually... Oh, wait a second. This is going to be a very precarious little situation here. He's going to back off to the 2-story.
Try and run off. You know, the other player had the first run on the gun inside now. Xiao Yang with gun in hand. He's on my fantasy team. Don't give him -3. See if he can survive this one. Level 2 vest against an Uzi. So as long as... they're both on my fantasy team. I'm not... Get the hell out of there. I don't need any of you to give him -3. Get away. What are you doing here?
I wouldn't hate if Inonix took out.
You know what? Soul is coming with a vehicle. They know there's only one guy there, but he's dangerous. And I was like, pick me up, bro. Pick me up. And there he is. Get out of there.
And looking at this circle, this is definitely one of those rough ones, especially if it does start to center on Yas Lake, as we know how difficult it is sometimes to rotate from one side to the other, as we already have a lot of teams already centered up on this.
Now, there is a fun statistic that caught my eye as I looked through the leaderboard of today's matches, and this is a statistic that I don't think I've ever thought of before, but considering the fact that for 8 of these teams, this is the first day of this event, everybody, 3 games in, everybody, with the exception of Daytrade and DDT, because they've been doing their hot drops and whatnot, everybody except for those 2 have had a top 6 or better placement. Every team except for them 2. I was looking for, and again, while it might not be the biggest thing, it's still, we always talk about, you can probably relate to it as a former pro player yourself, on your first day on the stage, getting those plates, like getting extra minutes in, getting time on the server, getting comfortable with the environment. Now let's hear that Xiao Yang interview we didn't get to hear earlier.
变化还是有的，就是每个人都愿意配合得更默契了一点。其实最大的变化还是我们打得更有侵略性了一点吧，以前打得太过于保守了。先进决赛吧。
Our goal is getting into grand finals. We're at the trajectory they're at here.
So far.
Seems pretty,
so far, so good.
Seems pretty within reach. More defensive, now more aggressive. I think that's the individual step-ups of the likes of Xiao Yang that allows them. Like when you only have one fragger, you can't base your entire team off of being aggressive. You'll have Shen to help defense, but outside of that, you can only punch so hard. Now, with more firepower in there, more prioritization of going aggressive, they're all shining.
Yeah, and also the ability to know when to go aggressive and when to pull back, right? And that's something that I feel like Tai Lu has done an amazing job. And even back to that last point you were talking about, it is a confidence builder, and it also just shows how strong this lobby really is, where all the teams are able to punch into that top 6, find the kills as well as find good placement.
Exactly. Let's listen into Danawa as well and see what they have to say, as I believe we'll hear in with Soul.
대회를 위해 뭘 특별히 준비한다기보다 이제 저희가 잘하는 걸 그만큼 보여줄 수 있게끔 연습을 하고 있기 때문에 딱히 특별히 준비한 건 없습니다. 지난 PGS 때 MVP를 해서 아마 트라이얼 1등이 된 것 같은데 이 기세를 이어서 PGS2에서도 MVP를 할 수 있도록 최선을 다해서 할 테니까 많이 응원해 주세요.
Seoul, such a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's one of few Korean players that that I've spoken to. I mean, I don't speak Korean, but he has a pretty decent English. And he is just sitting down and having a chat with him. He is the most humble man on earth, and it's always a joy to talk to.
I was about to say, oh, what happened?
Taman just kind of catch breaks. First he gets shut out of the air on the entry on Tego. It's like, EJ, come on, man.
But bouncing off that, Seoul, yeah, kind of talking to him and looking at the way that he interacts with other players, you wouldn't know that he's an absolute killer in the servers because he's actually really kind of a jokester, right? He likes to have fun. He likes to laugh. He is. Yeah. He's a big nerd, but he is absolutely devastating when he gets in the server and easily one of the best players in the world right now. Is. Yep. Yeah, I like the fact that he also said, look, we're not necessarily specifically preparing for something. We're just making sure that we play our game. And I can't tell you enough how important that is as a former player, as you were saying, to just get in the right mindset and to not necessarily worry about everyone else, but worry about what you guys want to do and keeping your fundamentals, whether it's your scouting, your rotations, and all the macro as well.
Also, kudos to Daytrade for a record-setting performance of 5 minutes into the game not having fired a bullet yet. It's
for them, that is a record, yeah.
There has been some pretty hectic early games that they've been putting up for themselves, as we've seen here today. And Daytrade again, I mean, coming into this tournament, I ranked them second highest of all APAC teams. The thing is, when you hot drop, as we've seen, of course, oftentimes that's going to go against you, but Daytrade really can pack the same punch as both Expendables and Cerberus can. We've seen it previously, while Cerberus was still kind of climbing that ladder, Daytrade were really one of the first teams to become, okay, we have to respect APAC. Yes. Daytrade made, I don't want to say they made APAC known, but at least they made the rest of the world respect APAC. And it's just been phenomenal to watch how other teams since then have come up, and to some extent also Cerberus in particular surpassed what Daytrade has been able to pull off.
And I agree, Daytrade, we're really kind of that first team from APAC. I was like, okay, as you said, yeah, wait a second. We'll get to that point in a second here as Danawan now on the Yas bridge here in gas station, taking shots over at Friendly Fire. It is just Paige and Pixel as a duo, and they are full on crashing this here with Inonix just at the front of this gas station. Paige has to heal, but wait a second, Pixel, if he can do something, maybe a knock.
Roth is helping from afar as well. They are getting assistance. Pixel finds one more, so all of a sudden what was just going to be a pretty clean sweep two-player wipe, they have now found two casualties. Sharpshot has arrived. Roth is coming in as well. Loki is up close, might get one, and yes indeed, he does take him down, so this is going to be much more collateral damage than neither of these two teams thought was going to happen. Soul trying to make the run on it, only him and Loki alive. They want to get all this done with fast so they can get at least back up to 3 up.
And this is the problem though, when you fight Friendly Fire, this team is very scrappy, and they've actually been doing well as far as their team fights, even though the results haven't been the best. How does that not kill Pace and Sharp? They will survive. It's just up to Pixel now as he flashes out the window, trying to delay this push from Soul.
Rest comes through. Page instantly prones down, starts healing on up. Pixel found with a nail. That's huge because he would have found him in return. Soul finds the second, finds the third as well, and there he is, the current MVP. Soul, a hell of a player. A little fortunate in that Pixel gets taken down by that nade right before he gets in, because you'd have to imagine that Pixel's angle would have been superior to Soul's, but comes in, three-way sweep, takes them out. Friendly Fire down in 16th.
That also speaks to the timing and teamwork there between the two members there of Danawa, going in immediately after knowing the knock was there, finding those angles so quickly. We were just talking about how Soul was an absolute killer, and he shows it beautifully for us.
No angle left unchecked as he just sweeps through the gas station. In all fairness, yeah, okay, sure, they didn't have a whole lot of HP to work with, but still not taking anything for granted and clearing everything on approach. Petrichor, wide wrap to the southeastern side, not going to be in a hurry whatsoever. They know they're late to it. They looted up military. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
They'll take their time. You know what? We might as well just loot and get as fat as we can, and then we'll rotate in. Yeah, but I feel for Friendly Fire, Toby. I really do, because the way you said that.
It's just, I get what you're saying. It's always kind of feels Batman when you get torn down like this, but again, Not every game is going to have you catch 9 and everything is going to play perfectly in your favor. You will have these crap games, which this just was, for Friendly Fire. The difference, and especially in long tournaments and this, if you make grand finals, we're looking at like most teams that go lower bracket into grand finals will play over 50 games in this tournament. That's not true, but a lot. Because I was considering all groups playing all the games. But in any case, a lot of games will be played, and you have to somehow make something good of this game. Whether that's learning, that's great. Maybe we shouldn't be to a gas station early on, because we know Dynamo likes to check this. You have to take something positive. You have to take something positive out of it. And I'm sure that Friendly Fire, with all the experience, years and years of PUBG experience that there is in this team, they will do just that.
Yeah, they've been getting in a lot of situations where they have been getting in fights, and they're doing well for themselves. But yes, as you said, the ability for Dynamo there to come in as both teams trying to assist their duos, it was just very impressive coming out from the boys from Korea.
See, Day Trade again, as we said before, all the previous games have been very action-packed right from the get-go this time around. Able to sit tight, able to wait this one out as they're up close to their regional comrades in Expendables. Only Delvin here. Tanwu is looking over towards the east as well, but both 777 and Dogtooth are down towards the granny on the western side. Circle, hard shifts towards the northeast, and not only is it far from many teams, but we're also excluding a hell of a lot of terrain as we are shifting out of water 2 circles from now. So everyone is going to be steaming straight towards the southwest side of those Stolper Mountains.
Yes, and all these rotations you imagine are going to get very close to each other. I wouldn't be surprised losing quite a few in these car battles as we see a lot of these teams shifting from west to east. And Stolper is a really fun area to fight, but not necessarily when it's centered up on that Alamo Road, just in the center where we see D plus Kia.
So little space to maneuver, so little space to obtain for all these teams that are going to be coming in late. So curious to see how some of the late arrivers are going to play on this. You see, that is a crate plane, but everyone is instantly looking up. It's a plane. Other players, this time around, not quite the case. Twisted Minds, one of the early ones on approach here. Where do they set up shop?
They do potentially have this, this shack ridge here that they might be able to split, but again, so many teams rotating right next to each other, and it's going to be Dynamo and Twisted just running into a T-bone situation, but Spyro and Lou will flush out Loki.
Again, when half the server is trying to make the exact same play, you are bound to have teams run into one another. Damage is done, so trying to catch it off at the back of it. Of course, they did take a lot of casualties in taking out Friendly Fire earlier, so just one player left alive. Good thing for Soul is that unless if Twisted Minds goes aggressive on this, he should be right, but look at the smokes. They want that position. And maybe not that, but they don't want to have him there. They don't want to have to worry about it. That Molly, as the door opens, should spread inside. Nope, it doesn't.
And he's going to slip out smart from Soul, but now is the time for Twisted to do this, because that ridge, although it's good cover, it's not great cover this early, and they are going to get shredded from teams, especially the ones that are up on the hill there in near Stolber.
Soul is playing a game of dodge and weave, and so far he's yet to take damage in doing so. So impressive effort. And Twisted Minds, I mean, their play styles, regardless of whether they have a compound art in the open like this, they don't want to have nearby neighbors. They don't like roommates at all. You'll see it whenever they get pulled up on, or you're not even pushed properly. But in the compound, if a team sits in a ridge line outside the compound, Batools would sprint out in the open and nade them on arrival, force them to go elsewhere. They just don't like having opponents nearby. I'm sure closing that door is going to be the change here in whether or not Soul is going to survive.
I'm sorry to laugh and build your point, because you're absolutely right, but the
good.
fact that he closed it just...
You know what? I mean, that's less space for an ace to get inside that shack, so... Kudos to you, Soul.
Yeah. And we do see Perfectus again, just they want to, as you said, get rid of Soul that way. Even if they want to stay here or not, they just don't have to deal with the threat of him backstabbing them.
And the thing is, Twisted Minds do this instantly, especially in the early game, because they know we can do this now while there's still space.
Right.
1.5 circle from now, there's going to be too many teams with ankles on us in the other shacks. We won't be able to even attempt this play. So do it now. Oh my god, Perfect Picks. You're like, your nade's well done, I see.
A little bit over medium there as the nade still coming in. Soul somehow still survives, and you can tell the desperation of Twisted just wanting to get rid of him, as you said, as early as possible before that approach it's not very feasible, as all the teams around them starting to take fires. Gen.G now have set up here just to the east of Severity.
Gen.G slow on approach, coming in from the northwest side again. The Gen.G that we've come to know over many years of PO spearheading the roster, and seems like DG should be able to get picked up Easy peasy for them. Still fully reset. This next circle can still include water, so there's a chance of a hard yoink down south. Not expecting to see it happen.
Why would you say
but it does go to some extent. It's not that bad. The only thing is we all know pretty much exactly where this next one will take us. And if you're expendables right now, you get back inside that compound.
Sitting in no lead is going to be an amazing position for them, as that circle, as you said, is going to have to shift north. So this actually does put some pressure here on the teams. As we see Sonics, this is actually one of their favorite rotations. When the circle is north, they're always on this road. They always love to come from the north side of Stalber, but they now have to potentially contest here with Petrichor, but they're also going to hear this rotation and hear them leave, so they're just going to creep up right behind as we see Twisted Minds still in that position, and Soul has survived somehow.
Not sure exactly where DD team are planning on going. On the flip side of that, you see Question Mark trying to make their way down inside the safety of these trenches here. Issue is there's so many teams with eyes on this exact position, making it so damn difficult to get into this spot. Perfectix full pull up alongside Patulins. They want to deal with Question Mark. They want this area for themselves, but they too are being torn by Daytrade. Nice NATO locked on over. The second one should find the flush onto Dante. Good throws coming through from Patulins.
And again, you see how many teams around this, Toby, have sightlines onto this fight. It's just so difficult for them to fight in a straight-up 4-on-4. At this point, fortunately, for Twisted Minds, they do have the man advantage, but yeah, this is just rough.
For the casual viewer, you go, why are people so obsessed with this spot? It's on the edge. There's nothing to fight for here. Well, maybe you don't know that this next circle is going to shift away from water. It's going to go north, and this should, if not be in, then on the edge. And there are only so many spots available in this area of the map. Now, for anyone who's ever played Arena or TDM in this game, they will be well-versed in practicing in this area of the map. Let's see who's going to come up victorious. Summer, the IGL Petrichor down early as Sonics continue to push on forward. And they're split very wide here, Petrichor.
I was about to say the split here is pretty disgusting, as Petrichor aren't really going to be able to support Chewy at this point. As the rest of Sonics here starting to push on Stalber. I thought for sure maybe they would have consolidated on the south, but they did not, which means that it's just going to be up to Chewy to kind of hold this line, as Petrichor, they're not moving up. They're actually content with just letting this happen.
I mean, he's a very, very, very good player, Chewy, and if they don't check the angle, that's one, maybe two down, and then with the peek over from Mike's left, and Milt, they won't expect it at all. Doesn't peek the first one, as we swing over to another fight between Gen.G and D plus Kia. EJ first one to fall. He has been knocked once before already, so they have to commit to that one early if they want to get him seen. Nice peek out from inside the building as it takes down Taemin. That's two down from Gen.G. EJ knocked in now, as Pio is still arriving. DG98 trying to get over and help, and this is the Gen.G I was hoping not to see. A approach on a building that you're 99% sure is going to have players in it. You don't come one by one by one by one. So a little mistimed on that one, but nice defense put up here by D+, who once again show that we're really good at taking fights, but we don't have to take them.
As long as we have
as long as we're defense,
somewhere
we're good
to hold, yes, we'll be just fine. But look at this circle shift. Again, we knew it was going to go very far north as this fight between D+ Kia and the last member here of Gen.G is going on, but DG's actually going to hold this Pio actually up. They've actually recovered very well.
Able to get all but one up, as Taemin was flushed just before, but the issue is now there are still players in and around that might get angles on them, so they have to be swift with this. They have to clear it quickly. We'll see now if this hold is one hold too much for D+ Kia to hold, as the nade does come through. Pio take it down, just two left alive.
I would not want to try to take a compound here from D+ Kia, as again, they are just proving that they are absolute titans when it comes to holding a position down, and really it's just the last couple members here of Gen.G. I believe they want this. Gen.G now, they want to get rid, and EJ on the other side of this, the smokes are trying to get out, but no, Zenith will find the knock, and Gen.G is eliminated. Beautiful hold from D+ Kia.
Really great read of the situation. They go on defense mode, they go full turtle and say, you just sit here, you hold your corner, we're in a small building, let's just defend it together. When they realize that, wait, Gen.G are wounded now. Gen.G on the run. They come out of the house, they jump out of their shells, and they just punish. Great setup and execution by D+, who got pushed in a situation where, I mean, it was kind of off, it was kind of weird. Fault on Gen.G, but very smart response by D+ Kia.
So you remember what, you remember Chewy?
Yeah.
Sonics are dead.
Yeah. I mean, he gave info to the entire team on where they were coming from, so you'd have to imagine that that's must have fit or played some sort of role in it. We'll check in with
D+ Kia.
I mean, they're trying to drive uphill in the US with two wheels, so I don't fault the You're limited in your options on that approach as the circle does swing up towards the mountains once more. Minuta, seen it. You've played well this game to defend, but now you're the ones that attack, and I'm worried that with the sprays coming through, there is limited to nothing you can do against it. Forest Gaming out, that's elsewhere on the map. As seen it now, the lone player from D+ Kia tries to sneak his way up to E Arena.
And E Arena's Larix has just been honestly the best player for me on that team so far. He's been doing so much work, and they're going to hear that pull up, and
yeah, he
should know that Zenith is going to be on the other side of that.
The thing is, they don't know who pulled up, and they don't know how many players were in the car. So respect to Larix for not taking anything for granted. And at least now, well, yeah, there's one down here. Guys, can you peek this angle, please? Oh, never mind. We're getting hit from the entirety of Expendables, and there comes the kill over the top. KM99 able to get the vibe on up as D+ are taken out in 10th.
And now I will also say for Twisted, they're actually going to be able to rotate up here to the northwest, and they have quite a bit of room to start working with here onto the position there of DD Team as well. So
only issue is they're down to 2. And while you can never count them out, it's not easy to go on that aggressive flank mode when you're only 2, because you have snakes to worry about. And while when you're 4, you can kind of dedicate one to clear the close angles and then have the other one sweep around. You really can't set that up when you're just 2 guys. So do you want to be the one pushing or the one defending? There's limited options.
The one caveat, though, is the team that they would be pushing into on that edge is also a 2-man in DD Team.
Yeah.
So
look at Expendables here. We talked about the priority of keeping the compound safe. They have realized we've cleared the entire south-southwest. Now let's backfill. Now let's sweep this entire southwest side. Again, a proactiveness that I haven't seen out of this team to the same extent. And especially, one thing is that they can pull it off in APAC, but daring to do so on their second day at a global.
And finding success.
Coming out with this level of comfort, coming out with this level of just courage to try and pull off a play like this while it's backed off now and they're going the other way, let alone the fact that they try, tells me that they're much more confident than what we've seen the likes of the region be in the past.
As you said, Daytray opened the door for that region, and now it's really been the Expendables. Cerberus now really starting to step up and be a force to reckon with here in the international event. We now see Daytrade. We're just speaking about them. 2 members, Nocpuchus and Belmoth, the last 2 trying to hold this off from Petrichor.
And the boys in yellow, Na'Vi wrapping over the top, hearing the commotion, of course, wanting to see if they can claim the high ground. Perfect. Nate lopped on over from Mamu as well. DD Team, it wasn't a great start to the game for them, but they have found a couple of kills and have a somewhat decent position. As I say, that no, it's outside the circle on the west side, so I'm lying. I was confusing them with another team.
Yeah, but Na'Vi, as you pointed out, just so good at reading the circle and punishing mistakes. Ugo, you said that, and he is absolutely one of the best. As again, Duckjuice and the Expendables just cleaning up the teams on the edge here.
The way that Expendables are maneuvering on the southwest side, kind of prioritizing the compound, but moving in and around them with it all the time, making sure to have full control of the 2-2 splits. This is phenomenal PUBG we're watching. We could have an entire showcase built around just the rotations that the Expendables have been doing over the last minute and a half.
Well, even the way that they, as you said, have anchors into this 2-2 split, just beautifully holding out Tai Lu, and they're able to recover all of these knocks as well.
You reset straight into a 3-1 with Delvin on the side, now holding up longs on the other side. Expendables are playing some absolutely phenomenal PUBG right now. So anyone out there trying to learn how to, well, when you have a compound, you could just chill. You could also do exactly what Expendables did here and find yourself a couple of kills that way.
Yeah, and they're spreading out, as you said, taking the fight to multiple teams. I wanted to see E Arena get a little more aggressive on this west side, but they actually can't because LG has been holding them down for so long, and LG's rotation in the south was wonderful.
Yeah, managing to maneuver on in. It hasn't been a high-impact game for them so far, only 1 kill, but coming in fresh, limited to no casualties on their side. Helmets, vests should be fresh, utility should be there, first aids too. They're ready for up-close endgame, or as up-close as these endgames get, up on the Stalpa Mountains with all full still alive.
Expendables, though, they do have Delwyn here on the south to try to anchor. The circle is about to post, but LG now have an opportunity to third-party quite a lot of the fights here as we now see this rotation happening, and it's gifted actually to the Expendables.
I feel like it's kind of well-deserved because none of this land was for free. They've gone out and claimed it. Issue is, regardless of whether they have more circle space, fighting uphill here is very, very difficult, especially when you still have a high-ground team in full control. So considering how many different things we've already seen Expendables do, I'm actually curious to see how they're planning to play this circle, because they have the space right now, but how are they going to take advantage of it?
Also, a lot of that is going to factor into how this fight between Na'Vi and Daytrade happens, as well as what Na'Vi does afterwards if they're actually going to pour onto LG on that high ground.
Uber reload, please.
10 bullets, that's enough.
Thank you, he reloaded, that's the camera cutaway. Just when you see a guy standing around for like 10 seconds, like you might as well.
I get super nervous when I see someone with an AR with like 12 bullets. It's like,
exactly. I'm ready to spray 3 people. No, reload. Yeah, but he did, so we're all good. In the meantime, now, as you can see here, Expendables clearly with the way they're set up here, not looking to aggress at all. Definitely not, but looking to fend off pushes in that direction. Wide 2-2 split. They know for a fact there's no one in between them with how they've been maneuvering back and forth. They're just sat here saying, we are making sure right now that no one gets to flank us.
But it's also such a stark difference. You see another team from the same region. Again, we talked about it briefly, E-Arena. They did have the ability to somewhat spread out of that Wizard Tower, but because they were just getting shot at LG, they were just so hesitant to do anything. And honestly, they had kills to get for themselves, but it's just a complete difference in mentality and playstyle there. And as I say that, Daytrade now starting to make their push up towards Na'Vi. This is going to be very difficult for a duo.
I mean, we heard from Expendables earlier as well how their communication have gotten better. They've improved on various fronts. To be able to go from a compound hole to a 2-2 split to a 3-1 split, back to a 2-2 split, to then a 3-1 split with one holding the flank on the side, to now a wide 2-2 split, to communicate all of this over the span of, 7 minutes in a game where they're fighting constantly. You can only do this if you have absolutely top-tier communication and everyone is on the exact same page. Sure, they don't have the damage or the kills here, but the way that they've been maneuvering around this map so far and always known exactly where they have each other, I'll say, I mean, half the teams, even in this tournament, can't pull off that to the same extent.
And the confidence that this is building for that team is going to be astronomical as they're able to do this to some of the best teams in the world. And so the fact that they've been able to transition from 1-3s and 2-2s is, again, something we don't see from a lot of the other teams at all.
They just seem like they always know where they have each other, which is huge, especially when you get into those situations where a fight get dicey. It's a coin flip. Who comes out victorious? The team that knows exactly where the backup player is to help him out will get the kill. It's Hanvo. He's been on one today, and he ain't done just yet. Finds Puju's flush confirmed as well. Belmoth on the off angle. I like that Na'Vi never pushed down either. They said, it's Daytrade to move. They have to go one way or another. And Belmoth says, you know what, guys? Fair enough. You won. We tried. Didn't work. I would imagine that he concedes this one. Probably first aid as best as he can, but even that's not going to work.
GG, boys. We gave it
valiant effort. Oh, no, he gets one through, but that's
he actually will be able to prone here for a moment. Maybe? No.
Top 4 and dead. Oh,
he has a little rock.
There is. I hope he doesn't have a water bottle in that backpack, because that's going to be water pouring all over the place now.
Belmont's just trying to survive. Not as Na'Vi, though, actually, look at this. LG hears these shots now. They are transitioning, but I love this from Mel and Alia. Absolutely ready. They also know that there's going to be a team on this east side as they are going to start engaging here towards LG.
Very, very rarely do you get a chance to properly backstab Na'Vi. They were ready for it this time around too, as Alia takes out Flood, and that's actually kind of troublesome, because Flood was the connecting player between the duo of Rello and Snakers and Kickstart down on the southern side. Kickstart played flank. He's still in the compound, but come on, Uber, just get him. You're playing with your food at this point. He knows where he is.
He wants this so bad.
But with Flood down, as we can see now in the minimap as this is taking place, they have to back off. Flood was the guy looking over the hill, kind of connecting the dots or the islands of Kickstart and Snakers and Rello on the other side. So really, really good read from LG saying, we had a perfect setup, but Na'Vi were ready. They punished Flood. Now we got to back
look
off
what
and
it's
play 3.
caused LG to do now. They know they have to go for...
Oh,
okay. Well, it was a little sad about that. But yeah, look what it's caused LG to do. They know they now have to wrap down to the south.
Yeah.
The problem for them, though, is the fact that TE, again, is already set up. They're back to a 2-2 split. Now Duckchoose is actually taking center position with Delwyn still holding that bottom edge flank.
I mean, they're essentially sitting on the shorelines down here, Expendables, not wanting to go off of them. They know that everything south of them is just open waters. And here we have Delvin holding off. Finds one, finds oh my God! Tanmu finds the third! LG thought they had a good angle of approach, but Expendables have been sitting here waiting for this exact moment. Perfect angle from all the way across the circle. Tanvu way over by 777. Instantly gets the read from Delvin. I need help over the top. Open angle, fights all 3. Huge play from Expendables.
And I was wondering, and we were wondering actually, if the Expendables could keep this up coming into the second day. And not only have they keep this up, they have elevated their play to levels that we haven't seen from this region, I think pretty much ever. They just look so damn dominant as now they are going to take the fight to Na'Vi in this very awkward multitude of angles.
Regardless of amount of kills, this is one of the best played out APAC games I've ever
100%.
seen. Like the way they go about this is just everything's like every single movement seems so calculated.
there's no wasted movements at all. It seems like, as you said, everything is calculated, and they're just so ready for everything in every team. Even playing from the low ground there, as we saw LG coming down that hill, that angle with Delwyn, the angles in the back with Duck Juice, just incredible.
I just hope, and it's going to sound weird because the better you're playing, obviously, the more hype and the more happy you're going to be, and therefore you should be playing better. But we've seen the Expendables that also just are dogs off leash. That just go super aggro, like, woohoo, now they're feeling it, and they just start running into people's hits. They have to, even with the laps that they probably have on their faces with how well they're playing right now, they have to be able to contain themselves too. They have to be able to stay focused and not just let it run wild.
And there's something to be said for finishing strong, because at this point, I think it's all but guaranteed that they're probably going to be going through.
Even they're 75. They're easily through.
Even if they have some bad games, even if they have some travesty games, they're going to be fine. But
we're talking 50-some points for lower.
Finishing strong, though, is what's very important here, because that is also going to give them confidence against not just being dogs let off the leash, just mindlessly going forward and being aggressive, which, again, they're not doing. They're playing incredibly, but yes, I would love to see them continue this consistency.
Can they bring it home, or do we actually see the 5-time second place Na'Vi get themselves their first win? Na'Vi a little hesitant, of course, knowing that, well, LG tried to get off the hill and were instantly melted. You could see that they were setting up to try and third party, but there was nothing to third party because LG were killed before the first bullet was fired. So we'll see what they can pull off as they're now essentially making their way to the exact same spot where LG died just before.
And yeah, that was disgusting, the speed at which they were able to dispatch LG. As we see just that lone member of E Arena and Larix holding down on that wizard tower. But just Navi's patience really is their greatest weapon.
I would like to see the win percentage thing that we get sometimes of what is the chance of Larix winning this game.
I'd say it's about a solid, like, 3%.
Oh, well, we also gonna say it can't be like the 0.00 because there is
like 3%,
the thing is the players know, obviously don't see these stats that we have on top of the screen, but they know there's 9 alive. They can do the math. There's gotta be at least 2 teams up and running. And now Example goes full speed forward. Uber, oh, I like this play from Expendables once more. They knew Uber was gonna be the guy up above to hold the angle. They don't shoot at the guy immediately. They shoot at the guy set up top. So Expendables do, though, allow in both Melman and one more, but 777 is hit instantly. Finds one with the P90.
The P90 absolutely disgusting up close, and 777 has been a little quiet this game, but he will do so much damage as he finds a second, and that is it. He'll clean up Na'Vi by himself.
They are absolutely on one. Lyric solo player left alive. Just give it to them at this point. Expendables, one of the best played out games I have had to cast in all my career of PUBG Esports. What a phenomenal way to bring this one home.
That may have been one of the... That's the closest perfect game I've seen any team play, especially when we talk about the region in which we were on Stalber Hill.
If they ever release a book of how to PUBG, if there is a sector of it of how to play from no lean when circles go your way, just use this game. Just use this game. They were in control from start to finish. What a well-deserved win. And it seemed so effortless too. They knew exactly what to do. They probably didn't even break a sweat by the end of it.
No, they didn't. Raise that flag high, boys. That was absolutely incredible. I would love to see what the desk has to say about that as we head into the highlights.
Thank you, boys. Yes, expanding and surpassing all expectations here. The Expendables looking fantastic. Welcome to the highlights and the post-show, or post-game even, I should say, brought to you by STC Play. The Expendables, man. Wow, what a performance.
You know, when we came here to this event, I expected Cerberus out of the region to kill it, but I thought Expendables, maybe they end up in the middle of the pack situation. Maybe they make the winner's bracket, but we have been watching them just put on a master class in improvement. They came to play. They clearly took the off-season or the time between events and made themselves a significantly better fighting team. And then you hand them a P90, and it's all over.
Well, anybody with that is a deadly, deadly gun for sure here. And again, as the casters were saying, the way that we're able to play this from no lean, just looking fantastic. Up on these Salva Hills, it's difficult to be constantly kind of transitioning and taking these fights over and over here, Toffees, but they did it well. So did some other teams, but the Expendables surpassed that.
The Expendables, they played it well, and they were active in the fights. They got some good backstabs. As you sort of go to the end game here, you're going to see just where they just absolutely won these fights. You heard the scream start when they dumped LG in a matter of seconds and took all of the surviving members just down. And here's where they just go after Na'Vi, completely eliminate them. And then from there, the E-Arena last man standing was never going to be an issue because of how well they took Na'Vi down. Now, Na'Vi, that means, again, second place, always the bridesmaid, still yet to be the bride, but they're fine. They're going to do well with that. Expendables is blowing my mind. The second chicken dinner, these guys look really good.
I mean, yeah, if you think back to the beginning of this tournament, how many people would have said the Expendables were going to be having this many points by the time we get through the halfway point, basically, of day 2? I mean, look at their points. They've guaranteed themselves pretty much that winner's bracket here. That is a phenomenal performance from them so far.
It was, and like I said, it was there's a confidence booster, to say the very least. That is a tough section to play, and we even commented on it. I'll be real, the mid section of that game was boring, for lack of a better word. I mean, it's a tough landscape to play. It's sort of very vertical. A lot of teams are going to lock into their spot and hold it. We saw a little bit of exchange of fire, and Expendables waited it out. They waited for that right moment and then just started to backfill team after team and absolutely crush them. And I got to give props for them staying active and staying hot, so when it was time to fight, they were better than everybody else.
Yeah, it's a topic actually that we were talking about behind stage, is that, you know, everything else seems just very figured out right now. So for all of these teams, they know where they want to go, and come crunch time, when the circle moves away from you or you're caught out on the edge, you're probably going to have a bit of a bad time here. But let's take a look at the 4 teams that were able to do well for themselves. We've got Day Trade up there, we've got E-Arena, but again, I think we do have to say, Na'Vi, somehow, some way, they've got so much longevity in every game.
That's what I was saying in the last one. Whether it's Uba running off by himself to find some placement points or fighting your way into 4th place, Na'Vi finds a way. But that's what world champions do. They look amazing, but they don't look as good as these guys did in this game, man. If the Expendables keep pushing with the speed they've got, and I love that it's not just one superstar right now. All of them, 3 kills across the board.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to end up seeing the man of the match here, but you'd be remiss if actually you just didn't include them all. Like, thinking and seeing how that is going to be standing out. Delwyn, though, will take it, but again, it's a very small margin between all these guys. They're a fighting force here. To see them being able to take this here, brought to you by Gadia, it's a great little spot for them to be able to say, hey, you've got to be scared of all of our players.
Yeah, and this is one of those things too. Regionally, the region's been developing. They've been working hard to get better and better, working as a team. And the Expendables, I think, are a good example of that. It's sort of going to the drawing board, make sure that they focus on themselves and their individual skill. They come out with 10 placement, 12 kills, 22 points.
That's lovely.
On a very, honestly, a difficult map circle. Like, that was tough to play uphill. They're the only team that walked away with a kill count like even close to that.
They have one of the best initial checkpoints, right? They have no lean, so that's a great little kind of anchor to have for a circle like that. But it is by no means easy when you then have to start transitioning up Stalber. Let's take a look at the overall total leaderboard though here, as the Expendables move up into 2nd place here. And as you mentioned, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Na'Vi, 77 points. I feel like if you're Cerberus upwards, you've probably done enough here, Toffees.
Yeah, I think if you're Cerberus upwards, you can just close it for the night, go grab some dinner if you want. You're probably in pretty good shape. I can tell you for sure Na'Vi and upward are locked in, though I do think Na'Vi is going to be very irritated. Like, yes, they're qualified for the winner's bracket. They've got good points, but that's not enough for them. They need to get a chicken dinner before they walk away today.
All right, so let's take a look at who's in the danger zone here. As for some of these teams, I mean, there's not too much trouble just yet. If you're Forest, again, I think Forest is definitely the one that is actually kind of shaking in their boots here at the moment, considering 21 points and 10 games played. That's devastating.
No, I would say that they are deep in the woods with very little chance of getting out right now. And that is what it is. It doesn't mean you're out of the tournament, right? I mean, you still have the loser's bracket. And again, if you're a team like Forest, or if we get to tomorrow and you start to find yourself looking very clearly at that bottom 8, then take your next 3 games. Focus on improving what you need to improve. Just like if you want to improve your wheels or your game, you can game your way. Follow Jamil Gaming, SA, Toyota.com, SA/EN/gamers. But they need, I think, to take this time to figure out what they're going to do in losers bracket, because what they're doing in this bracket is not working.
Yeah, and we also have OSN as well joining us here, so a huge thank you to them. Go over to osnplus.com and check that out here with the code GAMERS8, which is always nice to be able to help out all the viewers on out there. Yeah. But beyond that, I think that, as you say, 2 games left for Forest. You have to hit big here. As you say, it's not over just yet, but you really don't want to be in the lower. You could have a decent back-to-back. We've seen glimmers, we've seen moments where they've been able to get to the late game, but it's been disjointed, like one member in the late game. So I don't have huge hopes for them.
I think that some teams have a chance at getting a back-to-back. I don't know that Forest has that right now.
I have to agree.
The way that they've been playing doesn't. Like, we've got one player that's sort of been carrying them in Scabby, but I just don't. I don't see it happening right now. And I'm sorry, guys. I hate to say that, but take that. True. Go home, go back to the drawing board and change something, because what you're doing now is not working.
All right, well, thank you very much, Toffees, for joining me here. We are going to go to a short break. When we return, we have our next 2 games remaining here on Erangel here at PGS2. Don't go anywhere.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Welcome back to the main stage. We're joined by Shrimpsy from Sonics. Dude, what an incredible performance so far today. We've got to ask you just a couple of questions before you can continue on to your next Erangel. Now, first and foremost, which out of the PGS2 teams, there we go, I got there in the end, that haven't been competing, you know, PGS1 up to this point, which have impressed you so far?
I would definitely say the Expendables. I think they've been very, very good. You know, they've been incredible for a long time, but getting to see it at a global stage is awesome to see. But I don't like it up close, you know.
It's been impressive to watch, I have to say, and especially your Tego performance as well. But we might get a chance to chat about that. Now, day one for you guys in this competition. Today's kind of about gathering intel, isn't it? It's about gathering information on your opponents. Now, in Erangel specifically, you typically land between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. What's the rotations been like out of that? How have you felt landing between those two? Because, you know, have the walls been closing in?
I mean, we've played against them before a lot. Obviously, they're two very talented teams. We fought them basically every game at PGS1 and completely ruined our tournaments because they're insane. So yeah, we've gotten a lot of info throughout this tournament and last tournament. So awesome.
Well, okay, quickly take us through the last moments of Tego, since we got a little bit of time. What was going through your minds? What were the comms like, you know, as you guys closed out that map?
Basically, Tig was freaking out. We had to really calm him down. You know, it was pretty calm, but then Tig's just, you know, Australian. He's going really ham the whole time. No, I'm just kidding. We were just super calm. We had a lot of positions, so we were just vibing out, making sure that our kill feed was good, making sure we knew where everyone was, and, you know, we were able to take it out because Manunda went, you know, ham on Na'Vi, so that's good.
موجودين حاليا اعزائي المشاهدين مع لاعب شرمسي من فريق السونيكس، وحبينا ناخذ رايه بعده اسئله، بدايه من مين الفريق اللي كان مفاجئ بادائه خلال بطوله البي جي اس 2، وكان رايه عن فريق ذا اكسباندبلز انه هو فريق قوي جدا من ناحيه خلينا نقول البطولات الاقليميه، لكن فاجئوه من ناحيه الاداء في البطولات العالميه كاول تواجد معهم في البي جي اس 2، وغير هيك حابين ناخذ رايه من ناحيه نزلتهم بخريطه إيرانجل، ان هم بالعاده بينزلوا بين فريق نافي وبين فريق تويستد، وهل قدروا يجمعوا معلومات ويعرفوا كيف يعملوا الروتيشنات تبعتهم حوالين هاي الفرق؟ جوابه كان ان هم بالعاده بياخذوا فايتات معهم ومتعودين على اللعب مع هذول الفريقين، فما اثر كثير عليهم في اللحظات الاخيره. واخر شيء حابين نساله كيف كانت اللحظات الاخيره بخريطه تايجو بعد ما قدروا يجيبوا التشيكن دينر، ورده كان انه القائد الفريق تيج كان يعني يمكن كان حساس شوي او كان متاثر شوي بنهايه المباراه، لكن قدر يهديه وقدروا يجهزوا حالهم وقدروا يطلعوا بالوينر تشيكن دينر بنهايه الجيم. وبنشكر طبعا شمسي على تواجده معنا في المقابله.
Yes, Sandstorm. I love it. Shrimpsy, thanks so much for joining us in this interview. Thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Best of luck in the next two Erangels of the day and the rest of the competition. Back to the desk to commence our next Erangel map.
I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. I push that way to get that dough, but I don't break 'cause I told y'all. All you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I don't win.
Thank you so much, Barney and Sam Store, for that fantastic interview. And thank you to Shrimsy as well for just showing up and really letting the world know what the comms are like with Tig on that team.
Full Australian mode. I love it. I love it. Also great to see the interview with players where it's not just, you know, all formal, the team had a good performance, this and that, this. Allow themselves, allow yourselves to have a good time. And at least I feel like all of the Sonics players, regardless of who you interview, always gonna get a fun interview out of them. But of course, it ain't all just laughs and funs and giggles. Teams are here to fight for the spot for the winners bracket. And oh my lord, this tournament has been fierce so far.
I mean, we're just into the second day of group stages. We still have winners bracket, lower bracket, and then obviously the grand finals to play for as well. And this has been some of the most exciting PUBG I'd say in a long time. Obviously, PGS1 was a fantastic event as we now head into our, as Steve likes to say, penultimate game of the day, back to Erangel. But the changes that have been in place, obviously introducing Tego, all the new weapons as well as the new utility to be using, the emergency pickups, it's just been such an injection of absolute fun into the meta and into competitive PUBG.
And we really have seen all of it at different points in the game, let alone the fact, and this is something that actually was, I was just going to say it's different models, but this is something that some viewers who play normal modes in general maybe haven't thought too much about. It might not be the biggest impact, but as some of you might have noticed, we have blue zone nades now. With the implementation of Panzerfaust and Mortars, we have blue zone nades on all maps too. Through qualifiers, through tournaments in the past where we have had blue zone nades in competitive, they've exclusively been on Tego. But here for PGS2, they are now on all maps. So while it's not the biggest difference, it's still just one more of that. I mean, if it was the only difference, easy to work around. But there's one of a trillion new things that have been implemented, and sometimes you might just forget about it. And when you forget, well, those 10 damage a second, they can hurt real hard.
Well, you were mentioning it as well earlier when we were talking. The blue zone grenades really makes like things like shacks and small one-story buildings quite unplayable, especially if you're getting pushed because you have to play on the outside. Now, looking at this plane path, this was actually the most even plane path I think we've seen all tournaments, straight down diagonally on from the southwest to the northeast. Thank you very much.
No worries, man.
Yeah, all the teams are going to pretty much go where they want to, which has been the case for the most part as this tournament has gone, right? We've had that one Tego plane where it was kind of crashing, but even then a lot of the teams were able to stretch to the east if they wanted to. And this circle is going to be about as even as you want.
Yeah, it's even in terms of, I mean, we would really have to get creative with phase 1 circles on a wrangle where we go, whoa, you know, it has to be like super edge heavy. But as even and simple as this circle is, when you look at it from a map perspective, when you take into account the plane path and where all the teams are currently and will be going to rotate in from, Milta Power, Prison, Farm, Novo, Mansion, Lipovka, all these southeast areas of the map completely uninhabited. So where normally we'd see a pretty even spread of teams in and around the middle, and some of the teams that loot Milta Power, slowly creep their way further towards the center, there's going to be no one coming from there now. Like if you're E Arena now and you're the last team to jump out of the plane, you see this circle, I'm just hopping in a car and driving towards the power, full speed south. You know what, another team that is planning on doing that exact same thing right now? Luminosity. They see this circle, they go, great, this is a clear call for us. We go back to our home turf, and we're going to get it all to ourselves.
Yeah, exactly, and they know, again, as you pointed out, because of the plane path, because of how much of these was actually cut out, they should be able to get a free rotation here and be able to go right at home. Yeah. They could even stop at Milta if they really wanted to and take a position from there or use that as a rotational foothold.
The only thing for them is they have spent quite a bit of time flying across. We saw they had to pop their parachutes early, get on vehicles, now transition the entire military, cross on over. In that time, other teams could, if you're a friendly fire, swung down to Milta. Not that they would do that, but you know, like there could be teams that have opted to move further east, so they can't just pedal to the metal all the way across there. So we can see already now kicks out of the vehicle on the southern side. Just double check, make sure, do not, and that's the one lesson you learned early in a competitive tournament like this, don't take anything for granted. Correct. If you have a chance to stop and scout, for the love of God, stop and scout.
Yeah, and I can tell you from experience, yeah, that the thing is there is much more room for error when you're playing in a regional event, right? You do have teams that are either coming in through open qualifiers or teams that are not necessarily that used to competitive, right? At that level, you usually have tier 2 teams kind of slipping in. But when it comes to making it to an international event, you have so little room for error. As you said, Uba, one of those players, right? Amazing at punishing. There's a lot of, not necessarily Ubas out there, but there's a lot of players that are up to that level that will absolutely punish you. A lot of teams that will absolutely punish you for making any sort of mistake. So yeah, the margin for error here at international events, especially of this caliber, very, very small.
And a team who has been maybe not doing so much mistakes, but more just making decisions somewhat questionable would be the team. But now let's hop on over to, I believe, Uber and hear a little pre-recorded interview with
we got like
captain.
second place 3 times today, and we were kind of confident the way we played today. We didn't have like as much kills as we wanted. We had like more placement points, I think, than kills. But it means that we have more potential to actually like kill like more players, get more points like during the next day. I think it was like actually okay-ish day for us. Not the best one, not the worst one. Like enough points for us. So yeah, we are pretty like confident about us going to tomorrow. Of course, our goal for PGS2 is to win the event, qualify for world event, and, and be happy.
And that just shows you how absolutely dangerous that team is. When not only did they have a good first day, they're just like, yeah, we didn't really get enough kills.
I like the fact that we had a very humble translator. He was like, our goal is to win the event. Subtitles, our goal is to get to grand finals. It's like, don't downplay Uber. Whenever he sets his mind to something, he will try and get it. And that's why you see Navi up there, currently in 3rd and 77.
And I will say it as well, it's just been so impressive to watch Uber kind of, retire, stop playing for a considerable amount of time, and then come back, again, not only win PGC 2022, but just have so much success here. And Navi, again, a team as their greatest weapon being patience, just dominating. And it still scares me that he says, oh, yeah, we didn't really get enough kills. We didn't really get enough of what we wanted, as they sit in the top 3.
I mean, kind of choked on my breakfast this morning when I saw Alry, the coach of Navi's tweet. Yeah, we had a pretty decent day yesterday. Like, what are you on about, bro? You averaged like 3rd place. Sure, you didn't get 15 kills every game like you've done in the past, but that was a phenomenal day 1 in a global tournament. Like, yeah, it was decent, but that's just it. I mean, when you have a team that plays so well, that are so, to some extent, consistent in the top. It's funny that I say that because there are also other tournaments they haven't even been able to qualify for. But in a tournament like this, when they play as well as they do, they just always want more, and that's the mentality you have to have in order to come out and win tournaments like these.
That's exactly the mentality you want the team to have as well. Not just one player. The whole team's mindset is, you know what, this isn't enough. Yeah, sure, we're in 3rd. Yeah, sure, we're going to go on to the next round, but we want to win this damn tournament.
I mean, we can put it this way. You should always be satisfied when you have a good game, because if not, then you're just never going to have a good game, because you'll never be satisfied. So if you have a 17-kill win, yes, enjoy it. But always look at but how could it have been 18?
Exactly.
How could we have gotten even more off of it? Every game there's something, especially in PUBG of all esports, every game there will be things you could have done differently that could have made it even better than potentially already was.
Unless you're the Expendables last game.
Well, I mean, we're close too. There might be 1 or 2 things they could have done. Hit 1 bullet more there or something, but that's a game I'd gladly go back and watch a couple more times to go, what actually could they have done differently that would have been better?
And looking at a team that does to do a little bit better today, as they obviously did have the hot drops early, is going to be Day Trade as they stop here at C9 Hill. It's going to be a nice little position for them. I mean, they could kind of hang out here for a little bit. They're still in the circle on the southwest edge, but obviously they would like to come in a little more, especially when I look at the center of this. It does tend to go around that kind of death road that we see so often teams fighting.
And to go back to what I said just before, as we see what is potentially, not potentially guaranteed to be a bridge camp. Are you ready to see the forest burning? Well, it's about to.
Oh, Munto, good night, sweet prince. Will they let the first one through? No. That's the question.
They will. They will give him to Deva. Or just, there you go.
Master comes
1,
through.
2, no, not 2. Okay, 2.
Nice.
And there.
Very clean little bridge camp there.
Yeah, I mean,
done well.
It's the small things. It's get those mental games going early. If you're up against a team, or if you have a chance to early on in the tournament, like this is the light version of a hot drop in terms of mental games, right? Exactly, mental games early on in the tournament. Now, from now on, any single time Forest is going to be in a game where D plus Kia is in as well, they're going to be like,
they're going to be conditioned.
Maybe we should not be doing this. So D plus Kia can now be leaving this position, not scouted at all, but know they've just added a proper 20-30 seconds to Forest rotation, because they are kind of forced to stop and scout.
Yeah, and I will say, again, D plus Kia, we talked about them. Wait a second, Scappy? Nah, I think Kio's just going to drive.
He hit the car. I was like, I'm going for this. And it's okay, little tag coming in.
Tags him in the shoulder. It's going to actually cause Pio to think about it a little bit and just drive around that little ice cream shack.
But angry.
Yeah, but D plus Kia, we had talked about yesterday, again, a little hesitant, not being as proactive. Today has been almost a completely different team. And then again, when we watched them defending positions, it's been nothing short of amazing. The way that they're able to turtle and then come out and really kind of destroy the teams around them have been very impressive so far.
Now, as we see D plus rotate their way on in, if we look back at the map for a moment, whether you're doing it at home, do exclamation mark map and you can see it, or whether you like us have the map feed available here, the southeast still, because of how the plane path was, extremely uninhabited. You only really have LG down there, and then you have Petrichor coming in from military now. Outside of that, you see the commotion down here in the southwest, and the only reason you always go like, wait guys, this is like a farm Milta circle. Why are teams fighting around Pachinki? Because 12 out of 16 teams had to rotate in from the west-southwest, and that's why we're seeing all the commotion in the area of the map where usually when we see these southeast circles, you never see this. Where do we normally see fights? Lipovka, Prison, all those funnels on the other side, but everyone now has been rotating in west, which means south-southeast, completely completely free.
Yeah, and you did a good job of pointing that out as well in the playing path, right? Like, yes, it was even. Yes, most of the teams got to go where they wanted to, but that really does come into play when you look at rotations, when you look at the macro.
Especially now, depending on where this next circle shifts. If we go anywhere east with this next one, it's going to be wild because you normally have 3-4 teams down in that southeast direction, and now you don't. The thing is, players don't know. Good thing, though, is for the vast majority of the players, they're going to be in this one. And right now, going off of the Na'Vi interview we just had, if there is a team that thrives in this area of the map, regardless of whether they get the circles on their compound or not, that's Na'Vi.
Yeah, but this Death Road as well, I mean, it's called Death Road for a reason. That dirt road there that separates just to the north and south of where you actually do see Na'Vi playing is so devastating. It's very difficult to hold. There's a nice, there's a shack, there's a wizard tower around there, but it is hard to hold, especially if you are a team that is defending from multiple positions, as it often does happen. DG gonna find a kill there. Onto Olympus now as Scappy trying to return as the last member of Forest, putting some damage onto Gen G.
Seems like Korea is just united against Forest. They're like, yeah, we're going to give you a hard time in this one, boys. We know you looted north, we know you chilled for a while, but you're not getting inside this next circle.
So again, D+ now rotating around this road that we've been talking about with friendly fire up to the north, just a new compound there. They're going to take some shots. I want to know exactly where does D+ Kia think that they're going to end up?
Yeah. The question is, do they know where they're going to end up? I would imagine they go for the shack, and that's exactly where they're going. Uber trying to get away. Will he get away in time, though? I doubt it. A little push and shove comes through as Dava does get out of it. Damage done. Tried to flip the vehicle initially, I think, Zenith, but spun out himself. They do, though, manage to take out Uber. So as much as Na'Vi thrives in this area of the map, Uber did not have his fire escape ready, and he couldn't get out in time.
And that was the, I mean, he was actually making it somewhat out, but that T-bone coming out from Zenith was very, very smart. And that is going to cost Na'Vi Uba, but still, they're in a very good position here. They do have this little compound here with a double two-story, so they'll be fine for the time being.
Yeah, for the likes of Na'Vi, this is where, had they had 4 alive, this could be that 10-15 kill win. Now, with the lack of 1, regardless whether it be Uba, example, Milman, or Alia, now we go, what are the odds of you getting high double digits? Now this is probably, if they were to have a really good game off of this, would be a 6 kill win, 7 kill win, exactly. So the loss of 1 player when you are getting into these areas of the map, it becomes very difficult to maneuver through. Shen
gonna find
finds a Nonix. I'm not sure exactly where that took place.
Be,
it's towards the Pi Road. Yeah, so should be a risk coming through as I think he fell over the ridge. And Na'Vi, you can see here, now realizing that the pressure probably came to them a bit earlier. And EMEA teams don't really like to commit to this area of the map too soon. So maybe Na'Vi, I mean, I saw them holding their 2-1-1 split for a little while longer than, again, especially in global stage, what you'd usually be allowed to. Right. So great read, no fairness, by D+ to commit to the push and read the split. But now, we have up close fight here, Luminosity, trying to fend off against LG.
Rilla will find Ace-Lift there. There's been a lot of damage actually coming on both sides here. His Flood is also going to drive around and somewhat survive. Rilla going to push out, and he should be able to get that flush. They have to be careful, though, because the trades are going to be coming in from Petrichor as they're surrounding this warehouse.
Uber down on Na'Vi, Ike-Lift down on Petrichor. Big players getting taken out of the game early on now. Flood down as well. As Rello will try and reverse through the flames here and get out the safety. Should be able to, as I say that, though, the headshot does conflict. Can't find the second bullet, though, and I think off of that, Rello will be able to stay alive.
And it's just more troubles for LG early. I mean, even when they do manage to keep 4 up alive, they're just getting in these positions where they're not able to capitalize. Now, they did have that split, obviously, as you were saying, actually, EMEA and splits early, and oh, this is going to center right on that dirt road of death. And this is one of those circles that I will tell you from experience is very difficult to play, especially when you have so many teams already set up in this one.
This is where, if you look towards the north, as we see DD team rotate on in, this is where I like to see what Gen G makes of it. This is the what I would call normal Gen G situation. They sit on the edge for a long time. They wrap slowly on in. We saw them have a phenomenal win in the Miramar game earlier. But how do they do this? Because we're like way more often than not, you will see Gen G forced to wrap in edge late in a crowded area of the map. So what kind of magic can PO pull out of the hat as they make their approach from here?
Speaking of magic, it's exactly the opposite of what Danawa's dealing with right now, as Tai Lu is just peppering Loki there from distance. They were able to get Anonyx up, and they do have a nice position there on the north edge for now in that forest there just to the northwest of Pi Road, but they're also going to have to deal with friendly fire as well as Twisted Minds and a very nice split as well. So Danawa have their work cut out for them, as Tai Lu also needs to find a rotation in, whether that's going to be a wide wrap to the east of Shelter or going into the dip there just above that road. We'll have to see.
Gen.G clearly doing donuts right now, trying to figure out where exactly the pressure has been applied from PO. Doing PO things.
Yep,
Here we go, back to it.
Yep.
Looking forward, trying to see if he can find the knock up on the roof above. Maybe he's going to send EJ a bit further forward, allow for Batulin to get 1 or 2 shots onto the car, use him as bait, and then get the knock on the roof, for allowing for the rest of the team to push on forward. Or maybe
Ty Lue
will do it for them. Yeah, exactly. Just sit back and wait a little while longer as Ty Lue runs straight through the middle of the Twisted Minds 2-2 split. But where are they opting to set up shots?
Just threaded that needle, but even still, they're going to have to deal with the shots coming out from the roof here from Perfectus and the other split of Twisted Minds. And again, I agree, where are they going to go? We saw this send earlier from D+ Kia, as now Ty Lue is just kind of aimlessly driving.
They have to collapse on D+. There's nowhere else for them to go at this point. I feel like they've committed too deep to not... Is this where we're chilling now? Is this where we're camping? I don't feel like that's a safe space to be. We'll see though. We'll see for how long they're sticking around. Yeah, I think they're realizing now as well. Yeah, you know what? Let's heal and just get the hell out of here. But again, you're in an area of the map where cars are no longer really prevalent. You're Potato Hill, early phase 4. People are forced to run around the open. This is one of the hardest areas in all of the Wrangle to get a proper fight in, because you cannot use your vehicles properly. Everyone will see you, get proper angles. You can prone behind a rock. It's going to grant you the cover from one angle, but leave you exposed to the other.
Just like that, Petrichor will go out in 15th again. They've had a pretty solid day overall, but the last couple games have been quite rough for them, and that just shows you how difficult not only the lobby is, but some of these circles. As you said, this is absolutely one of the most difficult areas to play on the map in the circle. You would think there's some other ones maybe around like school or some of the areas where it's more open on the west side, but no, this circle is very difficult.
Especially with 53 alive. So many people in and around here, making it really, really hard to find anywhere to lay low. Circle swings a little bit west. Again, Na'Vi really wishing they had all 4 up in this one. That's going to be a, pretty much regardless of how we see it, unless if they get full on pulled up by multiple teams, should be a good game for the boys in yellow. We'll see those Rello has snuck his way up to E Arena. I don't think they have any clue that both him and Snake, so this was now Kickstarter's driving around the corner. They might just have given up the info, but we'll see if they get anything off it. Xe falls as well, which nullify. That's Gen.G against Sonic. That's Mime instantly taken out by Taman.
Yeah, they actually were looking at the fight, eyeing it with Twisted Minds, but they've actually shifted here just to the west to now take the fight with Sonic's. Mime's going to go down immediately, which now leaves Tickleton in a little bit of a rough situation as the only one in this compound. You see Huynh trying to wrap around on the west side as well to get a different angle, but a lot of utility is going to be coming Tig's way now.
Yeah, Gen.G fully committing to this one again. We wanted to see what they can do on the edge. How can they maneuver through these ones where the circles don't go in their favor? And so far, it looks like full control play from Gen.G. First, they spread out to try and take control, try to assess the situation. Now they found the weak spot. They instantly find the first knock, and now they're setting up that smoke wall and wrapping around the right side, trying to isolate angles from their opponents.
And they know exactly where Huynh is. Great heads-up play as well, but look at Twisted Minds. They're coming in on the backside of this. They hear it, and they want to get something, but now we're over here to question mark and the Expendables, and look at this coming right in. They're actually going to find a knock there and go for the trades. Tanbu and Delwyn still alive in this one-story building.
Fights happening all over the map, and we're trying to keep track of all of them at the same time. Expendables still alive with 2 who swing back up towards Gen.G, and the Sonics hunt, which has commenced. Now we do still have Twisted Minds up on the hillside too, and I think that's what Gen.G is now starting to realize. We have to respect the fact that if we get off this angle too soon, we will be in trouble.
Dano as well trying to get a piece of that fight. We saw earlier Luminosity trying to get rid of E Arena, which they were able to do, but again, Dano was so good at finding those opportunities of those third parties, and still Twisted Minds now taking the fight to Gen.G as they were chasing down the Sonics.
And it's Tickleton from down low that finds the big things on the push. All these 3 teams now just tangled up with one another. PO over the top spots. Luke can't quite connect. Spiro, lots of damage in return as the double headshot comes through.
Recovery possible here for Twisted Minds, but they need to get rid of EJ and Gen.G as quickly as possible. This would actually be a wonderful position for them to just put themselves on a foothold to rotate in. Even on foot, this would be great. But again, Gen.G only down 1 member right now, and that's PO knocked. Potential to get him up is there as long as they can smoke. The nade here now on the other side of things between Daytrade and Danawa, and this is what we're talking about. Death Road is just so difficult to fight around.
So hard to maneuver over here, and teams are falling like flies. Only Soul left alive before Danawa as he's trying to make an escape from this area of the map, try to catch up to the circle as he's slowly making his way further towards it. It's not even on our map feed on the right-hand side. Circle, well, Na'Vi. I don't know if it's Na'Vi or if it's because Tyloo is there. I think it's Tyloo are like better magnets for circles these days.
Tyloo, definitely. This is also one of those times where you're Na'Vi and you're like, man, I really wish we had Uber.
Thanks Tyloo for sticking around. We get circles going towards our compound. So we'll fall. Norrens finds one more, and Daytrade finally getting a good game put together here as they continue to do damage. Now friendly fire, taking more casualties. I believe they already lost Page and Roth before, so should be just Roth left alive. As I say that even him, he's going to fall as the Korean sandwich comes from each side, and that is going to be friendly fire out.
This is still a very dangerous fight here for Twisted Minds, even though they are up against a 3-man and a duo there of Sonics. They still have to pour over that hill. Those angles are not favorable, and now they're actually going to opt to take the vehicles. I like this, rotating a little bit more to the north as they go east here, and just getting a little bit of a better foothold as they move forward in this fight.
How does Twisted wrap in on this? I think they really want to make sure. I mean, of course they want to take out Gen G, but how do they position below? They know they have Sonics on one side. They know they have to worry about teams from behind in D plus Kia. So how much can they commit to the hills? But I think Gen G as well is realizing with the circle closing in now, we can't stick. Like, either we push now or we don't push at all. But if you push down the hill to Sonics, you have Twisted Minds right behind you. Now they're fortifying the hill. They know we need to deal with Gen G, and they're trying to do that just now.
The problem is these two teams are going to shadow themselves pretty much all the way up into the edge in the north, and EJ is going to go down there as Taemin now trying to hold the line so that maybe they can get a res as DG on the low ground. This shelf is very difficult to play as well, especially when you have a team underneath you.
Exactly. DK being a nuisance to Twisted Minds, and same thing down below from both Expendables, Na'Vi, Tyloo, and Sonics, trying to prevent Gen G from getting down that hillside. But somehow, Twisted Minds are still alive, and I think that's, I mean, as much as D plus Kia has applied pressure, they're not really kind of following up on the pressure they apply, so allowing for Twisted Minds to reset could just be dangerous for them. But of course, D plus in a 2-2 split having to fend off against Daytrade too, they have a lot on their plate already.
The fact that Gen G has actually survived this long is very impressive. It's what?
That's not a player, DG.
Oh, DG is just trying to shoot at anything that he can. Meanwhile, Taemin back down to just 5 HP, gonna go for that heal. But again, this area is so difficult to find. And you can see it's just a downward slope all the way down onto the road, and even the shelf that they were on is not really that great.
I feel like that's when you do when someone shoots you with a VSS. You just shoot at anything that looks like a person. Where are those shots coming from? I can't figure this out, but DJ, yeah, well, he sure destroyed that bush. Let's see now if Daytrade the ones. I mean, they have spots on the south of the circle to maneuver in, but I like their proactiveness. Why give space to D plus Kia if we can hold them back and also play a center spot on the southeast?
And if you're a team like Tyloo, though, watching all this chaos around you, you are very happy overall, especially the Na'Vi. But the problem here for Na'Vi is they really haven't been able to get as many kills as they want.
They can't see anything from where they are.
No, and I mean, the circle is great for them. They're happy about it. This is going to be their opportunity, though, to start to maybe spread out a little bit on the south side to look for those kills.
I feel like we're reaching a point now where people are going to be complaining about Tyloo and circles. There's definitely going to be people in chat feeling a little, if you're fanning on another team, feeling a little unfortunate. But we'll see as we follow on through. Tyloo's that tight, Na'Vi doing the exact same thing. Everything else burning as these edges are getting so much more difficult to fight on.
And Daytrade, though, for all intents and purposes, have done a wonderful job here. 7 kills cleaning up this east side. And I think, personally, fighting from the east is actually one of the most difficult parts of this road. And Daytrade have navigated it quite wonderfully now, as they do have to deal with Twisted as they come in. And shots coming out from Belmoth. He's going to find Spyro.
7 kills. They have Flash knocked, but should be able to get him rest on up. Daytrade again. I mean, when they're not... again, we kind of crowned them the team that got their region on the global kind of awareness board. And here they are showing up as best as they possibly can. Expendables, a team we've been talking a lot about this tournament so far as well. Not quite so this time around. They fall in 8th.
So the onus here is still very much onto Twisted, as Americano is going to find a nice little headshot. Jammer pack is done, so this blue is really going to start to chunk as we see Shen in the distance taking care of Sonics and the last member in Hwin.
Do you think Belmont knows where Americano is?
Yes, I believe he does.
Yes, I would imagine as well. So for Petulans, do not peek on over. Just let him die as a blue. Run on forward, try to get the safety, and that's it. Belmoth able to clean sweep that one. 8 kills for Daytrade, and they ain't done yet.
Good night, sweet princess. D+K again has been impressed me though. Their ability to be proactive and their adjustments that they've made today has been wonderful. So even though they go down here, not bad at all. As Flash is gonna find a nice little headshot there with the mini onto Batulin as Perfectus is trying to drive down with his teammate in tow as they're going all the way down the hill. But Shen is ready for this and he's gonna be right there. He's 5-1, but the trade will at least keep them alive momentarily. And they should be able to get Shen up as that's his second knock.
This would have been a situation for Na'Vi to push out, but they have DD team on their southern side, so it's simply too risky for them to try and push up north because of the terrain they would allow for DD team to acquire. Because the Emo pick has snuck all the way up just outside of the compound. I would imagine that Na'Vi is aware that there is pressure coming in from this side of the circle because DD team and Expendables were fighting just before. I think that's part of the reason why they're looking north, but they're not fully committing to making a move.
That being said, they do have Alia in that one story behind. That way, if anyone does approach, he should be able to hear that. So very nice again. Na'Vi, their greatest weapon is always going to be patience, and they're utilizing that here.
Sure is. Xiaoyang solo player in a check. Nate comes through, damage those from the bullets as well. As Flash finds one, that's a blue zone Nate right in his face. He's definitely dead there. So Xiaoyang taking out as day trade again. I mean, once you make late game, once you don't fight in the early game, you just need that one little circle going in your favor. Just like that, 10 kills, all 4 still alive. Yet another APAC presence. We've seen Cerberus, we've seen Expendables, and here day trade are as well.
That region absolutely showing up here at PGS2 in a big way. It's not just one team, it's multiple teams, and they are really showing why this region is starting to shine as the circle here is pushed out. Na'Vi, for the most part, they do have one building left, but this is such a difficult place to fight.
DD team is wrapping up on the western side. They're going straight up behind Tyloo. This might just be the opening that Na'Vi needed. Wrapping out early, not waiting for Tyloo to be forced into a fight, not waiting for Na'Vi to try and make a play. They're just saying, oh, Na'Vi want us to distract Tyloo for a moment. Let's get at it. Good thing for Tyloo is that they can reset as fast as they can.
Yeah, but Mamu's still on the backside of this. I actually kind of wish DD team wouldn't have made that play so early. If they would have made that a little later, I feel like that would have been the play for them, but definitely a misplay coming out from them. Mamu will be the last one alive here looking for Shen, but he's just going to have to make the run. Yeah, see, why not do this later?
It's again one of those where if you have a chance to stop and scout, if you have a chance to make this not into a one sprint play, but a 2 stops along the way style play, then maybe that would have been the thing to go for. They weren't in a hurry. 1 minute and 19 till this circle is closed in, but the stress got to them again. Limited land experience on the team. They got the jitters. They thought, now's the time to make a move, and Mamu could only sit back and go, well, yeah, not full. Okay, never mind, it's too late, because Shen killed you.
All right, bye, kids.
Exactly, and here he is, 1 rock to work with, up against Longs and Shen, and not a whole lot he can do.
No, and now Tyloo again split up on that road. You saw Shen now with quite a lot to play on the west, as it is going to be a nice little shelf for him to be on, and that wizard tower as well. But Na'Vi, what are they going to do here? Obviously, yes, they're in circle. They have the opportunity. I feel like their best play would be to wrap towards the east when they get the opportunity, when the fight breaks out between Tyloo and Daytrade.
They will have to commit. Again, this is where Foreman and Na'Vi would have been very good, because if they wrap east, they have the wizard to worry about.
Still a very nice angle here from Alia.
Yeah, like this play up on the roof, try and see if they can catch the opponents off guard. They will be able to get full vision on the road. Issue is they will have to make him play real soon on this. He's allowing, for example, to wrap up. He's trying to make sure that Daytrade doesn't cover this angle. They do, but from the other side of the road, which allows a foothold in, for example. But you can see, because Longs is downstairs, they've realized this just before, and they're holding the staircase still. It's actually allowing Na'Vi a foothold into this circle.
Example cannot go down here, though.
Oh, no.
If he goes down, that will pretty much be the end of Na'Vi. However, if he can get a knock here or 2, that would actually be the opening that they would need.
You say Example can't go down. I say Alia can't go down. Because even if Example falls, Alia can still suppress from above. So if Alia falls, he is the one that's protected. And you can see he's essentially playing 1v4 PUBG right now. If he falls, they have to either wrap back down and try and rest him, which is going to be hard with time working against them, or try and make an aggressive play off it. But with Mollies and Nates now coming in off of them, they know exactly where their position is. Na'Vi is making a play here. They want to take out Daytrade before having to worry about Tyloo. And the first nade comes through, taking down Flash.
And that first nade is going to be huge, but as you said, it is going to be Tyloo, though, that's going to see all this going on.
On fire?
Is there another nade there? It is. It might knock both. No! It takes down Norris, but Belmoth now putting up that deployable shield for whatever cover he can. Poochus has to be a hero right now for these teams.
They have the compound for so long, haven't had to use any utility. As I say that, though, they've also looted here, sat here, and been very limited in how much they could find. Nothing in the hands of Melman. Might have a blue zone nade, might have a flash, but that is going to be it. And look at this dry run run up the hillside. They have the smokes blooming for now. You see Ali is lobbing them from the other side, but it's very, very limited what they have to work with up close when it comes to utility.
Now Tyloo trying to find the angles, trying to look for an opportunity.
Oh my God, oh my.
The bounce wasn't good. It was so close to being the nade it needed to be. But 7 kills on the side of Tyloo, and they will start to push out now as damage is coming back towards the side of Na'Vi.
Millman peeks on over as Example falls back down. Is that got your buddy out defense? Shen from the other side peeks up and day traded. Looked good for them, but Tyloo knew exactly when to punch. Longs is trying to wrap underneath. Tyloo is taking the fight to both these teams at the same time as Shen. With one nade takes out day trade.
And 7 kills on the side of Shen. Longs now with the opportunity to get a knock, but now the advantage is somewhat in the side of Na'Vi as they throw a nade barreling past Longs, and they realize this. I love this going for the trade.
Alia, damage done from Shen up above, so he's gonna have to stop for a moment. Example trying to get at least just some heals on foot. We saw Longs just before. I don't think he has any spare bullets left in his weapon. He has no vest either. He has 4 nades. Now is the time to use your utility, my friend. You won't get more chances than this.
Shen spots one. Not that many bullets. Oh, he's 9 bullets.
Oh, he can't get the flush on him either. Or the takedown at least. Example now wrapping on forward. Catches him with a nade in hand. That nade is going to be good, though. At least some damage done. But Alia able to get healed up fast enough. And maybe they're just going to have to concede this because they don't have anything to fight with.
Shen also only has, I think, 62 reserve rounds in his weapon. Longs just
if you're Longs here, you just have to bait the attention. You have to say, Shen, I know it's a tall order, but you got to pull off a hero playmate. I'm going to yell, I'm going to scream, I'm going to wave my arms in the air and have them look my way. But you better find 2 instantly or we won't win this game.
The problem is, though, Na'Vi is now realizing they have the advantage. They're taking control of the center dot now. There is a crate now. That nade was massive! All of a sudden, it's a 2v1.
He has 1 mag, not even a quarter mag to work with, but 1 nade takes down 2, and just like that, the game turns in their favor. Now let's see him on the side of the peak, over the top, brings it home for Tyloo. What a turn of events. 9 bullets in the chamber, but 1 nade was all that they needed.
That one nade!
This second place curse! This second place curse for these Na'Vi boys is absolutely freaking real.
I cannot believe Longs, with nothing to his name but grenades, was still able to find that double. The reason why Na'Vi was even in that position was because they knew they could go for the trade, but it was just too close, and Tyloo will somehow manage to pull that one out of the fire as Na'Vi is relegated to permanent second.
Yet a win taken away from them, but for Na'Vi, hey, at least we're not playing winner-winner chicken dinner. Let's go back to the desk and see what they have to say about that one.
Oh my! Welcome back to the desk here, brought to you by STC Play. How and what do I even start with? Tyloo clutching it out. How did he have 4 nades left in that last late game? I don't know. Toffee's joining me here to talk about this. I'm out of breath.
It was crazy. 9 in the chamber. Surely they've lost, but no. He pulls out. He has sitting on 4 grenades. We're gonna get that replay section in a second, and that Longs moment was incredible. And then, not only did he get the grenade, he knocked the last man down to almost 10, 20 health with the 9 bullets that he happened to have left. It was insane.
I can't believe it. What a finish here to this Erangel. Let's take a look at everything that's going on, of course. Shen was popping off. And this, I wouldn't say diamond in the rough, but just actually a prodigy of the game. Looking fantastic in this game.
I mean, he showed up ready to play, and he is out of his freaking mind right now. Here's Na'Vi. They're doing their best. They do a good job of going up the right side. They got pushed out by the circle. They clear the angle, and then it's a 2v3, and you're like, oh, surely they're going to win, but no! 2-man knock opens the door, and bada bing, bada boom, Tyloo takes it to 3 chicken dinners. This is insane what these guys are doing.
They're feeling it. They are feeling it 100%. Going up against Na'Vi as well, who, by the way, still get another second.
Another second.
As the commentary.
I thought they were finally getting that ring, but not this time.
Well, I mean, for all intents and purposes, normally Na'Vi would finish off a game like that, but Tyloo's doing Tyloo things, I guess, here for this one.
I mean, honestly, though, like, out of bullets, I think that's why they got aggressive. They thought they could double push because he hasn't shot at us in the last 30 or 40 seconds. He's thrown 3 grenades. Surely there's not another. but there was, and it was
ridiculous.
perfect.
Ridiculous. What a win by them. What a showing from Tai Lu so far. And again, you know, I feel like Tai Lu at this point, when it went to, you know, PGS1 and kind of how things were going even regionally for them, you know, not really making too many waves. I think they're probably garnering a lot more fans right now with these kinds of moments here, Toffees, considering what they're able to do.
I mean, how can they not? I mean, again, this is a player in Shen that came through for the farm teams, academy. They waited for him to come of age. And then on the upside, you got Zhao Yang, who eighth at PGIS. Obviously an incredible pedigree, knows exactly what he's doing. And when these two came together, it seems, this takes nothing away from 755, who has been playing out of his mind, and LZQQ, but I am just, like, I can't get over Tai Lu. I didn't expect this. I didn't. When I came here, I was like, I think they're going to be good. I'm curious to see how they do on land. This is going to be exciting. This is far beyond my expectations.
I thought Chen was going to be a decent budget pick.
Yes.
Yes. Like, just, you know, to get middling results, get some points here and there because he is good. But anyway, it's Tai Lu. Day Trade's able to make it up there as well, alongside Na'Vi and DD Team, who we're not seeing being able to kind of ruffle too many feathers, but they get themselves to a 4th place here. But Day Trade, I thought for a long time they might have this game here, Toffees. They had a great spot to hold out again, but Na'Vi, rightly as Godspeed kind of pointed out, their push around the east side to be able to dislodge and displace where Day Trade was instrumental in this game.
It was absolutely, because Tai Lu couldn't have done what they did unless Na'Vi cleared them out. Tai Lu was down to 2. They just sort of held, but again, Tai Lu made sure that they fought each other. Let's take a look at the 8 kills, 7 knockouts. This guy, oh my god.
Wait, do you have Shen on your team as well?
Yeah, I have Shen on my team as well.
Okay, we both have Shen on our team.
Did you see him play yesterday?
Yeah, well,
how could you not?
And here he is the man of the match here, brought to you by Quidier as well, and Shen looking phenomenal. There is nothing else to say here, Toffees. I mean, when you think about who he's going up against as well, he's making these moves in these kinds of lobbies, which is very impressive.
It is, and you're right. We can't overstate that. They just did that against the defending world champions. And made it look like it was a walk in the park. I mean, he was down to 9 bullets. There's no reason that Long should have got away with what he did, but he did. And that puts them at 67 total kills on their 2 days of play. Uncatchable as far as I'm concerned in terms of their play so far. 22 points off the back of that match. Day Trade is going to be very happy. They needed to get some points. This is a team that has been steadily climbing since the day we met them long ago. They're going to be happy with that performance.
That's right. Here, as we take a look a little further on down from our top 4 and see what's going on. For teams like Sonics, who I thought may have an easier time transitioning into this circle, it was not to be. And here we are with the overall leaderboards. 113 points. Let's be real, if you halved that after next game, they'd probably still qualify.
And you know, I'll bet the next game they're going to still end up in the top 4 or something ridiculous.
Maybe.
These guys, they're out of their mind. Again, Expendables, a nice little surprise to see them up there with 91, looking really good. But as you go to the bottom, Sonics is climbing. That's good. It's not quite enough, but there are some teams down here that I am shocked. Honestly, Danawa with only 21 at this point in the day catches me a little off guard as well. And Friendly Fire 13, incredibly disappointing.
Yeah, it's not a great start for them, unfortunately, here. But again, they will have another day to try and do something. But that's the thing. It's the knock-on effect into that next day, right? We were talking about how kind of the dynamics of these groups going up against head-to-head will evolve. And if for Danawa, they probably will not be able to take that kind of scenario that they may be wanting against 4 AM tomorrow.
Exactly. Remember the start of the day, they told us, they were talking about we have to get to at least as many points as 4 AM had on their first day. As of now, they have half that total. So tomorrow, look for 4 AM to come in with the bully power and just push them around, which honestly sets their path for the rest of this event. That's how important that first day of play can be. Donald may find themselves playing catch-up for a long time to come.
Well, here they are. Tai Lu in these first 2 days have really made a name for themselves on this stage. The question is, though, when it comes to a tournament like this, a long-form tournament with extra stages, can they keep that up? Remains to be seen. It would be exciting if they did, though.
I mean, well, Luminosity had a great start at PGS1, and they had a fall off, so we'll see if Tai Lu can keep it going. Their momentum seems strong, and I will say, today, their plays, I think, have benefited from how well they did on day 1. They've been able to take some pretty aggressive risks, and it pays off when other people are trying to find their way.
All right, well, thank you very much, Toffees. Time now to head to the final game of the day. For some of these teams, they need a few more points to secure themselves in that top 16, and even then afterwards, tomorrow, you're going to have the other teams breathing down your neck. Let's head over to the casters here for Erangel one last time for the day. It's Toby and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, Kalaris and Toffees. Yes, this has been so far, Toby, one of the sickest couple days of group stages I think I've seen in a while. You were actually just telling me we need to kind of bring it down a little bit just because we're going to lose our voice and we're only 2 days in.
This is a 60-game tournament.
Oh, my goodness.
And we are on our way into the 12th. How have we been spoon-fed on a golden...
We're spoiled.
It's just we're seeing absolute mad PUBG, and we're reaching a point very soon where I'm like, how can this next game best it? And somehow so far, despite the fact that I've kept saying that to myself, they keep on evolving to levels of excitement that are completely off the charts.
I mean, just some of the clips as well between the Expendables playing an almost perfect game. The fact that Tai Lu was able to get that win with just a grenade, no more ammo. There was only, I think, like 50 reserve rounds left on the side of Shen. Just absolutely ridiculous.
So now,
okay, yeah, let's go.
We bring it down. We'll let the guys loot. Also the viewers, man. We can't. I mean, let's breathe. Let's breathe for a second. Bring it down. Watch Flood get his loot game going. Watch no hard drops take place as I look at Salute and say, please get away from there. All is good. All is calm. For probably the next, I don't know, 35 seconds. As this first circle reveals itself, very calm, very good.
Split there.
Yeah, it's good.
Lake, yes.
You're way better at this than I am. I'll just let you do like the ASMR podcast. I can't do that. I can't get that low.
Flood grabbing himself a nice little red dot there as he
I
goes.
don't know if I like this.
No.
It's a little...
It's a little off-putting.
But
yeah, so we did see a similar circle to this earlier. Obviously, this one a little bit more south, leading in towards, I'd say, more towards farm. But yeah, this can be one of those circles where it's difficult to play, again, depending on how much of that water and river is left in after the first shift.
Now, since we have a little bit of time while the early game here is unfolding, I will allow you to create an endgame scenario that could top the 2 games we've just had. Like, just off the mind, nothing you've seen in the past, just a wild finish to a game that could best what we've just seen. Because I couldn't have, if you said that to me before last game, I couldn't say a guy with no ammo left that throws an 8, kills 2 and wins a 2v3 because of it. I couldn't have come up with that even if I was allowed to just make up anything on the spot. So please try and create something wilder.
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking of a situation where you have Tiggleton, let's say, using a mortar and circle 6, meanwhile, while Soul is flying around in a glider.
With a Panzerfaust.
Yes, with a Panzer, of course, with a Panzerfaust. Meanwhile, Anonix in the back seat with him, and then we see, I don't know, maybe someone with a Uzi or...
of course, because why not?
You know, an Uzi, or I would say any sort of SMG on the back of a 2-seater driving around. I'd say that maybe could top that.
And they would all somehow meet and fight in the last circle.
While Soul jumps out of the glass.
While Mortars is just raining on in from Tego. It's like, I know it's phase 8, but I'm going to sit out here in the blue and just love Mortars in. He has a jammer pack. He has a jammer pack. He's fine. He'll love some Mortars in.
Actually, I do want to talk about, though, the jammer packs have been such an integral part for players to play
one here.
Much later, yes, in the blue.
Exactly. For those of you guys, just to underline, for those of you guys who, for reasons unknown, wouldn't know what we're talking about, jammer packs, it's a level 2 backpack that allows you to tank blue damage both from being outside blue, but, and this is where I think the big caveat comes in, also blue zone nades. And you see the blue line just under the health bar. So where we just saw before, like where it says 100 out of 100, underneath that entire white bar, which is the health of Spiro, he doesn't have one, so that's a bad example. But underneath there, you'd see a blue line that would decrease over time if the player having the jammer pack would take blue damage. So just in case you didn't know, that's what we're talking about.
It's just objectively a better 2-bag. And more importantly as well, is it doesn't matter if it's blue from circle 1 or blue from circle 6 or 7.
So is a jammer pack now the blue? Because I get that there's no way a jammer pack is better than a little free backpack when you're, I mean how much are you in blue?
So I need that 3-bag.
But I'm saying, with blue zone damage now being a factor on all maps, could you make an argument that being able to counter, like mitigate blue zone damage for as long as you can, that's 10 seconds worth of blue zone damage you can deny with a jammer pack? Because it's 100, right?
A very good point.
Is that now better because of blue zone nades? Is that now better than a level 3 backpack?
Well, because the the case that you're putting it against is also the ability to carry more utility.
Damage denial over extra equipment.
Yeah, that's actually a very good question. That's something we should probably talk to the teams about, because for me personally, again, I call the level 3 backpack a gobbo pack because I'm a goblin. So I absolutely do love having the 3 back, but there's also situations where I'm like, damn, I really wish I had a jammer pack.
But I mean, I get that it's a no discussion if it wasn't because we have blue zone nades. And even if there was blue zone nades, but only on Tego, like it's been in the past, even then, not a discussion. Level 3 pack superior. But now they're in all maps, and we've seen them being put to use as often as we have. Is the damage denial going to outweigh the extra loot that you can bring? I'm not quite sure, but while I'm not quite sure,
it's a good question though.
We'll take our small calm eyes. There you go. That's the blue line on the soul. You can see it now. The blue line down there.
And that will tick.
Soul is kind of trapped.
Does he have a vehicle here?
But the question is he trapped with D plus Kia? Or D plus Kia trapped with Soul? We'll see as he potentially fires his first bullet.
I mean, if he wants to, he can just kind of skirt down towards the south. Skirt. And then he can just go on that ridge line there where the river is, so he could be able to get up, but it doesn't look like he wants to. It actually looks like he's chilling tabs on D plus Kia.
He's reading how many players there are and whether it's worth it or not to make a play on it early game. Because again, I mean, while we saw while we saw Danoa do pull off a good first couple of games on Miramar, it's been quiet since. I mean, 21 points, and I was just saying it. Read how many there are. Oh my God, salute that nade. It's gonna be perfect from Zenith. He full speed sent it straight into that nade, and Zenith could not have come off stronger to kick this one off.
And what did we say about
guys, calm down.
holding down a compound? They are pretty much impregnable at this point. And Inox now trying to get a different angle. They desperately want to get Salute up. They don't want him down early. And Zenith is going to come around and find Loki as well. But David was traded here. And Soul finding the flush.
Yeah. Danoa in this position just much better set up for this fight to take place than D plus Kia, where Menuda is on the wrong side here trying to run on down. Americano is now being shot at by other teams from the northern side. They are in trouble. Zenith is up, sure, but you'd have to imagine that with 1-1. You know what, as I say that, Menuda is going to be able to get in. It's going to be on Anonix to keep them afloat.
Meanwhile, Gen.G, again, the Korean team is just relentless against Forest. I feel so bad for them. But wait a second. Master, though, has been amazing for this team.
Master of Disaster takes down 2 as DT tries to wrap around, but he is completely off the ankle here. Kicks that also, finding 2 from Petrichor. Can we? What is up? I know it's game 6 and all, but can we please calm down for a moment here? D+, they know they have Soul off ankle. They know they have 2 knocks on the other side. Make that 3. This is not the Nonix and Danoa start that they were hoping for as more kills come through. And I don't want to have to. So they just got a team knock. Oh my God, Soul's going to clean this up because of it. Zenith accidentally knocks Americano as they're flushing people, and now Soul's going to peek from the other side. Everything was looking so good, but thankfully for what was going a little too wild there for D plus Kia, Tai Lu comes in and says, guys, calm down. Calm down.
And I don't dare I say a little bit of a mistake there. Danoa getting a little overzealous. I mean, we saw something similar to this in game 1, right, on Miramar, where they had a good position in Cruz, and they ended up pushing out to try to get these kills. They wanted to get this aggressive here to try to get rid of D plus Kia, but that crash was just ruined initially by that grenade, which stalled it all.
Full reset comes through on the other side, and just like that, despite team knocks coming through, D plus Kia prevails, and yet again proves to the world that attacking, not so much defending, we know how to stand our ground.
Maybe that's just their secret. They just need to hunker down center circle if they can, and I guarantee you they'll win every single game with the way that they've been able to defend these positions, whether it's a Grandma's. That was actually the second Grandma's they were crashed on.
Very, very good defense put up. A little chaotic. Could have easily gone both ways, I think it's safe to say. But yet again, it is D plus Kia coming out on top. And not just to get any opponent, but a very formidable one in that, in Danoa.
And meanwhile, looking at the map, Toby, a lot of the teams have actually opted for a more southern approach here, as we see only 4 teams actually going north, with Gen.G tail between their legs after fighting Forest have gone all the way north just around shooting range as well. So a lot of these rotations are starting to become set here, as we also see LG very far on the east side. This is something they do like to do, especially coming from Milton Power. They tend to wrap around Yasnaya.
I said I was curious to see what Gen G was going to bring today off of their phenomenal, I believe it was 10-kill win in the first game, but only 11 points acquired so far in the following 5. They do get a circle here. I mean, they do get the circle, but with 2 casualties coming in this early on, how much are they going to be able to make off of it? Phil first, scouting on the fly, trying to kind of figure out if there's anyone in the nearby vicinity, but not seeing any vehicles, not seeing any open doors or broken windows. Well, there's an open door, but no cars should be easy call.
It's going to be a free crossroads there for the team of Question Mark, and that is a wonderful position here, but I really worry about the bottleneck that will be happening on the south side, specifically just around to the east and west bridges of Razak. We have Sonic's Twisted Minds, Tai Lu actually crossing early, which is great, and still we have DD Team very far in the south.
Yeah, everyone now, I mean, because of the shift being so hard towards the northwest, everyone knows there's prime real estate available, but it's only going to be available for so long, so everyone is full speed sending it, trying to claim some of those spots for themselves, and already now we can see how second by second they are being taken away.
Now still up here, I believe this is happening just to the south of shooting range. Yes, it is. Day Trade now did have a very nice game coming off the east side of Death Road. Very impressive, at least 10 kills to their name. They would be very happy to get rid of Forest, because then they can start playing this area around the shelf just to the southwest of shooting range. But Forest have been very scrappy and very difficult to get rid of, especially when they have a compound like this. I don't think the play is for Day Trade to push here.
Let's see, I think Forest would be smart in just kind of regrouping on the compound there, at least getting info on Day Trade and trying to force them off. Scabby, a few bullets missed there, but does force Day Trade to rethink making that aggressive play.
And again, let's calm it.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Any chance I get to just go back to ASMR is if we're gonna survive for the next 10 days.
The next,
it's technically 11, but
50 games.
we still have 48 games left after this one, so let's.
You know what? If I lose my voice, I don't care.
You will.
I will.
With the pacing of how things have been going, we will not survive through tomorrow. I mean, it's it's been absolutely insane. But also, I mean, who are we to complain? That is like a below first world problem, a 0th world problem. We are absolutely loving it, and we hope that all of you guys out there watching are as well.
So here's the thing, I actually really like this rotation coming out from Na'Vi.
Yeah.
The only thing I do worry about, though, is the fact that they will be coming in on edge, maybe with LG as well as Friendly Fire holding that.
Didn't see a whole lot of emergency pickup used today. And also, oh my lord, it's been fixed. Look at the minimap on the bottom right side. They are moving with a plane logo on top. That is something I've actually never seen before. In the competitive, that is. We had a while where they weren't moving at all on the map feed, but there they come.
They would just randomly appear,
flying on forward, making their way further towards the center. Curious to see whether they're going to opt to jump out, considering that they are only 2. So if it was like a full-on commit jump on a team, how do you go about a YOLO pull-up when you're only 2 guys flying in?
I could imagine them trying to take maybe a more northern position around Severny, something that they think would be more free. Obviously, we do see LG now rotating there. Na'Vi will be meeting them there soon as well. But yep, there is. So they're going to go all the way to the coast. This is probably the safest play for them as they kind of pop out there.
They're popping up straight across the street that LG spots
LG's
them
going to be look straight up and be like, oh.
Yeah, like, wait. And you can see them flying away now. Summer is up, things go down. So like, no. Get away. They were literally flying, and you can see LG are chasing them. They're getting up on the hillside.
As they should.
We're looking at the map on the top left right now. LG are chasing and on the hunt here. Good thing for Summer is that he might get to safety. Zenith is leaving Severny. They're going to get into the city, but as I say that, oh my lord, this is just troublesome all across the board.
And Snakers, as well as the rest of LG, are going to see this kick. Saw that. I doubt they're going to really commit too much to this, because, they want to get to that new circle now. Summer will take shots, though.
Yeah, circle swung south, nothing for them to really come for. No reason to stick around for potential 1 kill when there's so much more to play for. Further down towards the south, example, tons of damage being put out towards Americano. As, I mean, even if he doesn't get the knock, that's still going to force him off and heal. And since they still have Uber from behind, is that a flash?
Yeah, it is. It's a flash. I mean, this is this shack is obviously fairly popular for a lot of teams to take. Fortunately, no one here for them. This is actually, for that rotation, again, beautiful stuff from Na'Vi. And now, Chewy's still floating in the air. Just please land.
No. Oh, just exactly.
He has 1 HP.
Just exactly able to get down. So Chewie is in shooting range, and Summer is in Severny. I don't think they were planning on being this split when they flew in. Also, how is Chewie still in the air?
I don't know.
They flew so long ago. Did he just
early,
press
maybe?
F when he got out of the plane?
Must have.
Off the string, I suppose, or the line. He must have. He must have.
I think he was, because he was floating around. Summer immediately was just trying to get the hell out of the air.
You could tell. He was maneuvering very fast on that one. Taylor able to take down Belmont as Day Trade takes some casualties early on here. DD team, a team we haven't seen too much of today. Able to get a few shots in and find Page as well. That's out towards the eastern side of this one when they're still sat very good in this circle. They're able to find Roth now as well. Might just want to, I was going to say push on it, but the thing is they're set in a wide two-way split at the gas station out towards the east. So it's just, I mean, even though they have them kind of pinned in a dip, there's just, the value of the spot they have currently is just not worth losing over potentially getting a few kills.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And then even just looking at question mark, right? It's just sitting at crossroads, very comfortable. They're also able to see quite a bit of that east, all of those teams on the east, and they should be able to put a lot of pressure on them as well. As we look at the Sonics, I mean, they're going to be on the west edge, dangerously close to Day Trade.
Be creeping on forward as well, but no doubt that Expendables would have heard the vehicle stopping just above him. Yep. Gonna sit tight. Keep in mind that Na'Vi has been wrapping in late on this one, so they have no info of what's happening to the south. They did a wide wrap towards that around that eastern side. So ever since they kind of full speed sent it up past shooting range and towards where they are now, they have no clue of what's happening south of them.
Win now trying to take shots at Day Trade. As I said, they were getting very close. Flash is gonna. Oh no, the smokes were spotted out by Huynh. And now we're going to hear this vehicle. He's getting ready for the spray here. Sonics would love to get rid of Day Trade as soon as possible. That way they can take control of this west side and actually have quite a bit to play.
It's kind of surprising that Day Trade has ended up being as split as they are, because Norrens is far up towards the north and not really in position from where he can defend his teammates. In the meantime, Circle swings up towards the north. We're going southeast of shooting range into that open hillside. And once again, I mean, Day Trade just not set up together, very disjointed, and there's just no way you can expect them to be able to defend against all the angles that Sonics are getting on them.
Yeah, which is a stark difference with what we saw from the last game.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Now, Sonics now trying to take advantage of this. They did have the knock and flush onto Flash, so it's now just Norns and Poochus as that flash is going to land right in front of his face. And Mime going to be able to... Oh, wait a second.
Giving it to Tickleton. More people have him on the team, so yeah.
Sorry about that, Tickleton. I didn't mean to steal that from you.
Oh, you're the fragger. So yeah, I'm just the support. I'm sorry, God. I'll back off. I'll back off.
That's how it worked.
Yeah, exactly. Here comes friendly fire. You see them on the minimap on the bottom right. Parachutes deployed as they are coming in. Are they? There's no way they're crashing the compound. No, they're going north of it. Okay, fair enough. They're taking the small trenches north of the compound, but they are being shot at in air. So who knows? Maybe you'll see a couple of knocks or kills, I should say, coming through. As some of you might not know, but you cannot get knocked when you're in parachute. That is insta death.
Yeah, you are just dead. That's it. And at the very least, it does look like friendly fire, even though eating a few knocks early, have been able to survive. Page so far from home, though.
Yeah, they landed, but maybe one of those again, like Day Trade on Tego, where they landed and they're dead. For now, smokes is what they have for cover. They're not inside the circle yet, and here we go. Two very similar logos and color patterns, but not similar in the skill they've been putting out here. It's Stay Luminosity trying to fend off, trying to defense flood. Went down before, but Rillo able to get the knock on through. Should be able to get it back on his feet.
Haven't seen a scar in a long time. I promise you, Rillo didn't choose that. He's gonna, at the very least, take care of that member of Petrichor, and they do have a little bit of a reprieve there, but this push now coming in from Twisted against Gen G, it's just gonna be up to DG to try to get EJ up, and I like the fact that he's sticking it. They're in the smokes, why not? But Spaceman finding Lou from distance.
Lou went for the rest of Batulins, but got caught mid-smoke by shots from up above. Some lucky ones coming through smoke there to take him out. And now, Gen G saying, thank you for the help, we'll take it from here. 0 kills so far. Gen G lost 2 very early on in this game. We'll see if they can get something going. Blue Zone nade should be the death of Lou. We'll see if that nade gets something with it. Indeed it does. Spiro down as well. Now it's just Perfect X left alive.
And in a very difficult situation there, getting Spyro up is going to be hard. The smoke might help here, but...
We saw Sonics get taken out by 3 different teams, so they clearly got themselves in trouble. Down towards that southwest, we saw a lot of teams in that area as they're trying to maneuver forward, get shots on, and all of them connected. And here comes Arena, full speed forward. As I say that, there's only 2 people here, but Midi does manage to find EJ. Second second one goes through as the flush comes in. Fights happening on all fronts now as these edges start burning.
Oh, here's a little grenade, tossing that right into the door. Blue zone grenade on the other side of this. I love this proactivity, though, the wherewithal for them to see that this is the play to take this compound. It's being fought over between Gen G as well as Twisted Minds. This is what they needed in the last game.
Also, where have E-Arena been all day long? Welcome, boys. Welcome to this one. Only 2 kills, but a nice proactive, aggressive play. Something we want to see. Some of these teams that might not be expected too much from, make those active plays. Play with the comfort. Play with the confidence that you can go out and win fights. Lovely pull-up by EA.
Speaking of confidence, we actually are starting to see DD Team take the fight to Tai Lu there just to the south. DDT was focused on this, trying to get rid of them as D+ Kia now is starting to push out. And again, don't you dare push that team.
They know where to hold those crosses, and they have pulled it off once more as DD Team falls as well. Norens falls and stay trade out. 7 teams left alive, just 20 players, and we're only now hitting phase 5.
It's actually crazy. This is, what is it?
It's game 6, man. It's game 6. It's always the same. Oh my lord!
Oh, where is that?
Lyrics just touched a solid ton of force coming his way in terms of a burning car, and well, let's talk about it.
Vehicle just flying right overhead as Question Mark have taken this ridge. This is probably the best ridge to assault this. I was going to call it a compound, really. It's just one yellow building, but this is going to be still difficult. At the very least, they still have their UAS.
Yeah, Na'Vi has committed to the shack down below. They've fallen back down off the hill. I think that's a perfect read because they know that we cannot allow anyone to sit down there.
This is a rough
Like, technically, the uphill position is better for Na'Vi, but they cannot give the spot they're currently in to anyone else because that will make the uphill spot pretty much useless.
Yeah.
So they have to concede. They have to go down and play their own Achilles heel, essentially, to then, hopefully for them, be able to hold off a D+ Kia, who are currently on the run.
It's actually crazy how open this circle is.
Yeah.
Toby. It's completely open. It's just one massive hillside now as we see D+ Kia trying to make that push over towards Na'Vi. But again, Na'Vi is just so aware of this, and the knock coming out from Example. A beautiful spray. The trade from Americano, though, onto Example as Alia now trying to get some utility out, and they're being shot now from a distance from Forest.
Always backsteps coming through, and Munto able to get this one down. Example, yet again, Na'Vi just cannot find their way to the late game with all 4 people up. Even when circles go in their favor, there's always a stab coming through from behind.
Zenith going down. Menuda and Americano still alive here. It's not quite over again with Forest harassing Na'Vi from the high grounds. It might be able to buy D+ Kia some sort of opening to maybe get a little more damage out, but even off to the east, we now see the fight between Question Mark and E-Arena.
And one of the big reasons why we're seeing all these teams fight so close to one another is because once again, Expendables on the southern side has taken so much control down towards that south, so no one can really wrap down in that direction. That's why we're seeing 3 teams here on top of each other. 2 teams on top of each other in the northwest. They've effectively just forced everyone, cramped them up towards the northern edge of the circle.
And they still have so much control off that circle shift there. You see Duck Juice in that the double 2 stories there as they're going to now start to push out. All you're going to find the knock onto Munto, and they desperately need to get rid of Forest as now here comes Americano. And he's going to find the knock on Alia as well. And Na'Vi now getting sandwiched to death.
Mortars are raining on in as well. That's what you get when you claim terrain. That's what you get when you make space for yourself. Look at the mortars flying on forward. Not hitting a whole lot, but sure as hell causing chaos and commotion between these players.
Still 2 up, though, for Na'Vi, as they will be able to recover somewhat. As now it's a 2-on-2-on-2 here on the north side of this circle. Meanwhile, over here, we have Question Mark taking the fight to E-Arena. And this has been a fight that's been going on for a while now. Trades coming from both teams.
It's been brewing. It's been brewing for a long time. Filfers does go down as a burning vehicle comes across. We just add a little bit of cinematic chaos to this already very chaotic end game. As you said earlier, we're going to force everyone out into the open. And with every shift, we're shifting out every single tree that is left to play in this circle. Dante does find 60, so we'll see if they can maybe make a play or at least get Phil first up off of that knock.
This is such a disgustingly open circle. Probably one of the most egregious of the day, I would say, is...
We have 7... No, Mitsu, that's a bad click. We have 17 players alive. Only Expendables are inside the circle.
And Expendables are about to start spreading out. As you see, 2 members there. It's going to be Tan Vu as well as Duck Juice. But there's nothing to kill. Everyone is taking care of each other.
They have the entire circle. No one else is in. Now Americano has just stepped his foot inside the circle. Welcome. We're at, I don't even know, we're at 24 minutes and we've got I mean, we got 10, well, and a half player alive. This is, I guess it's a perfect finish to a super chaotic game.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit more of a break for us.
To some extent,
as this has been a ridiculous game, but yeah, this is a symptom of just how absolutely open the circle. We've seen circles end to the southeast of range, shooting range before, and they're always just so difficult to keep alive.
Now the solos will fight for third, but in the end it's most likely, or should at least be, a Expendables versus a question mark finish here in this one. Americano sprays on through, out of bullets he is, as he swings on over to the mini 987, make that nice headshot, comes through, finds Melman, and now I think he's realizing as well that it's probably me versus the world, and not that that means he should die by any, like just forfeit it, because there could be a misread somewhere. It could be 4 teams alive, so might as well just drone it on out. And you know what? I mean, if somehow question mark ups to Rap South, if they start a fight early with Expendables, because they're starting to flex out as well, Americano might just get to creep in from behind again. If we're predicting end games, if we're trying to best the previous matches, Americano wins this game.
That would definitely be...
With a pan throw.
With a pan... Okay, now you're just getting greedy. But yes, Americano, I mean, he's still very much, especially as you said, if the team of question mark Rap South. I also want to point out how much more important this game is for question mark than even D plus Kia, especially obviously the Expendables. They're fine.
Also, yeah, exactly. The Expendables, they've been chilling for a good while. Question mark, not quite so much. No. So how much time have they had to actively track the leaderboard? Do they know that it's a 4-man Expendables and a solo in D plus Kia? Or are they maybe thinking they could be 2 for D plus Kia? Because they're very, very respectful of the angle up towards Americano. Now, of course, there is also the potential that Expendables could peek on over, but you can see question mark very hesitant in trying to make a play. So maybe they're thinking it's a 3-2. They're up against another 4-1. I would assume that they know, since a lot of the kills on D plus Kia came from question mark. But even then, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if they knew it was a solo, they probably would have been a little more aggressive.
That's
pushing
what I was
towards that north side. Yeah, but I mean, even if it is a 3-on-2, they are still playing this fairly cautiously, putting Best of Luck down to the south. But again, it's that angle is just being covered so well by the Expendables.
That was the angle. That was the scout to secure the area for them. And now question mark is running right into the open arms of Expendables. They're tracing this entire journey into the compound. Out they go. The good thing for question mark is the entirety of Expendables have left the compound, but here comes the nades, here comes the push from the team from APAC.
Tanfu getting a beautiful spray transfer, and this team is just continuing to dominate the field.
There is just no stopping these guys. They're on one. Never have I seen a team play with this amount of confidence. They're spreading out. They're claiming absolutely everything for themselves. They come off of the first Erangel of today, 12-kill win. Now they're looking at finding a 9-kill one if they can get Americano here, which you can only imagine that Delvin with the FAMAS in hand should be able to do.
Americano, I don't know if he's looking at him. Oh, he's just shooting him in the back, and
it's GG.
That's going to be GG. What a performance yet again. Wave that flag with pride, because the Expendables have been absolutely unstoppable here in day 2.
We talked about Cerberus. They kept outperforming. They were the better APAC team, but here comes Expendables. Cerberus ain't playing today. Great. Let's show us what we were. There's the bicep show off as well from the boys. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. 2 wins on Erangel today. What a game. What a performance from the Expendables.
Very least, though, I will also say question mark were able to take that fight to E-Arena and get themselves a nice 3rd place. They got some kills as well. They desperately needed to have a good game at the end, and they were able to at least secure that. But D plus Kia, man, I am so impressed with the adjustments that they were able to make coming in today.
Also, question mark had good Miramar games. They had a decent Tego game, but 14th, 13th on Erangel. At least they finish up with a decent Erangel here. But now, for the last time today, let's head on over to the desk and let them break down what we just saw there.
Thank you, boys. Yes, the Expendables once again here, still surpassing the expectations, still getting wins on the board, and finishing things off on Erangel strong. Joining me here at the desk, brought to you by STC Play, we've got ourselves good old Toffees here to talk about this. They're looking fantastic here.
3 chicken dinners and 12. I mean, it's obscene how good they are. Cerberus yesterday came out from Vietnam and dominated. The Expendables also from Vietnam, absolutely dominating. And I did not expect that I don't think anybody did, but these guys are unstoppable. They've got 3 of them make up the PNC team. Like,
that's true.
I'd be worried if I'm anybody else. This is amazing play.
And absolutely here as they wave that flag high. Very impressive stuff indeed. And also what really stood out to me more so than anything was how quickly they asserted themselves and took control of that final circle against question mark. That does not happen in our region often, but they looked great against them.
I thought for sure D+ goes out in 3rd place. We see this little 4v4 and it was just QM was deleted. There was no other way to describe it. It was there to here now, gone momentarily. But that we saw the same thing earlier in the last game when they went up against LG, Na'Vi. They were just deleting them, and I think it's their style of play. It's so fast. They put everything on the line when they go for these pushes, and they just aren't being stopped. They're coming over with so much strength. I think it's just overwhelming the teams who are playing defensively.
It excites me for their region because of, yes, I mean, obviously we knew Cerberus in terms of like the performances they were able to put up from previous internationals, but now having the potential here for also the Expendables to look this good as well, that is some awesome potential.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Toby kind of touched on it, but I'll reiterate this. The region doesn't get enough respect. And I think that maybe the players are tired of that, and they came out here and they're throwing the gauntlet down. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised after we play tomorrow to see Cerberus also in the top 3 and just have going into the winner's bracket with a dominant performance for a region that often kind of gets talked about like maybe they'll do okay.
Yeah, no, definitely. Let's take a look at the top 4 then here from this game and see how they stack up against one another. It's not a huge amount of damage coming out here from the Expendables. However, it's enough to get them the chicken dinner. Alongside them, we have D+, we have ourselves Na'Vi again, and question mark showing up. You said it before here on the desktop is the fact that Na'Vi still looks like a World Championship caliber team considering how many late games they're always in.
They're always in the late games. They know how to recover. I just don't know if they are able, like right now, I think they're just having trouble dealing with the amount of aggression we're seeing from some of these other teams when they get to that final circle, because that's what's happening is teams like the Expendables are getting there, and when you would normally maybe see a team pull into a flare out or a 2-person defense to wait for the close, Expendables is just throwing everything they have at their opponents, and a couple other teams are as well. And I think that Navi's doing the best with what they can at the moment.
And it is Duck Shoes. This is the guy, the one member from Expendables that you actually mentioned is actually also on their PNC team, alongside 2 members from Cerberus. I think it was Haisaki and Himas that are going to be on that team as well. This man of the match brought to you by Quidia as well, and looking brilliant whilst doing it. I've been so impressed by them today because yesterday they got themselves 43 points on the board. I was like, wow, that's great for the Expendables. Good for you guys. And now they've got themselves another more than that on the board here, taking the top spot with 71 kills.
Taking it from Tai Lu, who has been the same. 3 chicken dinners as well, completely unstoppable. The Shen show has been brutal, and yet the Expendables in the last couple of games go, hold my drink, I got some things to do. And they come out here and they play incredibly well. I'm blown away.
Very impressive stuff. 19 points go their way. D+ needed some much needed points here to try and get themselves a solidified place in the overall standings. So to put themselves another 15 on the board, very important. Yesterday, D+ only had 28 points.
True.
So they really needed a bit of a kickstart here to get things going.
There's another team that needed a kickstart to get things going. But yes, they did. They're going to come up with some big numbers. I think when we see that overall leaderboard, they can feel pretty comfortable going into tomorrow as they sit back to watch with 68 points.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
I think so. I think so as well here. The thing that really stands out to me here, whilst we take a look at the overall leaderboard, is congratulations to at least 1 through, I would say, 5th. Or you could even say 6th, who have been able to qualify already. The crazy thing is, Cerberus has not played the same amount of games at all. So they came in with amazing data more.
So they're going to make that advance, and I think it really is going to come down to that cutoff right around where we saw Twisted Minds and Luminosity at that 53-54. They are going to be sweating tomorrow. 54, I think, is just too low, and I think maybe they consider preparing for that bottom bracket.
So just to put that into perspective as well, the Expendables today, 67 points on the day, right? So you have Cerberus yesterday getting 64. We're thinking to ourselves, that's spectacular here. But look at how well Vietnam as a whole is doing. Let's take a look at the Colonel's Choice, brought to you by KFC. And of course here, yes, good old Shen, baby.
I mean, this is Shen in a nutshell. Even when he goes down, he takes 2 with him. And we're going to continue to see Tyloo just putting in work as the Colonel loves watching these guys. 3 chicken dinners won. They tied for first place. It just makes sense that they'd be the Colonel's choice.
You've got to fry up a good old Navi at the very end here to be able to have the everything going your way. But I think the greatest thing about this as well is kind of weathering the storm of what potentially Daytrade could have done during this game. They weren't flexing out themselves. They weren't really holding this angle, but Navi really put kind of the boot in against Daytrade.
I mean, that's what it was. Navi, they did what they had to do. They made Navi and Daytrade fight each other. They locked down that little side and said, when you guys figure out who's going to take us on. And then we get to this part, and it was just the Longs grenade. Without that perfectly cooked grenade, I don't think we get... Now, I will say, you saw that blue zone grenade starting at the last second because Shen was trying to herd them over in that direction.
And of course, we've got ourselves next up the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib save of the day. So let's take a look and see what we've got going on here. Twisted Minds.
Right. It's with a sense of irony, the save of the day comes right next to the graveyard as you see them carrying their teammates away to safety for those reses. And again, the save of the day is going to come heavily on the back of that new... It's not a new mechanic, but we're seeing it more and more utilized. The idea that you can throw your teammate over his shoulder and just awesome. Drag them out of trouble has been, honestly, a massive game changer.
You know, the great thing about that is as you say, it's not a new mechanic, but we still pop up every time we see it in the green room. We love it. It's brilliant. So I'm always happy to see that come down. Woo. And of course, look at that little jump shot coming on around.
Again, we're going to see a nice little grenade there at the back end of that fight. Beautiful saves.
All right, moving on, we've got the Abdul Latif Jamil Motors ride of the day. So let's see exactly how that's going to go on down. That is the same save. Okay, we've moved on.
Lots of nice cars.
Going to go for drive-bys here during all of this as well, and this has become an absolute fixture and mainstay of PUBG Esports. Has those drive-bys, and of course, crashing on into some of these compounds, very important as well.
I mean, it's just one of those things. Like it's become so prevalent. I actually was watching Donowa warm up, and they have specific practice time dedicated on the training field to those drive-bys.
All right, well, those are the moments. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matches that are coming up, of course, as we have our groups A and C battling head-to-head. It will be double Miramar into Tego, into Erangel to round things out here, Toby. Why do I keep doing that? What's wrong with me? I spend too much time with Toby.
Don't worry about it, Avengers. We're all going to be fine in the end. Miramar 2 games, Tego, and then ending up on Erangel. It's going to be a great day of play. And honestly, with the cutoff being up in that 50s, a lot of teams are going to have to come in and get really aggressive. And the teams from B have a lot to watch for.
Now, of course, this analysis was brought to you by STC Play here for PGS2. And it's our privilege to be able to bring you what is currently going on here throughout the days. What a great day in terms of, well, actually the 2 last days, considering my expectations were completely subverted. I love that we're seeing APAC, especially as a region, stand tall, stand strong.
It hurts my soul to see teams like Twisted Minds struggling to get into the winners bracket, but it really lifts me up to see young guns, new blood, people like Phil First, I think he says he's 19 years old. Shen, 19 years old. The future of PUBG Esports is on display here at this event, and it's incredible to watch.
Yeah, it's great that we get to see them on the international stage, considering that there's probably, the great thing about it is there's probably a lot of players that we still don't know about here. Who knows what happens the next year and the next year, because I see in all of the esports I cover, these kids are so fast and so much faster than us old people. So I'm excited.
It should be that way. That's what you do. If you want to get better, you study those who came before and you figure out how do you do it better than they do. I mean, there's still, when I play, we still call those crazy peak angles zoomer shots or zoomer angles because
Ferrari peak.
Yeah, they think of things that we just don't think of, and that's how the future progresses. And players like Shen and Philbert, they're the ones who are doing it, man.
So there are some teams obviously in the danger zone a little bit. Of course, Forest will be going to the lower bracket. That's guaranteed. There are teams like even LG and Twisted Minds, who are kind of on what we think would be that cusp of the kind of points bubble, which obviously for both of our regions, not the best of situations, but we know that those 2 teams that I've mentioned could come back quite strong in the lower bracket if they go there.
I will say this about these 2 teams. If there were 2 teams that had the mental fortitude to go back, retrain, go into losers bracket, and maybe walk away with a fresh outlook, it is those 2 teams. They're strong mentally, they have good support staff, and I think that they can bounce back. tomorrow's going to be a hard day for them because they're going to have to sit and watch that. If you're not one of those two teams in B, I think you're done. If you're below those numbers, you just kind of have to accept and prepare for what's next.
Definitely. Well, thank you very much, Toffees, for joining me here. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. Let's head over to the stage now for some interviews.
Welcome back to the main stage where we are joined by Shen from Tyloo. An absolutely outrageous performance today. You've done absolutely incredibly. Now, you've had 2 days of the group stage. You've done brilliantly throughout, especially today. I just wanted to ask you, what do you attribute to your success for the last 2 days?
就你们已经打完2天的小组赛嘛？请问是在什么的关键点让你们有这么好的成绩呢？
自信和信任。
I think it's the trust to our team members and confidence.
بنرحب باللاعب شن من فريق تايلو معنا على المسرح وحبينا نسأله السؤال الأول اللي كان خلصنا أول يومين من البطولة إلهم وانتهت مرحلة المجموعات لفريق تايلو فحبينا ناخذ رأيه كيف كان الأداء وإيش كان العامل الأساسي لهذا الأداء الأسطوري ورده كان وثاقة خلينا نقول الفرق كيف كانوا واثقين في بعض بالنهاية وصلنا للجواب إنه كيف كانوا واثقين في بعض بكل خطوة عم بياخذوها عشان هيك قدروا يوصلوا لهذا الأداء ويطلعوا بالنتيجة أو النتائج الأسطورية في نهاية اليوم.
Well, Shen, I couldn't have you on stage and not talk to you about map 5 because that was just absolutely unbelievable. Longs had an incredible play. He had 9 rounds in his weapon and a handful of grenades. You had 7 kills on the board already. Please take us through the final moments of that map.
就是在第5把的时候你们的队友龙中拳选手他在只剩下9发子弹的情况下扔下了1颗手雷击倒了2个对手，然后把整个局势给逆转了。请问可以就是复盘一下当时的情况吗？
当时的情况是，已知Navi 2个人要往右下角压龙中拳的情况下，就是让他自己一个人去打，我就帮他架着就行了，就信任，就像我说的信任。
I mean, as I mentioned, it's all about the trust on the Long Z. And he met when we know that he's gonna be like defend from the 2 opponents from Navi, and then we just decide to trust on him, and then we just cover him as we can.
حبينا ناخذ رأيه بخصوص المباراة الخامسة بما انه عندكم اللاعب لونغز كان عنده فقط 9 رصاصات بس عنده في الماجازين وغير هيك هو قدر يخلص المباراة الخامسة ب7 كيلات بنهاية المباراة فحبينا نعرف ايش كان العامل الأساسي اللي أدى لنهاية المباراة اللي راحت لهم وطبعا نفس خلينا نقول الرد من السؤال الأول انهم واثقين في بعض وعارفين انه أي قرار بتاخذوه حيكون القرار الصح وما حيكون في أي نقاش فيها هاي الأمور وعلى طول حيكونوا داخلين ورا بعض واحد ورا واحد بالنهاية كان واحد من اللاعبين عم بيحمي الجهة اليمنى وماسك 2 من لعيبة نافي ووثقوا بالقرار اللي اتخذوه بالنهاية طلعوا بالوينر تشيكن دينر.
Well, Shen, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage in your post-day interview. Thank you. You may now leave the stage, but we're going to stay right here on the main stage with you guys because we would love to invite Uber from Na'Vi, the GOAT himself, to come and join us over here. Uber, a nice quick change. How are you feeling? You good?
Pretty good, yeah.
Okay, I've got to talk to you about today and yesterday. Let's be honest, you were so consistent throughout. We have the stats, pretty simple one, but it's 9 out of 12 top 4 finishes today. So, I mean, how are you feeling about that? I want to get your own words. Like, how do you feel about your performance over the past 2 days?
I don't know, it was okay, I think. We just didn't manage like to close out our games, and it's good that it happened like during like group stage, not during grand finals or winners bracket. So we're gonna work on our mistakes.
Yeah, that's kind of what my follow-up question was going to be. Obviously, converting those into chicken dinners. Did you manage to identify the mistakes that you were making, or were you being pinched? Was it about rotations? What kind of was the more dominant issue that you guys were facing?
I think it's like communication. The tournament is just started for us, and we are still like warming up in this term. So it will be way better when we get to the winners bracket.
بنرحب باللاعب أوبا معنا من فريق نافي على المسرح، وحبينا نسأله أكم سؤال بداية بإيش كان فكرك لازم تعمل عشان تقدروا توصل، أو مبدئيا كيف كان شعورك بعد ما حصلتوا 9 مباريات طلعتوا فيها بالنهاية بالتوب 4، وهي يعني استمرارية مخيفة لأي فريق خصوصا على المستوى وعلى البطولات العالمية. وجوابه كان خفيف جدا، هم حيكونوا مركزين بالنهاية على نهائيات البطولة، وهي لسه البداية وهي لسه تعتبر الجروب ستيج من البطولة. وغير هيك حابين نسأله كيف حيقدروا يحولوا الفينيشز بالتوب 4 إلى وينر تشيكن دينر، وحيكون رده كان بخصوص هذا الموضوع انهم برضه حيكونوا مركزين على النهائيات وعارفين انه مشكلتهم باللحظات الأخيرة كانت الكوميونيكيشن فقط بالفريق، لكن حيحاولوا يحلوا هاي المشكلة بأسرع وقت ممكن، وإذن الله حيكونوا متواجدين معنا برضه بالمرحلة الثانية من البطولة، وحيكون تركيزهم بالنهاية على نهائيات البطولة.
Well, Uber, I think I speak for everyone here that we all respect the fact that you hold yourself to such a high standard, and we can't wait to see what you guys do in the winners bracket. It's been absolutely phenomenal. But for now, that's it for us here on the main stage. We've had an absolute blast, but remember, tomorrow we have more group stage matches to close things out before we go into our bracket stage. So, from myself, Banks, and Sandstorm, and Uber here on the main stage, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.
نشكركم اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين على المتابعه، ونشكر طبعا اوبا على تواجده معنا في المسرح التاريخي. نراكم بكره باذن الله لليوم الثالث والاخير من مرحله المجموعات، لنشوف مين ال 16 فريق اللي حيتاهلوا للوينرز براكت ومين ال8 فرق اللي حيتاهلوا لللوزرز براكت، ونشوف ايش راح يصير معنا في اليوم الثالث. بنشوفكم بكره باذن الله، تصبحون على خير والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
Face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight.